The protagonist of our story is the strongest sage. He saved humanity from an invasion of monsters and their king. However, at the end of a life or death battle, he ran out of energy and lost his life. Fortunately, this wasn't the end. He was reincarnated 50 years later in the body of a young boy and enrolled in a magic academy to become the strongest once again. Will he succeed? Let's find out together. The sage wakes from his sleep, shocked to find himself still alive despite having exhausted all his magical power. He wondered what on earth was happening and couldn't believe he was alive and well when he saw his reflection in the mirror. He was stunned by his completely new appearance. A doctor and a nurse entered the hospital room. When the nurse called the boy Kusanagi, he became even more confused hearing this unfamiliar name. The doctor told him to lie down and tried to check his wounds. When the doctor unwrapped the bandages, he was stunned to see that the protagonist had fully recovered. He couldn't believe what he was seeing. The doctor recalled that just a day ago, the boy had been unconscious and in critical condition due to a traffic accident. He wondered how this kid could have recovered so quickly. The doctor thought it was as if he had been healed by holy magic. Kusanagi was confused to hear about a traffic accident, and revealed that his body could automatically heal with the power of holy magic. He asked the doctors if his magical power was depleted, but they had no idea what he was talking about. The protagonist told them he had been fighting monsters in the middle of a calamity. Both the doctor and the nurse were completely shocked by his words. The doctor asked the boy if he remembered his name and the current year. Ichikami stated his name and firmly believed it was still 1970, but the doctor diagnosed him as suffering from after effects, which he took to be a memory loss issue. When the doctor informed the boy that his real name was Kusanagi Minato and the current year was 2022, Kusanagi fell into extreme confusion and found it all hard to believe. He looked at the doctor and guessed the man was telling the truth. He spotted a television and wondered why it was so thin and the picture so clear. The protagonist found a calendar and confirmed that it was indeed 2022. He was shocked to see the incredibly thin device in the nurse's hand. Our protagonist was bewildered and began to suspect he might truly be in the future. The doctor gave him some information about the calamity the boy had mentioned. He recalled that it had happened 50 years ago but had never been repeated. Hearing this, the protagonist couldn't believe his words and asked what had happened to all the monsters. The doctor revealed that it was now a peaceful era and there were barely any monsters left. Kusanagi felt a sense of relief. Realizing the world had finally achieved true peace, he began to smile, thanking the heavens. The doctor told him that the Ichikami he spoke of had died in the calamity 50 years ago. He was considered a hero who had sacrificed his life to save the world. The doctor didn't believe that Kusanagi was Ichikami Osumu himself. Our protagonist guessed that he had died 50 years ago, and for some reason had been reincarnated as Kusanagi Minato. He couldn't understand how this could have happened. A week passed and he finally entered his apartment and checked Kusanagi's room. He felt sad upon learning about the original Kusanagi's life. His parents had passed away when he was very young. He was also kicked out by his new foster parents and sent to a boring boarding school. After all this happened, Kusanagi survived on his parents' inheritance. The protagonist had never heard of something called reincarnation magic. He wondered if this reincarnation he was experiencing was the work of some god, or perhaps it had all happened by chance. He saw Kusanagi's Magic Academy student ID and recalled that there were no such things as magic academies in his time. He thought this was quite interesting. Suddenly his phone started ringing. Wondering what it was, he picked it up. He saw that someone named Tadano was calling him, but he didn't know what to do. Kusanagi decided to ignore it and toss the phone aside. The phone kept ringing and a message popped up. It was Tadano demanding that Kusanagi return to school quickly because he knew his friend had been discharged and was running out of allowance. The next day, our protagonist arrived at the Magic Academy and began to look around as he entered the school. He thought it was interesting to be attending school again, despite being an adult. While enjoying the moment, he saw a student using their magical abilities to attack a dummy. Kusanagi was disappointed by the sight, and wondered why people's magical power was so terribly weak. He observed more students and realized they were all novices. He found this hard to believe. He recalled that in his era, even newcomers were 10 times stronger than these pathetic students. Protagonist doubted whether they could ever succeed as magicians, and although it was now a peaceful era, he couldn't understand why magic had declined to this extent. He entered his classroom and found his seat. He began to get excited about school life and wondered if he had any friends in class. Suddenly, a red-haired student appeared with 2 others. The guy asked why someone like Kusanagi dared to ignore his message. The protagonist didn't recognize this guy, so he politely asked for his name. Tadano was furious, kicked a desk and stated his name once more. The guy cursed at Kusanagi, calling him weak trash, but the protagonist didn't seem to care at all. He suddenly remembered that this was the guy who had called him. He assumed Tadano was his friend. Tadano smirked slyly and held out his hand demanding money. Kusanagi, thinking he was a good friend and hoping to get along with him, warmly shook his hand. Tadano got angry, grabbed him by the collar and demanded money again. He tried to threaten Kusanagi, believing he must have a lot of his parents' inheritance left. Kusanagi finally grasped the situation and realized his original self was being bullied. Tadano was about to throw a punch to teach our protagonist a lesson, but a beautiful blue-haired girl appeared out of nowhere and entered the classroom. She greeted everyone with a good morning. Tadano softened at the girl's beautiful smile. He decided to let our protagonist go but made it clear that he would be waiting for the money later. Kusanagi was displeased, but the bully finally left the classroom. Class finally began and the teacher started talking about the Great Calamity, also known as the Last Calamity. 50 years ago, monsters appeared all over the world and humanity fell into despair because of them. However, a great sage known by the name of Ichikami Osumu was determined to save humanity. He never gave up and defeated all the monsters by himself. Finally, he confronted the evil god, who was the cause of this entire phenomenon, and was called the final boss of the calamity. Ichikami risked his life to defeat the final boss, and since that day the calamity has never returned. The teacher began asking the students questions about the great sage. The blue-haired girl from before raised her hand. Her name was Mizua. The teacher allowed her to answer the question. She said that Ichikami was the great sage and the first magician to survive the first calamity. He was also the reason their academy was established. Her eyes began to sparkle with excitement as she said that Ichikami was a hero of humanity and the idol of all magicians worldwide. The teacher confirmed she was correct and taught the whole class about the great sage who survived the first calamity and was the first to learn how to use magic. The Vietnam M Academy was founded to produce more magicians like him. He was the most powerful magician in human history. The teacher advised the entire class to learn about him and prepare for the upcoming exam. The protagonist started blushing as he heard people praising Ichikami. He never knew he would have to endure such torture and began to regret enrolling in the academy. The protagonist recalled the doctor's words and surmised that everyone's magical power was pathetic because the world had become peaceful. He looked out the window and smiled gently, enjoying this new peaceful life. Finally, the teacher ended the class, hoping the entire class would prepare well for the magic aptitude test the next day. Tadano approached the protagonist again and asked if he had heard the teacher. He was very excited, believing it would be great fun to see Kusanagi's pathetic magic skills. Our protagonist wondered why this bully wouldn't just shut up. He decided to leave the classroom. And just as he was about to leave, Tadano pointed out that his parents had no magical ability either. The bully mocked him, calling him an orphan. Finally, the protagonist began to fight back. Tadano was enraged to hear Kusanagi provoking him. Having lost his patience, he began to activate some kind of fire-based magic. The classmates were shocked and tried to stop him. One student wondered if that guy was really going to use such magic inside the classroom. Tadano fired the magic straight at our protagonist, wishing he would just die. The blue-haired friend rushed to stop him, but she was a step too late. Seeing the fireball flying toward him, the protagonist stood still, completely unfazed. The magical attack hit him hard, and all the students backed away. Mizua called him a real idiot and warned that he shouldn't use magic in such a petty fight. She didn't want anyone to get hurt. Tadano made excuses, blaming Kusanagi for everything and refusing to admit his fault. The students began to worry about the protagonist. But when the smoke cleared, Kusanagi walked out without a single scratch. The entire class was flabbergasted and he admitted that he was a little surprised. Tadano was terrified. He wondered why Kusanagi was still standing perfectly fine despite taking a direct hit from the magic attack. Our protagonist could easily block a level 1 magic spell with his barrier without breaking a sweat. He had tolerated Tadano's provocations because he was just a child, but now he believed he had to teach the guy a lesson. He approached the bully with an ice-cold expression. Tadano broke into a cold sweat, and Kusanagi released his magical power. The students couldn't move a muscle. Everyone wondered what on earth was happening. Mizua also wondered what was going on. Kusanagi approached Tadano and slowly reached out his hand. Tadano nearly wet himself, but the teacher intervened, entering the classroom and asking about the commotion. The teacher asked who was using magic in the classroom. Kusanagi reassured the teacher, saying that nothing had happened here. It was probably the sound of magic from outside. The teacher recalled that there were no magic activities scheduled for today, but our protagonist said someone from outside their department might be training. When the teacher demanded an explanation for the smoke, Kusanagi nonchalantly replied that it had drifted in from outside. The teacher believed him, told the entire class to return to their seats and decided to go find the culprit. Kusanagi smiled, apologized, and decided to create some fake evidence to cover things up. All the students, including Mizua, were dumbfounded. Tadano gritted his teeth in frustration. The protagonist doubted these students were strong enough to kill even a single monster. Although the calamity had ended 50 years ago, he knew that dangerous monsters could still exist. He decided to see for himself. At night, he used a magic circle to enter the old Shabuya area. Observing the ruined city and recalling how it looked in his past life, he couldn't find any monsters and guessed the police must have dealt with them. Suddenly, he sensed the presence of a monster and a person nearby and immediately teleported there to check. A monster had cornered a white-haired girl. The girl was crying in fear, begging for her life. The monster was about to devour her, but the protagonist intervened just in time. The monster cried out in pain and then vanished in a single blow. The protagonist saw the police badge on her clothes and guessed she belonged to the magic police force. He advised her to be more careful next time. The girl thanked him, but he had already summoned a magic circle and disappeared. She wondered who he was, thinking he was a great magician, but couldn't understand how he defeated the monster without any incantation. He was glad his face was covered. Having just been reincarnated, he didn't want to attract any attention. He was surprised that a magic police officer had nearly been killed by such a weak monster, and guessed that even the police were less skilled than before. He doubted whether the people of this era had the strength to defeat monsters. From students to police officers, the entire new generation was much weaker than before. He smiled, realizing that humanity once again needed his power. He decided to take action and resolved to take care of all the monsters in the area. The next day at the academy, the teacher told everyone to prepare for the magic aptitude test. The teacher said that accurately measuring one's attributes and mana reserves was very important for pursuing a career as a magician. Our protagonist wondered why they couldn't measure their own power without that strange machine. He understood why the students might need it, but he couldn't comprehend how a teacher wouldn't know how to sense magical power, a fundamental skill of magic. Mizua approached him and asked if it was a good time to talk. Seeing them talk, the students wondered why Mizua was singling Kusanagi out. She introduced herself as the second daughter of the Mizua family, a prestigious magician clan. He had no idea what a prestigious family was, so she explained that it was one of the 4 great families that lead the magic world. He didn't recognize this girl and remembered there were no such prestigious families in his era. Seeing her poor magical power, he wondered why she was boasting about her great magician family with such pathetic magic skills. Mizuo asked why he seemed uninterested. She had expected him to be more appreciative. Tadano gritted his teeth in jealousy, wondering what the two were whispering about. Kusanagi asked why a noble lady was talking to a commoner like him. She got slightly angry but maintained her composure. She thought she had to act like a noble. He wondered if this young lady had some mental issues. Mizuo recalled how the magic explosion yesterday hadn't harmed him at all and suspected he might have some sort of secret. She was about to bring it up, but the teacher interrupted, telling the students to prepare for their measurements. Kusanagi took the opportunity to slip away with a faint smile. Mizuo decided to wait and see what his skills were like after the evaluation. Tadano confidently unleashed his power, showing a fire attribute with 1,000 points of magical power. He celebrated his own growth. Kusanagi commented that the standards were the same as in his era. Next, Mizuo stepped up and released her magic. Her attribute was water and her magical power was 2,000. Everyone was surprised. The teacher praised both her and Tadano, saying they were top tier and would become excellent magicians. The students also began to cheer for them. Kusanagi considered it a farce and looked disappointed, thinking that 2,000 points of magical power was no different from a novice's level. Mizua looked triumphant and tried to show off the power of her family. He wondered why the young lady was looking at him so arrogantly. Suddenly he heard the teacher call him for his evaluation. As he walked toward the device, he overheard students whispering about his grades from last year. His theory was excellent, but his magic skills were the worst in the class. Tadano sneered that Kusanagi had no talent and was looking forward to seeing him humiliated. Mizuha wondered how much power Kusanagi was hiding but doubted he could surpass her. Slightly annoyed, Kusanagi remembered being too conspicuous in his past life. It was a real pain. He tried to control his power but ultimately decided to go all out. He smiled, unleashed everything, and challenged the machine to handle the power of the greatest sage in history. The machine shone brilliantly, shooting a pillar of light out of the building, which 2 students from another class witnessed. Mizuha was alarmed as the machine started to malfunction. It glowed brighter just before shattering and exploding. The students scrambled to avoid the blast. The protagonist was disappointed that the machine had been destroyed. He thought he hadn't even gotten started yet. He guessed that none of his classmates would have been able to sense his magical power. The teacher looked concerned. He asked if everyone was okay. The students reassured him that they were fine. The teacher then asked Kusanagi if he was all right. He said he was lucky, despite being at the center of the explosion. The teacher wondered if the equipment had malfunctioned. He worried that there was now no way to measure Kusanagi's magical power and attributes. Kusanagi asked why he was so concerned. The teacher explained that he was trying to form groups for the practical class, but without the evaluation results he couldn't decide. The teacher asked Tadano to take Kusanagi into his group. Tadano, seeing an opportunity to bully the protagonist, immediately agreed. The teacher sighed in relief, thinking that was fortunate. Tadano approached Kusanagi with a sly smirk, saying he was really looking forward to the practical class. The students arrived in old Shabuya, and the teacher explained that some monsters still lived in the city, which had been destroyed by the great calamity. Magicians and police regularly come to this abandoned city to fight the monsters that still live here. For some reason, academy students were also asked to help with this. The teacher reassured everyone not to be too nervous, as most of the monsters had been dealt with by professional magicians and police officers. The protagonist hadn't expected there to be a practical class. He hoped the students could handle a few monsters since they would be working in groups. He remembered being here last night, but he found it a bit strange as he sensed the presence of several monsters nearby. He recalled cleaning the place out yesterday. He hadn't seen any signs of a calamity recently, and wondered why more and more monsters kept appearing in old Shabuya. He overheard some female students talking about competing to see who was better. Despite it being a practical class, the protagonist was surprised to see the students being so carefree. For some reason, Mizua was observing Kusanagi very closely. The teacher started the practical, hoping everyone would cooperate well with each other. Tadano spotted the protagonist and called out to him. He and his gang approached the protagonist and advised him not to stand there and block their way. Tadano made it clear that if Kusanagi acted recklessly like before, he wouldn't let him off this time. The protagonist couldn't understand why they didn't just ignore him if they disliked him so much. Tadano got angry and yelled, "Don't talk back to me." He couldn't understand why Mizua kept talking to a useless guy like Kusanagi. The protagonist was startled to hear that and realized Tadano liked Mizua. Tadano's face turned red with anger. Just as the protagonist realized something, the bullies were about to attack him with magic, but he warned them to stop. Tadano flatly stated that apologizing wouldn't work this time. Kusanagi told him to look behind him, but Tadano believed he was using a cheap trick to save himself. When Tadano looked back, the bullies discovered a huge monster standing behind them. They all started to break into a cold sweat, wondering why there was a magic soldier in this abandoned city. The other bullies cheered for Tadano, believing he could win. He reassured them that he would, however his face was visibly nervous. He stepped forward and attacked with fire magic. The attack hit the monster, causing an explosion. Tadano and his friends sighed in relief, but when the smoke cleared, the monster was standing before them without a single scratch. Tadano was terrified to see the monster completely unharmed. The protagonist revealed that his pathetic level 1 magic couldn't do any damage to a magic soldier. As the monster approached, they all froze in fear. They all collapsed to the ground and began to tremble. Tears welled up in Tadano's eyes. He wondered if his life was going to end here. He even wet his pants miserably. But just before he was killed, the magic soldier sensed the protagonist's power. The monster got scared and took a step back. Kusanagi stepped forward, surprised that the monster could sense which of them was the strongest. He faced the magic soldier alone and released his power. The monster also started to go all out, summoning several magic circles. Tadano and his gang doubted whether the protagonist could actually defeat the monster. They had all accepted their deaths. The monster cast a level 2 magic called Giant Rock Destruction, and a huge rock flew toward the protagonist, but he stood calmly and smiled. He cast a level 1 magic called Fire Bullet and threw it at the magic soldier. His fire bullets completely destroyed the rock thrown by the monster. It also hit the magic soldier, and a huge explosion occurred. Tadano and his minions opened their eyes. They were shocked to see that the monster was dead. Tadano wondered what on earth was happening and if Kusanagi was behind all of this. He couldn't believe it, thinking it was impossible for a guy like Kusanagi. But the protagonist informed him that just level 1 magic was enough for him to defeat a magic soldier. He thought it was strange that such a monster would appear in Shabuya, even though he had just cleaned up the area and dealt with all the monsters yesterday. He thought this might be an ominous sign of some great calamity. Protagonist wondered if he should take this whole situation seriously. Suddenly he remembered the scenes of destruction he had witnessed in his past life. He had to watch many people, including his loved ones, die before his eyes. He felt a little sad and clenched his fist. The protagonist firmly resolved to save humanity if the calamity were to strike once again. The other bullies admitted they saw Kusanagi defeat the magic soldier. They wondered if he was the same Kusanagi they knew. Tadano punched the wall in frustration. He felt enraged and couldn't understand what was happening. Meanwhile, Mizua had been watching everything from behind and was surprised to learn more about Kusanagi. Mizua cast a level 1 magic called Water Dagger and easily defeated a weak monster. Her classmates' eyes widened in amazement, and they began to praise her. She got slightly annoyed, wondering why ordinary people were so easily impressed. She believed it was just because she was a genius. Suddenly, she spotted Tadano's group. Mizua told her group members to take care of the rest and left. She got excited, thinking Tadano might be bullying the protagonist again. She rushed to where they were, not wanting to miss this opportunity. She stood behind a wall and peeked. Mizua was shocked to see the magic soldier. She doubted they could face such a monster in battle, but despite her fear, she decided to help them as a member of the Mizua family. She was confident she could do something. Mizua ran toward the group, shouting for everyone to run. Suddenly, a huge stream of fire magic was launched right in front of her, hitting the magic soldier. Kusanagi had defeated the powerful monster in a single blow. Mizua was completely shocked and wondered if the protagonist was behind all of this. She remembered that Kusanagi was once a timid kid with poor magical power. She couldn't believe she was seeing the same Kusanagi. She had observed very carefully, but she hadn't heard any incantations. Mizua couldn't understand how he could defeat a magic soldier with just level 1 magic without a single word of incantation. These things were truly hard for her to believe. She knew that the power of each demon was determined by the number of crystals in its body. This method was also used to set ranks among the demons. Rank 6 magic beasts, rank 5 spirit fiends, rank 4 fiend captains, rank 3 fiend generals, and rank 2 demon lords. And finally, the strongest rank 1 demon, also known as the demon god. These numbers were fixed for each demon. so all modern magicians knew that at least level 3 magic was required to defeat a magic soldier. She didn't believe that level 1 magic was enough to defeat it. Kusanagi started walking toward her. She knew there was no reason to hide and peeked at the protagonist again. He told her not to peek anymore. She was flustered, wondering how he knew. The protagonist thought it would be foolish of her not to know since she was a magician. Mizua was confused. He was disappointed to see that they really couldn't sense magic at all. He started to leave. She tried to call out to him, but he didn't listen and kept walking. Mizua chased after him, demanding an explanation, but there was no one in the alley. Kusanagi jumped onto a building and got annoyed seeing the girl desperately searching for him. He decided to check for monsters in the vicinity and found that there were no more magic soldiers in the area. But the number of magic beasts was still high. After witnessing Tadano's pathetic display in front of the magic soldier, he doubted if the other students had the ability to deal with the magic beasts. The protagonist decided to take care of some magic beasts. As he activated his magic, his body suddenly started to glow. Since he could cover the area around the abandoned city, he drew 2 magic circles and used a level 2 magic called barrage. Numerous beams of light shot up into the sky and spread throughout Shabuya. Tadano and his gang witnessed the beams of light. They thought they were seeing a meteor shower. Mizua noticed it was magic and wondered who had released so much magical power at once. Somewhere in Shabuya, 2 students were surrounded by magic beasts. They fell into despair seeing so many monsters approaching at once. Both of them gave up and accepted their fate. But as a monster approached to kill the girl, it suddenly stopped and began to scream in pain as it was hit by a powerful beam of light. The 2 students asked each other if they were okay. The protagonist was watching everything from above. He felt a sense of euphoria as he killed all the monsters. He watched them all fall and die, and suddenly realized he had overdone it a bit. He ended up killing almost all the monsters in Shabuya. Kusanagi started to worry if the class could continue after this. He regretted not controlling his power. He used a magic circle to travel around the city and find a secluded alley to land in. He didn't want to hide his power more than necessary, but being in the spotlight like this was too much of a hassle. He joined his classmates and teacher. The teacher was checking the corpses of the dead magic beasts, wondering why there were so many left. He had thought most of them would have been hunted down or killed. He believed some skilled individual had just killed them. Because it's not easy to defeat a monster in a single blow, he recalled the type of magic that had killed the monsters. He knew that firing so many magic bullets belonged to the incredible void attribute. He admitted he had never seen anything like it before. He admitted that everything might have been over if it weren't for those magic bullets. Knowing that even firing 2 shots was a great feat, the teacher was in disbelief and understood that if the number of shots was more than 6, no ordinary student could use such magic. The students shouted in anger, asking why they had to face so many monsters and nearly lose their lives. The teacher bowed his head and apologized. He remembered confirming with the police that most of the monsters had been cleared out and regretted not double-checking with the school. He sincerely apologized for putting the entire class in danger. A female student asked if someone had come to save them. The teacher said he didn't know but added that it wasn't the police or an official magician. Perhaps it was an unofficial magician. In his mind, he thanked the faceless savior. The protagonist smiled as he heard the teacher indirectly praising him. He noticed some students talking about his magic bullets. Everyone was wondering what they were. Kusanagi sighed in relief seeing that everyone was safe, including the kids who bullied him. Tadano gritted his teeth in frustration. The bullies stared daggers at the protagonist. Mizua recalled Kusanagi defeating the magic soldier with just level 1 magic, followed by the infinite attribute magic. She wondered if Kusanagi was behind both incidents. Fire and void were different attributes, and she doubted that any student, including Kusanagi, could possess both. She calmed down, thinking it was impossible for him to have 2 attributes, and guessed someone else was behind the void attribute incident. She still couldn't understand how Kusanagi had defeated the magic soldier on his own. Tadano's gang thought he might be behind those rays of light. Tadano said it was impossible, but his friend reminded him that Kusanagi had also defeated the magic soldier. Tadano got angry and warned his friend to shut up or else. His friends were terrified. Tadano made it clear that he would never believe a guy like Kusanagi could do such things. He thought Kusanagi was hiding something. His minions agreed, recalling how cowardly Kusanagi had been. Tadano shouted in anger, saying he would prove that Kusanagi was using tricks. He decided to corner Kusanagi and expose his true identity. After school, as Kusanagi was heading out, he was surrounded by a group of bullies. Tadano approached and said he had been waiting patiently. The protagonist got annoyed and advised him to put that patience into studying magic. Tadano believed he had no right to say that when he was using tricks himself. Kusanagi was confused by the accusation of using tricks. But Tadano insisted that he was definitely hiding some cheap trick. Tired of their unreasonable attitude, Kusanagi realized it was useless to reason with them verbally. Tadano ordered him to follow. He praised Kusanagi for not running away. Kusanagi made it clear that he had no reason to run. Tadano didn't believe him, and knowing Kusanagi wouldn't use magic in a public park, attacked him with his fists. The punch landed on his face. But he was unfazed. The bullies rushed him and attacked indiscriminately. but he remained patient and didn't fight back. Tadano asked what was wrong, thinking Kusanagi couldn't do anything without magic. He continued to attack, making it clear he wouldn't stop even if Kusanagi begged and that he would kill him. The protagonist was disappointed. Their attacks couldn't even scratch him. His magical power automatically defended against all physical attacks. Annoyed, he decided to pretend to be hurt to satisfy Tadano. Suddenly, someone appeared from behind and asked why they were attacking Kusanagi. When Tadano turned around, he saw Mizua. The bully panicked and tried to explain. He told Mizua that they were just playing around. She didn't buy his nonsense and pointed out that he was bullying Kusanagi. She was disappointed to see her classmates acting this way, and wondered if they felt any shame for their actions. Tadano felt a little guilty but pinned all the blame on Kusanagi. He thought that Mizua now hated him and it was all that guy's fault. She took the protagonist's hand and began to drag him out of this mess. Tadano's eyes burned with jealousy when he saw her holding Kusanagi's hand. Tadano couldn't take it anymore and lost his patience. He was about to launch a magic attack on our protagonist. Kusanagi began to get annoyed. Tadano and his minions prepared to finish him off. His minions also activated their magic. Mizua questioned why they were acting this way, but they unleashed a fire-based attack on the protagonist. Mizua knew how dangerous it was and tried to save Kusanagi, but she couldn't get there in time. He took a direct hit from all the attacks. Tadano laughed arrogantly, believing no cheap trick could help Kusanagi escape this level of power. His minions began to worry and wondered if he was dead. Tadano scolded them, calling them idiots for worrying too much. He fabricated a story that they were playing with magic outside of school and it went out of control. Kusanagi unfortunately got caught up in the incident, and that's why he got hurt. The minions thought they had gone too far. As the smoke cleared, Kusanagi said he had put up with enough. To him, they were just kids. But it seemed this foolishness needed to be corrected with punishment. He was ready to teach them all a lesson they would remember for the rest of their lives. Tadano's jaw dropped seeing him still alive after they had poured so much powerful magic on him. Kusanagi told them with a serious face that they shouldn't have involved Mizua in this. He wondered how rotten they could be to do something like that. Tadano shouted and blamed both of them for this entire mess. He thought they would regret making him a laughingstock. So he pulled out another magic circle, declaring he would keep attacking until Kusanagi was dead. Our protagonist took out a very small magic circle. The bullies laughed at him, calling him old-fashioned. They thought he was bluffing and attacked him simultaneously with all their might, hoping Kusanagi would finally die. The protagonist used magic absorption, and strange green tentacles shot out of the small circle, grabbing the entire gang. They all turned pale and struggled to break free but failed miserably. Their power was completely drained and the bullies began to lose consciousness. Tadano and his minions stopped moving. Kusanagi looked disappointed. He had hoped they would last a little longer. He hoped these guys would reflect on what they had done and live as better people after this incident. Mizua was confused. She wondered if she had just seen magic. She was surprised to see the entire gang down but had no idea what had just happened. Kusanagi stood up and was about to leave, but Mizua stopped him and asked what had happened. She also asked about the magic, remembering that just a few days ago he couldn't even use a single pathetic spell. She demanded to know who he really was. The protagonist got annoyed by her attitude and asked back. He advised her to find something else to do instead of asking so many strange questions. Mizua began to blush. She thanked him for saving her. She now requested that he answer her questions, but when she looked around he was nowhere to be seen. She felt embarrassed and wondered why he had left her behind again. At night, Kusanagi entered the old Shabuya area again and used a magic circle to move around. He had a bad feeling during the day and decided to come check things out. He found that there were more monsters in the area, even though he had cleared them all out during the day. He believed this might be some kind of ominous sign. The protagonist was confident he could handle it alone if the monsters only appeared in old Shabuya, but he sensed them roaming in other places as well. He thought this might be beyond the police's capabilities, and since skilled magicians were rare, he doubted he could handle all the monsters in the country by himself. He didn't know what to do and decided to make a plan first. He thought he should start by clearing out the monsters in old Shabuya, and at the same time he had to avoid all attention. He once again used his magic bullets to destroy many monsters at once. A drunk man unknowingly wandered into a dangerous area. Suddenly, a monster appeared behind him, but it was immediately taken out by the protagonist. The man caught a glimpse of him but dismissed it as a hallucination due to being drunk and casually walked away. Our protagonist hoped the man hadn't seen him. He used a magic circle to disappear. Someone spotted him and filmed everything on his phone. The man was in great shock and was sure his video would go super viral this time. He didn't waste a moment and immediately uploaded it online. The next day, Tadano, Kusanagi, and Mizua were called to the principal's office. The homeroom teacher said he had received reports that some students had used magic outside of school, and he emphasized that anyone caught would be immediately expelled. He gave them a chance to explain. Tadano pointed straight at the protagonist and tried to pin all the blame on him. He claimed that our protagonist had started the fight first. Kusanagi was impressed by the level of lies Tadano could tell without batting an eye and realized it was a real hassle, but he had no choice but to defend himself. Just as he was about to say something, Mizua stepped in to defend him. She revealed to the principal that they were all telling a blatant lie and that Kusanagi was the victim being bullied by Tadano and his friends. It was they who attacked first with magic. The teacher listened carefully and learned that our protagonist had also used magic. She believed it was self-defense and not his fault, as the situation had forced him to do so. Kusanagi couldn't help but be surprised by her. Tadano tried to explain to the teacher that they were also innocent, but Mizua interrupted him and continued to expose his actions. She called him trash for bullying Kusanagi and then shifting all the blame onto the victim when he faced the consequences. She couldn't understand why he wasn't ashamed of himself. Tadano called the protagonist trash and said he didn't deserve to study here. He shamelessly excused himself by saying he was just trying to clean up the useless thing. Mizua cut him off, saying he was the trash and didn't deserve to be in this academy. Tadano still arrogantly said that he was the best in the class and the only one who deserved to be with her. Kusanagi didn't deserve it. She had no idea what he was talking about. Tadano warned her to stop defending Kusanagi and come to her senses, advising her to be his girl. She was disgusted and said she would never choose a piece of trash like him. Tadano was greatly shocked by the rejection. She rejected him flat out because of his violent nature and scolded him for his foolishness in confessing in such a ridiculous situation. Our protagonist understood why she said that but thought she was a little too harsh. Tadano fainted on the spot after hearing the ruthless rejection. The culprits in this case were him and his friends, and Kusanagi had only defended himself from their magic attacks. So the principal firmly declared that he didn't need selfish students who used magic to harm others. He expelled Tadano and his group. Tadano's minions tried to make excuses, saying they were just doing what Tadano told them to do. The teacher allowed Kusanagi and Mizua to return to the classroom. The two of them left the principal's office. Mizua fumed and called Tadano the worst man in the world. Our protagonist asked what would happen to them now that they were expelled. She explained that there was no chance for them to become magicians, which was an obvious fact. She couldn't understand why Kusanagi didn't step up to defend himself. He said he was about to, but she didn't give him a chance. Suddenly he remembered something and she asked what was wrong. Kusanagi said he was thinking about how many times she had tried to save him. First when they fought in the classroom and now when the principal called them. He called her a good kid who always helped him. She blushed uncontrollably and felt shy. Mizua told him to be quiet and ran to the classroom first. Kusanagi smiled as he watched her go. He believed that the original Kusanagi had died and he had been reincarnated into this body. He wondered if he had died from being bullied or if it really was a traffic accident. He didn't know the truth yet, but he felt a sense of relief that the bullies had been punished for what they had done. He smiled, hoping this was compensation. Principal informed two third-year students about what had happened earlier, saying that some students had fought and even used magic in a public place. He assured them that no one was hurt. The third-year student asked why he had called them if everything was fine. The principal told her it was because one of the students involved was Mizua from the Mizua family. The blue-haired friend understood and thanked the principal for informing them. He told her to give his regards to her father. She told him not to worry and revealed that her family was planning to invest in the school. She went out with her friend and the principal wondered if Kusanagi was ridiculously strong because it's almost impossible to fight multiple magicians at once. There was no way a normal student could win unless they were hiding some secret power. He wondered if Kusanagi was stronger than them. But the blue-haired girl replied no. He was curious about the boy and told her he wanted to meet him to confirm it. She was thinking about whether her sister should be expelled or not depending on Kusanagi's abilities. She was Haruka Mizua, a third year, and her friend was Ryuji Kasaragi, also a third year. Kusanagi now felt bored as his life became peaceful again. He heard some classmates talking about a person known as the Shadow Magician and wondered if it was related to the magician nobles he had learned about. He decided not to care about it for now. The teacher appeared and called Kusanagi out for an evaluation test. She explained that students who couldn't be measured before now had a chance to retake the test. Mizua noticed what was happening and was happy to finally be able to learn more about him. Suddenly, she saw her older sister Haruka Mizua and Katsuragi enter. She wondered why her sister had appeared here. The teacher announced it was Kusanagi's turn and asked him to begin the magic ability evaluation test. He remembered breaking the machine last time, so he decided to be more careful and hold back. He was about to pour out his full magical power but suddenly started to feel uncomfortable. He was hit with extreme fatigue and started panting for breath. The teacher asked if he was okay, looked at the machine and checked the results. Both Mizua and the teacher were shocked to see that for some reason his attribute was null and his magical power was only 100. This made Kasaragi smile. Two students talked about Kusanagi, saying it was the lowest magical power in their group, and thought he was useless since he didn't even have an attribute. Kasaragi didn't believe there was any truth behind the story they heard from the principal, and he didn't believe the protagonist had defeated all those bullies by himself. Haruka was disappointed and decided to leave because there was no reason to stay any longer. The students noticed Kusanagi was exhausted from just one test and understood it was because his magical power was extremely low. The teacher tried to console Kusanagi, saying magical power wasn't the most important thing. But Mizua couldn't believe her eyes. She remembered him completely defeating the magic soldier on his own, and she knew he could use 2 attributes, both fire and null attributes at the same time. She wondered what kind of trick he was using, as she had never heard of magicians regulating their magical power to hide it. The protagonist was relieved and satisfied with the result. He had performed some kind of magical manipulation to change the results, even though it was affecting his body. He felt confident and thought he had finally gotten the hang of it. As he was leaving the room, he saw Mizua and knew she was in the evaluation room out of curiosity. She told him she had come just out of curiosity. Suddenly, Haruka stopped the 2 of them in the school hallway. Kusanagi asked who the 2 were, and she introduced herself and Kusaragi. He recognized her last name and asked if she had any business with him. She said she had no interest in him at all and walked towards her sister. Mizua was nervous and Haruka was disappointed. She learned that her sister couldn't even beat some bullies. She also learned that Mizua had been saved by someone with 100 magical power and asked if all of this was true. Mizua confirmed it, which angered her older sister. She ordered Mizua to quit school. Mizua didn't understand why she was saying this for no reason. Haruka reminded her that she had never won a single time when the 2 of them fought. Whether it was academic grades, sports, or magic, she lost every time. Haruka didn't believe Mizua was good enough to be a magician. She thought it was enough for Mizua to quit school and go to a normal school instead. Mizua started to cry but couldn't say anything. Her older sister confirmed if she understood everything, and Mizua nervously replied yes. Finally, Kusanagi intervened and called Haruka arrogant. She gave him a cold look and told him to say that again. He pointed out that she had constantly spouted nonsense without even trying to listen to what her sister had to say. It was clear that she was full of arrogance. She made it clear that this was a conversation between 2 family members, so he had no right to interfere. He was surprised that she called it a conversation, even though he had heard her only giving orders without even giving her sister a chance to speak. She got angry, but he believed that not even she had the right to take away someone else's way of life. He pointed her out and said she was really terrible for forcing her sister to give up her dream. Haruka confidently said that her incompetent sister had no talent to be a magician because she couldn't even beat her. Mizua started to cry and agreed with her sister's words. She didn't believe in herself and thought she had been fooling herself all along. She tried to convince herself that she was a genius with the talent to be a magician, but she had never once beaten her sister. Kusanagi confidently said that she could beat Haruka. He started to smile, which confused everyone. Haruka asked if he was challenging her. He then asks for more time since Mizua couldn't possibly win right now. Haruka gives them 2 weeks, proposing a 2-on-2 magic duel. He's surprised but agrees, calling it ridiculous. With a smile, he asks Mizua if she really wants to do this. She calms down and stops crying. Mizua steals her resolve and accepts the challenge. With the decision made, Kusanagi demands that they never bring this up again. If he wins, Haruka promises her sister won't have to leave the academy. If she and Kaji win, she warns them, making it clear she won't be holding back. So they must prepare thoroughly and face reality. A little later, Mizua and Kusanagi go up to the rooftop. She asks for his help, hoping he will teach her more about magic so she can improve her skills quickly. He finally understood why he was called to the rooftop. He asked if she was really sure about learning magic from a pathetic person like him, since his magical power was only 100. She wasn't fooled by his words, and she already knew he was hiding his true power. She believed he was much stronger than her. He noticed that she wasn't backing down this time. She figured he knew how to get stronger, which was why he had challenged her sister. He knew that Haruka was the type of person who desperately tried to control everything. It was just her nature. That's why he provoked her into fighting him. But how could he tell Mizua that? She bowed her head and began to plead for his help. He gave in and agreed to help her become stronger. She asked again just to be sure. He warned her beforehand, making it clear that she must follow all of his instructions and that there was no turning back once the training began. She immediately agreed to all his conditions. Kusanagi found it hard to refuse since she was begging so desperately. After seeing the number of monsters in Shabuya, he knew some preparations were necessary. Training a magician seemed like a promising idea. He decided to start her training today and thought about finding a place to practice. Mizua started blushing and with an embarrassed look invited him to her house. A short while later, they arrived at her home. He was surprised to see the huge house, but she thought it was normal since her father was a noble magician. Mizua suddenly remembered that this was the first time she had ever invited a boy to her house. She wondered if he would think her invitation was strange, although she wasn't hiding any ulterior motives. Kusanagi suggested they start, but he noticed she was lost in a daydream and called out to her. He called her Yuka. The girl was confused to hear her own name, but he just said he was trying to avoid confusion since her older sister also uses the name Mizua. She was a little disappointed to hear his answer. He asked if there was any other name he could use, but she agreed to Yuka, so he decided to start the training and told her to take good care of him. The first question he asked her was about magical power. She thought it was easy and answered that it's the energy needed to perform magic and that it's in everyone's body. Next, he asked her about spells. Yuka confidently replied that they are like an automatic program that turns magic into an attack. He asked if there was a way to increase a person's magical power. but she answered negatively, believing that it is determined at birth and stops increasing after a certain age. Yuka smiled confidently, proud of herself for answering everything perfectly. He informed her that all of her answers were wrong. With a disappointed look, she started to tear up and asked if he was trying to call her an idiot. The protagonist felt really sorry and wondered how ignorant the magicians of this era were. He was surprised that there had been such a big change in just 50 years. He began to explain that magical power is not only found in her body but also in nature and their surrounding environment. Spells or magic are simply a way to better support magic, and you can also increase your magical power intentionally. He found his words hard to believe and called it all a lie because it went against the Academy's ideology. If everything were true, it would overturn the Magic Academy. He didn't care whether she believed him or not. He planned to teach her about these 3 things during their training process. He ordered her to sit and informed her that he was going to inject his magical power into her body, so she had to let him know when she started to feel it. She was surprised to learn there was a way to feel magical power. He made it clear that if she couldn't feel it, she wouldn't get any stronger. He ordered her to close her eyes and began to touch her. He released his magical power but found that she still couldn't feel it. He released more magical power, wondering how she couldn't feel that level of magic. Finally, Yuka felt something. She thought her back was getting hot. He taught her about it and called it magic perception. Finally, she understood what he was trying to say earlier. He ordered her to always remember that feeling because in order to sense magical power, it's important to feel it first. He explained that it's also present in nature, so her first goal was to find it and get used to feeling magical power. She smiled confidently, and she reassured him that she would master it in a short amount of time since she was the noble daughter of the Mizua family. Our friend doubted she could keep her promise because even when he poured so much magical power into her back, she couldn't feel it. He accepted the fact that she might not be suited to become a magician. A week passed and Yuka began to cry, telling our friend that she still couldn't feel the magic. She was a huge disappointment and let the protagonist down. He was surprised that a whole week wasn't enough for her to learn such a simple thing. Although she had practiced very hard, he guessed she was just really slow at understanding the concept. Since there was very little time to waste, he decided to inject some magic into her again. He touched her back and instructed Yuka to open her eyes as he began to release his magic. She hesitated and opened her eyes, but was surprised when she was finally able to see the flow of magical light around her body. She started smiling because she finally understood what magical power was. Yuka was amazed by her new skill, as she could finally see magical power. She thought of measuring Kusanagi's power level. For some reason she could feel almost nothing from him. This confused her. He praised her for all her effort, but she said it was a given since she was a genius. Now that she could finally use magic perception, he informed her that they would work on controlling her magical power. Next, he explained the entire process of how to use the right amount of magical power for any spell. She had to focus only on efficiency and forget everything else. She also had to use all her magical power to its limit, so that when she fully recovered, the amount of magic she could use would increase. He believed that now that she could clearly sense magic, she could easily follow all his instructions. He knew that what he was about to teach was completely different from the basics of the Magic Academy, but he didn't care whether she believed him or not. Yuka reassured him that she believed his words and smiled, saying she wouldn't doubt him anymore. He was happy to hear her change of opinion. He decided to start the next phase of their training. The protagonist asked her to step back a little and get ready because they were going to fight each other. She confirmed that she didn't mind as she wanted to witness his true power. Yuka used level 1 water magic and unleashed several water attacks, but our friend easily blocked all of them. This surprised the girl. She didn't understand how he had blocked them. He had used a level 1 magic barrier with the null attribute. He made it clear that if she couldn't even destroy such a weak barrier, she had no hope of defeating her sister. She fell into despair and started throwing ice bullets. He explained that she had to keep moving even while attacking, because if she stopped moving, she would surely lose when facing a competent magician. Frustrated, she unleashed more attacks but eventually got tired and gave up. He explained that it was wrong to use so much magical power inefficiently, if she could control the magical power she put behind her spells. Eventually, she would be able to cast magic without any incantations. Kusanagi asked her to look closely and showed her how he used magic. He threw 2 fire streams at a dummy and also proved the way he used his magic. She understood that the magical power behind her attacks was less than his. He told her she was right and explained that if she learned to control her magical power, she wouldn't even need incantations to cast any magic. Finally, she understood that there was no reason to chant when casting magic. He confirmed it and explained that her first step was to learn how to shorten the incantation somehow. Once she learns to control her magic, she won't need to use incantations. He believed it would be helpful if she could shorten the incantation so she wouldn't have to waste any effort or magical power on the spell. This way, her magic would definitely become stronger. He ordered her to get up and fight him again. She thought it was too soon, but he said it would be meaningless otherwise, and with a cold look ordered her to practice as if her life depended on it. She was terrified to hear this and collapsed. He asked if she was okay and made it clear that they would be doing this every day from now on. He noticed she wasn't even listening to him. At night our friend entered Harajuku. He had recently detected some magic beasts in this area, so he came to check. Although he kept trying to eradicate all the magic beasts, their numbers somehow didn't decrease at all. Suddenly he found someone being attacked by a magic beast. Without any delay he rushed straight to the kid. He arrived just in time and took care of the magic beast in an instant. The boy asked the girl if she was okay. Instead of thanking him, the girl took out her phone and started taking pictures frantically. He quickly left the place, wondering why that kid was just taking pictures without saying a single word of thanks. He thought there was something wrong with the youth these days. He decided he should cover his face better next time and left. The next day our protagonist started training Yuka again. In no time she was exhausted and collapsed on the ground. The day of their duel was approaching and he thought that her progress so far wasn't bad, but she was still behind Haruka in almost every aspect. She went into the duel at this rate, there was no chance of winning. He reassured her, saying it was okay to give up now. The girl got up and told him that she had been compared to her sister her whole life. She had to give up countless times because she always lost to her sister, but she had decided to continue pursuing magic crafting and would never give up. He made it clear that she would never succeed like this, but she told him to be stricter. He agreed and decided not to hold back anymore. The girl was happy to hear that and got ready to fight. The two of them continued to train together, and he taught the girl many things. By sunset Yuka had passed out after a harsh training session, and in the end Kusanagi had to carry her back on his back. After training together for several days he finally told Yuka that she was ready to fight her sister. She sat down on the ground and breathed a sigh of relief. Kusanagi's team praised her for her hard work and effort. She started smiling upon hearing his words. On the day of the duel, our friend asked if she was ready to fight. She answered with full confidence, and just as they were about to enter the academy, both of them found a huge crowd. Several reporters surrounded them and confirmed if what they were seeing was Mizua Yuka from the prestigious family. They asked for a word about the magic duel and asked if she was going to fight her sister. Kusanagi was bewildered. She explained that her family was very influential, and since she was going to fight her sister, it was natural for the media to make such a fuss. He was surprised that people took so much interest in a fight between two students. He guessed it was because the Mizua family was so important. They all went to the training ground, which was surrounded by a huge crowd of spectators. He thought this was a bit of an exaggeration, but the girl explained that since duels between students rarely happen, it was more like an event than a simple challenge. He was a little surprised to learn all of this. The two were called to the arena. Yuka was ready, but suddenly her body started to tremble. He reassured her, telling her to just focus on how hard she had worked. The girl calmed down and smiled. Yuka steeled her resolve and headed to the arena without any hesitation. She inwardly called our friend a mysterious person and admitted that his words really touched her heart. Finally, Yuka and Haruka faced each other. Haruka was surprised to see that her younger sister hadn't run away. Yuka confidently confirmed it. Haruka called her insolent for believing she could defeat her older sister, but Yuka firmly stated that she would definitely succeed. Haruka decided to give her a chance, thinking her sister must have changed a lot in the last 2 weeks. Yuka knew very well that her sister was very strong. She realized the difference in their magical power was like heaven and earth, but she believed in herself and knew she would definitely win. The match began and both players were allowed to make their moves. Yuka wasted no time and deployed a magic circle. She also tried to shorten her incantation time. Haruka launched her attack. Kusanagi observed the match and understood that casting magic while moving was a basic of combat. He thought that at least Haruka had grasped the basics of a battle between two magicians. Unlike her sister, Yuka was so nervous that she completely forgot the basics and stood still like a post during the match. She no longer had the upper hand. Despite shortening her incantation time, Haruka and Yuka attacked each other with level 1 water magic. Yuka was able to withstand her sister's attack. Haruka was surprised by her sister's abilities. Believing she had grown stronger, Haruka admitted that her sister's skills had improved in just 2 weeks. Yuka was happy to hear her sister's praise. Haruka poured cold water on her, telling her not to smile as it was just a comparison. Why rejoice over something that wasn't a compliment? Haruka raised the level of her magic and unleashed a more powerful attack this time. She used a level 2 water attribute attack. Yuka couldn't block it. She was thrown back and fell beside the protagonist. He looked at the girl and saw that she was now proficient in shortened incantations. That increased her chances of winning. But her sister was on a different level. Haruka called him cold-blooded, saying he had protected her sister but now wouldn't even help her up. He told Haruka that he didn't need to help her. Haruka didn't understand what he was saying. Suddenly, Yuka actually stood up, much to her sister's shock. Haruka couldn't understand how her sister was still standing after taking a level 2 attack. Yuka made it clear that she would definitely win this fight. There was nothing in Yuka's life besides magic crafting, even if she ended up losing everything. Magic crafting was the one thing she would never give up. As Haruka launched another attack, Yuka began to fight back. She was determined not to give up and did her best against her sister, but eventually, she used up all her magical power and collapsed. The commentator announced to everyone that Yuka had run out of magical power. So the winner of this duel was Haruka. Yuka tried to get up to do something to win but was powerless. Kusanagi said this was a battle of using magic based on mana control. He believed his friend had lost in terms of magical power reserves. Haruka asked if she understood now. She said her sister had no talent at all, and our protagonist probably thought so too. He admitted she was untalented and clumsy. Her growth was slow and she couldn't perform well in a real fight, but he told Haruka that she was an incredible hard worker who practiced consistently every day like a fool. Yuka was still disappointed with the result, but he told her that he liked hardworking people who never give up, just like himself, just like Yuka. The girl started to cry upon hearing his words. He told everyone that she was his student, and he didn't like it when someone spoke so carelessly and badly about her. Yuka shed tears like rain. Haruka called him an arrogant fool, wondering why someone with so little magical power dared to speak so much. He told her to her face that he would beat her with his 100 magical power. The sister thought he was bluffing but decided to agree anyway. Haruka said his opponent was someone else, and Katsuragi appeared. As his turn approached, his fighting spirit ignited. Haruka advised her friend to finish it quickly, and he asserted there was no need to say it twice. Yuka went outside to rest. She was ordered to watch the fight and learn. The girl understood what the other meant and suddenly realized the pain in her body was gone and there were no wounds on her hands. As he entered the arena, our protagonist admitted that although he had just boasted he had no chance of winning with only 100 magical power, he knew he had to concentrate 100 to win. The protagonist decided to maintain his magical power at 100 with a chantless null attribute attack. This time he didn't put up a magic barrier, so he was well aware that a direct hit could be the end. He was excited. He called the situation truly thrilling. Katsuragi took his stance. He apologized in advance, as he had no intention of holding back. Our protagonist informed him that he was the one who should be holding back. The crowd cheered for Katsuragi, hoping he wouldn't go all out so the challenger wouldn't get hurt too badly. He ignored their words and activated his 8,000 magical power. Our protagonist noticed it and saw it wasn't that great, but since he was only using 100 magical power today, there was a high chance he would actually die. The second match began. Facing each other, Katsuragi hoped that Guy wouldn't hold a grudge after it was all over. He prepared his attack, summoned a magic circle and thought he could confirm if Kusanagi had really dealt with those bullies. He challenged Kusanagi to withstand his full power attack, but just as he was about to use his technique, something hit him on the forehead. The protagonist expressed his disappointment, saying he was as slow as a turtle. The crowd was shocked to see the match end in an instant. The commentator declared that Kusanagi had won the match. Haruka was surprised to see her friend go down in a single blow. She remembered he hadn't even chanted a spell and wondered what trick her opponent had used. Kusanagi asked if she was satisfied now that the match had ended as quickly as she had wished. The girl became displeased upon hearing his words. Yuka was also shocked and found it hard to believe he had actually defeated that man. Haruka admitted that Kusanagi was very strong, and he replied that he was actually even stronger than her. She warned him to stop talking nonsense. Haruka released her 10,000 magical power. Kusanagi felt it through magic perception and realized this girl was stronger than the man he had just faced. The commentator informed the crowd that an unexpected event was unfolding, with Kusanagi using a different fighting style and gaining a lot of attention. The next match would determine the true winner. The third match began and Kusanagi used the same technique again. He shot a magic bullet at her. The girl countered with water magic. Since our protagonist only had 100 magical power, it wasn't enough to affect Yuka unless the magic bullet hit her right on the forehead. He realized she had already adapted, protecting her forehead and not moving while using magic. Haruka relentlessly launched water attacks but was eventually shocked to see the protagonist still standing calmly. She saw that he hadn't used any magic but wondered how he was still unharmed. The audience was also confused, wondering why he wasn't wet at all despite being hit by continuous attacks. Yuka also didn't know what technique he was using to protect himself. It was clear that he had done something. Haruka attacked again. But this time, the protagonist dodged her magic at godlike speed. She finally understood how he was able to keep standing but was at a loss for words. Yuka realized that a magic attack could be offset by another magic attack, and even with a huge power difference there was a way to avoid damage. She knew it was the only way for everyone to remain unharmed. Haruka gritted her teeth in frustration. She knew that her level 2 technique had different speed and mass, so almost no one could withstand it without getting hurt. She wondered why the protagonist stood without a shred of fear in front of such powerful magic. Kusanagi knew she must be thinking all of this. He thought it was quite easy to dodge if you could clearly sense and detect the magic attack, but it required a lot of courage. Haruka got serious and used a level 3 magic called Asura Splat. The audience started to worry, knowing that if Kusanagi got hit, something serious would happen. Haruka was tired but was sure Kusanagi couldn't dodge this attack. A magic bullet that appeared out of nowhere hit her, and she fell to the ground. She couldn't understand why he was still standing. She asked her friend what method he had used to dodge her attack. He explained that he had used a mana absorption technique that specializes in eating magic. He had just passed through the center with the mana absorption technique. Haruka was speechless at first and started laughing. she admitted defeat. The commentator announced that Kusanagi Minato had won the match. Yuka ran onto the stage and asked if the two were okay. Our protagonist reassured her that they were fine, smiled and said he had won. She smiled back, truly happy. Haruka decided to keep her promise and allowed them to do whatever they wanted. Kusanagi was glad everything was resolved well. He had noticed earlier that Yuka's injuries weren't that deep. He guessed she had probably held back in their match. Haruka's face turned beet red as she tried to make excuses. He pointed out how strong Yuka had become in just 2 weeks. He believed Haruka had probably noticed it too, and he thought there was no reason for the older sister to be overprotective anymore. Yuka firmly reassured both of them that she would become stronger so her sister wouldn't have to worry about her anymore. Haruka smiled and finally began to trust her sister. Kusanagi was happy to see the two sisters getting along, but suddenly he felt an immense pressure and realized this was abnormal magic. As the sky turned red, the protagonist wondered if the calamity had struck again. Tadano and his gang were trying to rummage through Kusanagi's bag for something. They had lost quite a few underlings since he had proven his strength in the duel. His subordinate reported that there were only textbooks in the bag. Tadano got annoyed, calling our protagonist a fool. He was sure Kusanagi was hiding something. Otherwise, how could a piece of trash like him use such powerful magic skills? One of his subordinates looked out the window and got scared. Tadano approached, wondering if he had found something. They all saw the sky turn red and wondered what on earth was happening. One of them guessed it might be a calamity, but Tadano didn't believe it was really a calamity. In the training ground, our protagonist became anxious seeing the red sky. He wondered why he was suddenly feeling such powerful and abnormal magic. He suspected it might be a calamity. Everyone became anxious, and the audience started to panic. They all asked what was happening. One of them didn't think a calamity was really happening. Kusanagi became scared, unable to understand why a calamity had occurred so suddenly. He wondered if it was related to what he had felt in Shinjuku. He remembered that the first calamity had also happened in Shinjuku. Our protagonist didn't know if it was just a coincidence or if there was something significant behind it. A dimensional gate opened and magic beasts started pouring out. The students started screaming in fear, but the teacher ordered them to calm down and tried to lead everyone to a safe place. Kusanagi didn't hesitate and fired several magic bullets to take down the monsters. The protagonist used magic to tell everyone to calm down. He explained that it was only the beginning of the calamity, so weak monsters would appear and there was no need for everyone to worry. He reassured them that if they used their heads and followed his instructions, they would be fine. The protagonist instructed them to run to the gym and to only move in groups, as going alone could easily get them killed. He also told Yuka to evacuate. The teacher asked what he was planning to do. The boy explained that he wanted to save the people still trapped in the school building. The teacher didn't think it was safe to go alone. The teacher scolded him for being reckless and tried to stop him, but Katsuragi agreed to go with him so the protagonist wouldn't have to handle everything alone. The teacher was very worried, but he reminded the teacher how powerful Kusanagi was. The teacher had no choice but to let them go. The teacher told them not to overdo it and to stay safe. Katsuragi was confident he wouldn't die, but to be sure he asked the boy. Kusanagi shrugged, feigned indifference and informed Yuka that he had to go now. She was worried about him and told him to stay safe. Katsuragi started running and told his junior he would go first. His amazing speed allowed him to cover 100 meters in 10 seconds. He asked the protagonist if he could keep up. Kusanagi deployed a magic circle and dashed forward at godlike speed, leaving his senior in great shock. He made it clear that he would go first. Katsuragi admitted that the boy's speed was truly insane, but speed alone was still useless. He decided to observe the protagonist closely to see what other techniques he was hiding. The senior wanted to save everyone and at the same time learn more about Kusanagi. Our protagonist used his detection ability and found out there were 58 magicians inside the school. He guessed there might be people with no magic ability at all. If his guess was correct, he decided to check the entire school and save those students. Some students were being attacked by magic beasts. He jumped into the classroom through the window just in time and stylishly took care of all the monsters with his magic bullets. The female students were dumbfounded. A monster tried to ambush the protagonist from behind, but he dispatched it easily without a change in expression. Katsuragi caught up and asked if he was okay. Kusanagi hoped his senior would help evacuate everyone and left immediately. Katsuragi tried to stop him, as it was too dangerous to go alone, but it was no use. The protagonist was too fast to catch up. Katsuragi guessed he felt like a burden. He thought it was probably true since he admitted he wasn't very useful. He still couldn't believe the boy had defeated the magic beast so easily. Katsuragi wondered who on earth he was. Kusanagi ran through the school hallways looking for more students. Although he had the ability to wipe out all the monsters at once with his magic bullets, he was inside the school, so he had to deal with them one by one to avoid hurting the students. He had no choice but to chase down the monsters and attack them with low-level magic to avoid harming the students. He entered a classroom and defeated more magic beasts to save the students who were desperately holding on. Once he took care of them all, the students thanked him repeatedly. The protagonist knew very well that he didn't have time to personally escort everyone to the gym. Elsewhere, Katsuragi saved some students and reassured them that he would handle the monsters while they evacuated. For some reason, a student pointed to the sky. He asked what was going on and suddenly noticed several students slowly floating down in bubbles. The senior wondered what kind of prank the protagonist was playing and again wondered who on earth he was. Our protagonist sent the students to Katsuragi in magic bubbles because he trusted his senior to take good care of the others. He suddenly sensed something. A female student started trembling in fear as she was cornered by a huge monster. She started crying and called for help with all her might. A huge magic bullet immediately destroyed the monster. She remembered it was the same bullet she had seen when she was rescued before. Kusanagi appeared and asked if she was hurt. She realized he was the one who had saved her twice. Kusanagi revealed that she had guessed correctly. The female student then asked if he was also behind the incident during the practical class. The girl believed this was the second time he had saved her. The protagonist confirmed that what she said was true. The girl burst into tears, relieved that she finally had a chance to express her gratitude. She thanked him for saving her life twice. He didn't mind and thought it was a normal thing to do. The girl was at a loss for words. Katsuragi finally caught up, panting for breath. He asked who they needed to save next. Kusanagi told the girl to follow her senior and stay with him, then prepared to leave. The girl tried to stop him, but he ignored her words and left. She was a little worried, and Katsuragi wondered what he was looking at. The protagonist knew there were still many people to save inside the building, so he didn't have time to wait for the police to show up. He knew he had to hurry and save everyone as quickly as possible. In the Prime Minister's office, the Prime Minister was informed that the Kamui Magic Academy was under attack by a calamity. His subordinates couldn't understand why this was happening again. They all knew that the most recent calamity had occurred 50 years ago, and since then nothing bad had ever happened. They asked the Prime Minister to come up with a plan quickly, thinking it was as if their country was cursed. He informed them that he was contacting the Monster Countermeasures Division, the National Police Agency, and all the magic nobles. The Ground Self-Defense Force also began to prepare for the calamity. A subordinate reminded him that they only had specialized self-defense forces to control calamities. We didn't have any real magicians who could actually fight against the monsters. He made it clear that he already knew all of this. This was understandable since people had been living easy and peaceful lives without facing any calamities for a long time. Since we had cut almost all of our military and diplomatic defense budgets, there was no other way but to leave all the magic beasts and demons to the police and noble magicians. He was frustrated, knowing that the same calamity from 50 years ago had struck again, but this time we didn't even have Ichikami Minato on our side. Elsewhere, a girl who was driving asked her senior if a calamity was really happening again. He confirmed and believed that it was definitely a calamity. She became anxious and started feeling uneasy. Even though we had been safe for the last 50 years, she was shocked to know that the peace was only temporary. The man told her not to worry as this was their job anyway. He was Shugo from the Metropolitan Police Department. The girl also resolved to do her best. She was Sergeant Sonata Karen of the National Police Agency. News reporters approached the Magic Academy in a helicopter. One of them reported everything, informing the viewers that a calamity was taking place at the Magic Academy. He told the people about the situation and that monsters were continuously pouring out. The sky had also turned bright red. A female reporter revealed that the magic beasts had started appearing out of thin air. So the students were currently taking shelter in the gym. The teacher instructed the students, believing that it wouldn't be too difficult for them to protect themselves since they only had to deal with magic beasts. If they cooperated well, they would be able to defeat the monsters. The whole world watched the news. Some kids were also watching when they suddenly remembered that the academy was very close to where they lived. The two kids decided to run away as quickly as possible. Outside, people panicked and started running for their lives. Two men watched everything from a distance, realizing the situation really looked like a calamity. Viewers watching the news on television began to worry. Our protagonist noticed that swarms of monsters were pouring out. He remembered that Phase 2 would begin soon, and now stronger monsters would appear. Everything would get more and more difficult as the phases progressed. It was useless to defeat these monsters because they appeared endlessly. Unless the final boss was defeated, the magic beasts would keep appearing. He knew that the boss would only show its face in the final phase, so he had to stay calm until then. He started to feel frustrated but continued to save more people. He saved 20 more people and once again used his magic bubbles to fly them to a safe place. He was having difficulty finding the students because they were scattered all over the place. He decided to move on to the next phase. In one of the classrooms, Tadano kept firing his fire magic, but he gave up when he realized his attacks were having no effect at all, and he had run out of magical power. As a magic soldier stood before them, the entire gang started to cry, wondering why they were so unlucky twice. Tadano's minions reminded him once again that they had warned him about this before. The bully got angry as he remembered that our protagonist was able to take down the monster in a single blow. He couldn't understand why he couldn't do the same. The protagonist appeared and told the guy that it was because he was the weakest trash. Tadano opened his eyes and saw a magic attack easily destroy the magic soldier. He was confused, but then he saw Kusanagi entering the classroom. Our protagonist started to leave. Tadano was frustrated and admitted that it had happened again. He was saved by Kusanagi for the second time. He demanded that the boy stop and asked why he had saved him again. Even though he was extremely unpleasant and always acted like trash, the protagonist told him there was no special reason. He just decided to save them because he had the power to do so. Tadano was confused to hear his words. The bully's pride started to get hurt and he tried to insult the protagonist. He called the boy a weakling who couldn't even use magic properly. Tadano couldn't understand how he had suddenly become so strong. Kusanagi revealed his secret, saying that the real Kusanagi had actually died in a traffic accident and he was a reincarnator. Tadano didn't understand that logic at all, questioning how a person could become stronger even on the brink of death. He was expected to become a great magician but lost to trash like Kusanagi. Our protagonist called him weak-minded trash, because the strong don't oppress the weak and even the weak don't oppress those weaker than them. He pointed out Tadano's flaws, saying he was just a piece of trash caught up in a superiority complex of being great. Kusanagi made it clear to him. A weak-minded piece of trash like him couldn't even imagine fighting and winning against our protagonist right now. Tadano finally accepted it and knelt. He admitted that he had been trying to run away from the reality that his power hadn't grown that much. Since middle school he had taken his frustrations out on the weak, but in the end he was saved by someone like Kusanagi. By the guy who was supposed to be the weakling. He couldn't accept the truth. In front of his minions he admitted that they were all saved by Kusanagi, and the bullies started to cry like rain. Meanwhile the protagonist was clearing out monsters in a classroom when a magic soldier entered the building to kill him. He shot a magic bullet but the powerful monster easily dodged it, so he had no choice but to use his powerful fire magic. He easily took it down but realized that the number of magic soldiers was increasing exponentially, so there was a chance that the boss would also appear soon. He reassured the terrified students not to worry, as he had taken care of everything. Elsewhere, Katsuragi was angry about why our protagonist was leaving everything to him. He used his fire magic to finish off a few magic beasts while protecting the students. The protagonist reassured a female student not to worry and to follow him, because he would protect everyone with everything he had. The students calmed down after hearing his words and started to cheer for him. He looked at the army of monsters and wondered how he could protect the students from all of them. Kusanagi appeared out of thin air and offered his help. Katsuragi begged him not to appear like that again, as he had startled him. Our protagonist instructed him to leave this place once he had taken care of all the monsters, but Katsuragi was worried. He believed it was nearly impossible to defeat such a huge army of monsters, so he thought it would be better for them to take another route. The protagonist used his null attribute magic and instantly cleared out all the monsters, including the magic soldiers, with almost no effort. Everyone was speechless, but he reminded Katsuragi to get the students out of this mess and started moving. Katsuragi understood his intentions and ordered everyone to follow him. The students observed the magic bullets while running away. Katsuragi laughed nervously, realizing just how strong the protagonist really was. As they all left, our protagonist decided to go back inside the school and find more students who were in danger in other places. The teacher encouraged the students to keep trying and not give up so they could continue to defeat the monsters. Yuka started to get tired, but Haruka appeared from behind and advised her to go inside and rest if she couldn't fight, as she would become a burden. Yuka reassured her friend that she would resolutely continue to fight because she had no time to rest. Katsuragi finally arrived at the gym with the rescued students. The teacher praised him and ordered him to lead everyone inside. Katsuragi asked about the situation. Haruka was disappointed and said that they were just barely holding on. Haruka was worried and asked about Kusanagi, but the man reassured her that our protagonist was still alive and fine. She began to smile, sighing in relief. Katsuragi admitted that Kusanagi was really amazing and had tremendous power. He believed they could overcome this calamity with him. Yuka agreed with him, as she also thought so. Suddenly the ground began to shake. All the students were terrified and the teacher quickly asked everyone to evacuate. A huge army of powerful monsters appeared from the smoke. Katsuragi also noticed the magic soldiers mixed in among them. He admitted that since there were too many monsters in the army they didn't stand a chance of doing anything, so they had to escape quickly. The powerful Phase 2 monsters started chasing the students. Yuka tried to run to a safe place but was almost devoured by a magic beast. Someone killed the monster and saved Yuka. It was the police. Shido quickly ordered his subordinates to clear out the monsters, and the police did everything they could to protect the civilians. The students sighed in relief seeing the police, thinking they were finally safe. Shido reassured them not to worry anymore, since the police had arrived. He ordered them to follow his instructions and carefully evacuate the school, but Yuka stepped forward and said that the students were also ready to fight. Shido repeated his words, but Haruka made it clear that they were not civilians. Haruka stood with her and added that they were magicians. Shido understood their words and asked for additional support. He ordered them to start their attacks from the rear. He admitted that he was short on manpower, so they really needed the help of the magicians. He was frustrated, lamenting how useless the police were. Sonata used her healing magic to help the injured students. The protagonist noticed that the police had finally arrived and decided to leave things to them. He was surprised that the police had arrived before the self-defense force. It was hard to believe that the country had no plans or precautions for such a national disaster. He thought this was a good lesson for people who take peace for granted. But he decided to move on to save the remaining students. The female reporter announced that the police had arrived, but the monsters were multiplying at a much faster rate than before. She wondered if the police could handle this calamity and hoped the noble magicians would appear and resolve the situation. Students watching the news were excited at the thought of seeing the noble's skills. An old couple recalled that they had paid enough taxes so the noble magicians should handle this problem. The reporter wished they would come quickly. Inside a mansion, an old noble told his butler to just ignore the calamity. He was Fukine, the head of the Fuka family, a true magic noble. The butler asked again if he was sure, and Fukine insisted it was just a minor calamity, that the police could probably handle it. The butler asked Fukine where he was going, and the old noble magician decided to get a good night's sleep. The butler wished his master a good night. Back at the school, Shidu realized the situation was getting out of control. He asked his subordinate if he could handle the magic beasts at the entrance, but the answer was that it was impossible. There were too many of them. Shidu watched the number of magic beasts continue to increase and doubted if they could save the civilians in time. Self-defense force was supposed to take the rear, but they still hadn't appeared. There was no other way but to contact the noble magicians. But strangely, he couldn't get in touch with them. They were the ones who were supposed to handle this problem, but they were useless. While the students helped the police fight the monsters, Shidu recalled everything he knew about the calamity. He wondered if people had fought back in the same way 50 years ago. He hoped the final boss wouldn't appear. Suddenly, the number of monsters increased drastically, and a huge purple pillar of light covered the area. Everyone fell into extreme panic as a fiend general appeared. Shidu couldn't believe his eyes. Their final boss, the fiend general, had appeared. Haruka remembered that a fiend general was a rare magic beast that rarely appeared in this era. Only a noble magician was strong enough to defeat it. Yuka realized they needed magic stronger than level 5, and she started to panic and cry because there was no one who could cast such a high-level magic. The Fiend General released its power and summoned numerous magic circles. Yuka froze in fear. Haruka stepped up and tried to block the attack with all her might. But her power still wasn't enough. She threw herself in front of Yuka and became a human shield. The Fiend General's attack hit the girl hard, but she still succeeded in protecting Haruka. The younger sister watched in horror as her older sister got hurt. The other students scattered and ran away, but Yuka stayed behind and desperately tried to save Haruka. Shidu and his subordinates were powerless in front of the monster and could only scream for help in despair. Katsuragi did his best, but the Fiend General was completely unharmed. The police officers admitted they couldn't save anyone anymore and gave up. They accepted their miserable fate. Yuka continued to cry and call for help, calling out the protagonist's name. As the Fiend General came closer, someone's annoyed voice was heard. The protagonist had finally arrived. He said he was sorry for being late. He felt sorry for making the girl wait. Yuka, with a worried look, told him about her sister, but he reassured the girl that she had just fainted. He quickly healed her sister's wounds and, seeing the scene of destruction caused by the monster, gritted his teeth in anger. He reassured the girl not to worry, because he would clean up this mess soon. The girl placed all her faith in him. Suddenly, numerous magic circles appeared and all the injured students began to be healed. Yuka watched as her sister's wounds disappeared, and she was extremely surprised to see the other injured students waking up. Sonata noticed this magic while she was healing people. She was surprised to see level 3 holy magic and had to admit that even she couldn't use it. She wondered who was behind this. Sonata found her senior and asked if he was okay. He reassured her that he wasn't hurt. He had just run out of magical power. She asked what on earth was happening. Shidu also had no idea, but he believed he had to focus on protecting the civilians first. Sonata started to cry and tried to stop him. She said it was too reckless, but he was determined to fight, because he knew if he didn't do anything, everyone would die. Sonata stopped him again, stating that there was no way they could win, as everyone had been nearly wiped out. She pointed out that the police had been completely defeated. The self-defense force and the noble magicians were still nowhere to be seen. He had to admit that there was nothing more he could do. As the Fiend General moved forward, the female reporter noticed the entire police force had been taken down. She fell into despair, thinking she was dead this time. The students who were watching the news started cursing the noble magicians for being useless and could only pray that they wouldn't die. Everyone watched the news carefully and knew there was no one left who could defeat the Fiend General. The protagonist moved forward to face the Fiend General alone. Sonata spotted him and wondered if this man had a death wish. Shazu tried to warn him, but the protagonist ignored their words. Kusanagi was there to stop the monster from doing as it pleased. The Fiend General roared menacingly, revealing its desire for slaughter and destruction. Everyone was terrified, and some students were so scared they nearly wet their pants. Shazu and Sonata couldn't move due to the terrifying pressure. But our protagonist was unfazed. He fired an attack and told the monster to shut up. The Fiend General started to cry out in rage, and all the other monsters followed its lead, opening a huge magic circle and starting to attack the protagonist. He recalled the time he faced the last calamity and had used his full power. He knew very well that if he did it again, everyone around him would die, so he decided to control his power to avoid any damage. The monster's attacks rained down on him. Shazu believed he was dead, but as the attack was about to reach the students, our protagonist opened a barrier and shot countless magic bullets to defeat the monster army. Shazu was completely shocked and wondered who on earth he was. The female reporter spotted a student fighting the monsters all by himself. His face wasn't very clear, so she decided to get closer. The camera suddenly exploded. Yuka smiled, knowing that the protagonist was trying to avoid revealing his identity. She now believed he could go all out without caring about anything else. As he continued to shoot magic bullets, the students finally saw hope and started to cheer for his victory. Some magic beasts tried to attack the students from behind, but Shazu took them out and decided to support Kusanagi's rear, the only thing he could do right now. Our protagonist smiled seeing the hardworking police officers. He praised them and admitted they weren't as bad as he thought. He continued to shoot his magic bullets. The Fiend General roared and summoned numerous magic circles. He started to go all out and summoned a level 6 magic. Shazu was horrified. He thought it was truly the end this time, as the monster's powerful magic was on par with the nobles. They had no chance of winning. The Fiend General used a level 6 fire dragon, and the entire area was engulfed in flames. Everyone tried to save themselves as the huge fire vortex slowly swallowed the whole area. Shazu tried to protect his partner, Sonata, but the students fell into extreme despair and accepted that they were all going to die. Sonata asked for God's help, hoping at least the students would survive. Shazu doubted that even a strong student couldn't defeat the Fiend General. He believed Kusanagi had no chance of winning, but Yuka trusted the protagonist completely. She believed in him with every fiber of her being. She was confident that this friend would win easily. As the huge technique flew towards him, Kusanagi noticed its speed was decreasing. He realized the Fiend General was struggling to use its level 6 magic. The protagonist admitted he couldn't block this attack with just level 2 magic. So even though he didn't want to stand out, he decided to use more power. Kusanagi summoned 4 magic circles and began to use the water attribute. Yuka smiled and started cheering for him. The water turned into a giant serpent. Shazu was horrified, wondering if it was fusion magic. The water and fire attacks clashed fiercely. Kusanagi started to overwhelm the Fiend General, but the beast didn't back down and attacked even more fiercely, crying out about its desire to kill and destroy humans. The fire magic was getting stronger and stronger, but Kusanagi just had to add a little more power. And after a brief power struggle, the Fiend General realized it was about to die. The monster wondered why it was losing to a kid. Kusanagi calmly replied that it was because the Fiend General lacked training. He had been expecting a more decent fight, but he was disappointed to find his opponent was weaker than he thought. The sky finally returned to normal. Kusanagi smiled and breathed a sigh of relief that the calamity had ended after he defeated the final boss. The students were in great shock, finding it hard to believe that Kusanagi had defeated the Fiend General. They all stood up and began to celebrate. The reporter and her cameraman also joined in. Finally feeling safe, Sonata comforted a student, reassuring her that it was all over and she was safe now. Shazu looked at Kusanagi and said it was unbelievable. He couldn't understand how a single student had managed to stop a calamity on his own. He doubted that even the nobles would have trouble defeating a Fiend General who used level 6 magic and wondered who Kusanagi really was. The protagonist's legs gave out from using too much power. Kusanagi went to Yuka and told her that he had ended it all. She smiled, said she had always believed in him and thanked him. A smile spread across his face at her words. Suddenly, students surrounded him and praised him for what he had done. They all expressed their gratitude. But Kusanagi got annoyed and demanded they back off. He regretted standing out like this, just like in his past life, and hoped he wouldn't have to live a troublesome life from now on. Yuka noticed his uncomfortable expression. A broadcast was made. The calamity at Kamui Magic Academy had come to an end. The academy refused to release details about the boy who defeated the final boss monster on his own. No casualties were reported. Although a few people were injured, Kusanagi's classmate showed him the news. He was annoyed, but they thought it was natural for him to be featured as a great savior. Kusanagi was promoted to S-class, and his old classmates were a bit sad, realizing they couldn't talk to him like before. Some female students asked about the secret behind his power, guessing that perhaps he was a descendant of a great noble magician. An S-class student observed Kusanagi looking uncomfortable with all the attention. He doubted a student that strong really existed. Kusanagi's classmates defended him, confirming that he had defeated the Fiend General on his own. The S-class student still didn't believe it, thinking the story sounded strange somewhere. Kusanagi took the opportunity to slip out of the classroom and breathed a sigh of relief as he went outside. Yuka found him and asked if he was tired, a playful smile on her face. He didn't want to be teased, but she continued. She thought it was a given since you're the great savior who protected the entire school. Kusanagi remembered that Yuka had also been promoted to S-class. It was the result of her efforts during the calamity, but she didn't seem very happy about it. When he asked, she reassured him that she was happy, but it was because there was someone else in the S-class. Suddenly, Kusanagi remembered Haruka and asked if she was feeling better. Yuka said yes and pointed out that they had started talking a lot more than before. Kusanagi thought it was a good thing, and Yuka was happy too. She thanked him for everything, expressing her gratitude. Out of nowhere, Kusanagi lightly tapped her head and she got flustered, asking what was happening. He made it clear that he'd prefer it if she didn't keep thanking him. Once was enough. Yuka started to smile. In a meeting, a man finished an online conference with other nations. They realized it would be very difficult to get support for the next calamity, as they were already overloaded with countermeasures and plans. One of them mentioned the news about the student who had defeated the final boss monster. Others explained that it was a strange situation, and even the police department had been completely defeated. They thought it could be a misunderstanding and expected other countries to be suspicious as well. The man ordered his subordinate to bring in the noble magicians and prepare for the next calamity. On the school rooftop, Haruka and Katsuragi met Kusanagi and Yuka. They all stared at each other for a moment. Haruka said she had something to ask Kusanagi, telling him to accept her as his disciple. A few days later, Haruka sat down with her younger sister and started a conversation. She recalled the time the protagonist had stopped the calamity. Her sister confirmed it and reminded her sister that Kusanagi was the one who had used level 4 fusion magic to defeat the Fiend General. Haruka was horrified to hear this. She remembered that even an advanced magician wasn't capable of using such power. Yuka reassured her that she was telling the truth, and Haruka believed her sister. She started to smile and decided to believe it, and Yuka wondered why her sister thought she wasn't lying. Haruka remembered that Yuka had always been an honest kid who was still obedient, never lied, was kind but worked very hard. She finally accepted that her sister wasn't useless and admitted she had been stubborn. Yuka realized her sister was just worried about her, and with a determined look stood up and said she would reassure her sister by becoming really strong so she wouldn't have to worry. Haruka listened carefully to her sister's words and realized how much she had grown. Yuka started laughing uncontrollably upon hearing her sister's praise. Haruka realized that no student could compare to Kusanagi, and she even guessed that her own father might be weaker than him. She asked for Yuka's help, knowing that if left to her own devices she would at best become an advanced magician. So she desperately needed Kusanagi's help to get stronger properly. Meanwhile, back in the present, Haruka apologized for all her rudeness. She was truly sorry for underestimating them. She knew how ridiculous and selfish her request was, but she wanted to be honest for once and throw away her pride. Haruka wished he would accept her as his disciple. Our protagonist agreed, which surprised her. He confirmed he was willing to take her as his disciple, but she couldn't understand why he was being so kind. He called her a fool for acting this way after making a request. She knew he was right, but she still couldn't understand why he was so kind, especially after she had done something terrible to him. He accepted her apology and made it clear that he had already forgiven her. So that was all there was to it. She was speechless. Katsuragi took this opportunity to make the same request. The protagonist agreed, thinking it wouldn't be that hard to teach two people, and he was very happy to hear this. Yuka told her sister that her friend was a really kind person. Katsuragi also called him mysterious. Later that day, the protagonist was called into the conference room. Shizu introduced himself as being from the Metropolitan Police Department's Magic Beast Countermeasures Division. Sanada also introduced herself. Both of them bowed their heads to thank him. Shizu admitted that if it weren't for him, both the civilians and his colleagues would have died in an instant. Kusanagi wondered what else they needed, saying they had thanked him enough already. Shizu informed him that the investigation was over, but one thing had caught his attention. Kusanagi wondered what it was. Shizu said he had learned that he had gained magical powers after being involved in some kind of traffic accident. His classmates and the people around him all said the same thing, but one student said the protagonist had completely changed into a different person after that car accident. Kusanagi quietly listened to the investigation results. Yuka learned that his personality had done a 180, and his magic abilities had suddenly become unbelievably strong, to the point where he could easily defeat the Fiend General. Yuka demanded he stop and asked what on earth he was trying to say. Shizu decided to change the subject with another question, asking if he knew anything about a person called the Shadow Magician. Our protagonist didn't recognize the name, but the man showed him a video, explaining that the Shadow Magician was someone who had defeated magic beasts and cleaned up the area while protecting civilians. This man was well covered and only appeared at night. Shizu was surprised that he hadn't seen such a famous video. The protagonist understood what they were trying to imply. Yuka interjected and questioned why they were telling all this to Kusanagi. Shizu smiled and said the two were very similar, not only in age but also in build and height. Shizu learned that the Shadow Magician was a person with powerful and genuine abilities. He doubted any student of that age could do such a tremendous thing. Another strange thing was that the Shadow Magician started his activities right around the time he was discharged from the hospital. Using magic in the city without a valid license or certificate is completely illegal. If a student is caught, the academy has to handle most of the incidents. But since this recent incident had gained so much public attention, the police had no choice but to intervene and take action. Shizu made it clear that expulsion wouldn't be enough, but if the protagonist confessed, they were willing to consider the circumstances and reduce his sentence, so he had to answer carefully. Shizu asked again, "Are you the Shadow Magician?" Kusanagi answered no with an emotionless, deadpan face. Shazu seemed relieved and smiled, happy to hear that our protagonist was not the shadow magician. The man thanked him for everything and decided to take his leave. As he was leaving the room, Shazu was surprised that he hadn't shown any expression at all. He praised his guts for lying without batting an eye if he was indeed the shadow magician. He admitted that Kusanagi didn't seem like an ordinary student and believed he was hiding something. Sanada already knew Kusanagi was the shadow magician because their voices were exactly the same. She wondered if his intention that night was simply to save people. Sanada decided to keep his identity a secret, even though she knew this could be considered a failure as a police officer. She believed the protagonist was a good person. Shazu decided to do his best to uncover the identity of the shadow magician. Sanada, on the other hand, thought about protecting his secret and helping him in every way possible. A short while later, the S-class homeroom teacher introduced Mizua Yuka and Kusanagi Minato to the whole class. She hoped the other students would get along with them. The students started asking if he was really the one who had defeated the fiend general. The female students asked Yuka how it felt to be a noble magician. The teacher advised everyone to take their seats as the class was about to begin. She was surprised that the two transfer students were so popular. Kusanagi had to answer questions all day, and was utterly exhausted. He remembered that this was exactly why he had tried to hide his identity. He heard someone call him from behind. The protagonist turned around and saw the girl he had saved before standing right in front of him. She hoped he could spare a moment. Standing on the rooftop again, he wondered why he had to be dragged to the rooftop every time someone had something to say. Yuka had followed him and was peeking from behind a wall to see what was happening. She was about to do some personal training and wondered why he was on the rooftop. She felt a little jealous seeing him alone with a girl, and tried to overhear what they were about to do. The girl asked if he remembered her, but the protagonist said he couldn't recall. She reminded him that he was the one who had saved her during the calamity, and he finally remembered who she was. The girl recalled almost being killed by magic beast during the practical class, but someone had used magic to save her. She believed Kusanagi was the one behind that magic attack. He remembered, and she began to thank him repeatedly for saving her life. He didn't mind much and said he had only done what he could. The girl started blushing and praised him, saying he was really cool. Yuka tried hard to hear what they were saying but could barely hear anything. The girl confessed her feelings, saying she had fallen in love with him. She hoped he would go out with her. Yuka was shocked to learn the girl was confessing. The protagonist didn't seem very surprised. She promised that while she didn't have many good points, she would do her best and hoped he would accept her as his girlfriend. Kusanagi smiled and said thank you for the confession. She started to smile, but he continued, saying he was sorry. Her smile vanished instantly. He politely said that he had to do something very important, so he didn't have time to start a relationship with anyone. She understood his reason and tried to smile again. She said she was glad he was honest and decided to give up on him from now on. The girl left the rooftop with tears in her eyes. Kusanagi told Yuka to stop hiding and come out. She was caught and walked out with a pitiful smile. She thought she had hidden her magical power well this time and wondered how he had noticed. He informed her that her magical power control was terrible, saying it was leaking all over the place. This was the second time he had caught her peeking. He wondered if she had a habit of eavesdropping. Yuka was embarrassed and said it was just bad timing. She had no intention of eavesdropping at all. She asked why he had rejected such a cute and pretty girl. Kusanagi made it clear that he didn't want to date anyone right now. She was surprised, but he thought that although he was physically in the same grade, his mental age was too different. Yuka secretly started to feel happy knowing that he didn't want to date anyone. She didn't understand why she felt strangely relieved to hear that he had no intention of dating anyone. She looked at him with a worried expression. Kusanagi advised her to start practicing since her magical power control was terrible. He believed she needed much more practice. She said she knew and promised to do her best to surpass her current strength so that he would finally acknowledge her one day. At night, the protagonist went to another area full of monsters. He suspected another calamity was coming as the number of monsters kept increasing. He heard a girl screaming for help. A man was using illegal magic to harass the girl. He said it was useless to scream since no one was around. Kusanagi intervened, showing that there was still someone around. The thug was surprised, but the protagonist didn't give him a chance to react and quickly struck him in the stomach. He used his magic to knock the man unconscious. He realized this guy was just a novice magician and a thug. However, his close combat skills were terrible. He guessed this guy wasn't used to fighting magicians. The girl he rescued thanked him and asked if he was the shadow magician. He got annoyed, ignored her words, and quickly left. Kusanagi was surprised to learn that he was the shadow magician mentioned by the students and police officers. He couldn't understand why he was becoming more and more famous. The next day, while enjoying a meal with his friends, the protagonist discussed the gossip about the shadow magician. He remembered Shazu mentioning a novice magician who only operated at night. He got a little curious hearing people buzz about it. Katsuragi guessed it was probably because the shadow magician incident was trending on the internet. The protagonist casually asked what on earth the internet was. He wondered if it was some kind of fishing net. Everyone was speechless upon hearing that. They all thought this guy must be crazy. It was hard to believe there was someone living in this era who didn't know what the internet was. They knew he lived like a recluse, but they didn't know it was to this extent. Yuka explained that the internet is a worldwide information network where anyone can share all sorts of information on it. That's why stories like The Shadow Magician spread in an instant. People could find whatever they wanted on it, and it had almost everything, with all sorts of things like photos and videos. Kusanagi finally understood. Katsuragi added that he could see all sorts of information with his smartphone. He told his friend to take out his device and open any app. When Kusanagi finally opened a search browser, his face lit up and he couldn't stop smiling. Everyone praised him, saying he could now use the internet to see whatever he wanted. The protagonist replied that it was easy. Haruka remembered that he had promised to help with their training. She wondered when they would start. Kusanagi agreed to help them after school since they had helped him learn how to use a smartphone. He thought he would do his best to train his friends properly. Hearing his tone, Yuka felt a sense of foreboding. During the training, all three of them were exhausted and collapsed on the floor. Kusanagi was disappointed, saying they hadn't even finished the warm-up, yet they were already tired. He wanted them to train as if their lives depended on it. Everyone got back up, promising not to give up so easily. The protagonist was very happy to hear that, and ordered them to attack him with all their might. The three deployed their magic circles and followed his command. Meanwhile, elsewhere, near Tokyo Tower, two men looked at the red sky, recalling how everything had been peaceful just seconds ago. Both were terrified and had no idea what was happening. A huge army of monsters filled with magic soldiers and a fiend general suddenly appeared. Continuing their training, the three collapsed on the floor once again. The protagonist asked if they had given up. Haruka and Katsuragi attacked him at the same time, shouting that they hadn't given up yet. The protagonist defended himself with a magic barrier and easily took them both down by shooting magic bullets. Both were hit by the strong attack, but Yuka tried to sneak up behind him and attack. The protagonist easily dodged her attack and used the same technique to take Yuka down as well. Kusanagi declared a short break. Everyone sighed in relief, finally able to catch their breath. Yuka drank some water and said the protagonist was just too overwhelming. Haruka nodded in agreement. Surprisingly, even the top-level students were no match for his power. Yuka also admitted it, believing he was on a different level from the rest of the students. She observed the protagonist's face and saw that familiar, uncomfortable expression again. Kusanagi explained that he had almost died in a traffic accident, and when he woke up he suddenly had this mysterious power. He said he didn't know the reason himself, so he told them not to ask any more about it. Haruka understood that the protagonist had awakened his power on the brink of death and wondered if something inside him had been activated. Yuka could see right through this friend of hers. She knew exactly why he was making that face and was quite disappointed to see her two friends being fooled so easily. She thought there must be a good reason why he didn't want to tell the truth, especially seeing how hard he was trying to hide it. She decided to let the matter rest for now. Kusanagi easily fooled everyone and was secretly happy, thinking they were naive. As the sun began to set, they finally finished their training. Katsuragi praised it as proper training. The protagonist praised him back, saying he was quite persistent. Katsuragi guessed it was probably because he used to train alone before. He said he was starving and had to go home to make dinner. The protagonist was quite surprised to hear that he cooked for himself. Seeing his friend's appearance, he never would have thought he was so domestic. Katsuragi was a little offended by such a direct comment. He asked the protagonist if he always ate out. He replied that he lived on cup noodles, and his friend's eyes widened in surprise. Kusanagi was amazed at how convenient this new world was. His friend warned him about such a harmful diet, saying his body would soon break down if he kept this up. The protagonist felt a little strange that his friend was worried about him. Katsuragi grabbed his friend and decided to drag him to his house for a proper meal together. The protagonist tried to get away, but his friend wouldn't let go and just dragged him along. Kusanagi felt a warmth in his heart at the fact that he had such a friend, and smiled without realizing it. As soon as they arrived at his friend's house, the protagonist was tasked with looking after the kids while Katsuragi cooked for everyone. After finishing cooking, his friend came out and apologized, but he found the protagonist using magic to take care of the kids. The protagonist told his friend not to worry. He was using magic to make soap bubbles for the kids to play with. Katsuragi scolded him, calling him an idiot and telling him not to use magic like that in his house. The friend was surprised that magic could be used for such trivial things. A child saw the protagonist being scolded, ran over and comforted him. Katsuragi was completely shocked to see how well his friend handled kids. The protagonist recalled the calamity from his past life. He said that children were truly treasures. Katsuragi teased him for sounding like an old man, but the protagonist yelled at him to shut up. He started to enjoy himself reading stories to the kids. The whole family started dinner together, thankful for the delicious meal. The kids happily ate the delicious food on the table. The protagonist took a bite and was surprised at how delicious the food was. He teared up, trying to remember the last time he had a proper meal. The protagonist regretted not taking care of himself, as he had been engrossed in war for so long. Kusanagi asked his friend about his parents. His friend said he didn't have a father. Since his mother had to work late, he took care of the housework and his younger siblings. He also had to work part-time whenever he had time. Kusanagi was shocked to hear about that packed schedule, but his friend firmly said that he liked taking care of his family. The protagonist understood upon hearing that, remembering that his friend was a real musclehead who loved challenges. In the end, they all fell asleep together. The friend apologized to Kusanagi for having to sleep over at his place because the kids wouldn't let him go. The protagonist said he didn't mind at all and replied that it was nice to have a change of pace like this sometimes. Katsuragi sighed in relief and thanked him repeatedly. The protagonist didn't understand why his friend was thanking him, but his friend explained clearly that it had to do with Haruka. The girl seemed much happier these days, and the friend believed it was all thanks to Kusanagi. The protagonist wondered if it was something romantic. He directly asked his friend if he had feelings for Haruka, but Katsuragi replied that it wasn't like that at all. His friend said that since both of them were loners who couldn't get along with anyone, they naturally became close friends. Kusanagi felt this was similar to his own situation. The next day, Kusanagi and his friend walked to school together. Yuka was annoyed and wondered why the two of them were so late. Katsuragi snitched that it was because the protagonist had overslept. The two girls realized that the two boys had slept over together. Yuka started to feel jealous and asked if they had been training together. Kusanagi wondered why they were meeting up so naturally like this. He admitted that he was quite enjoying this himself. Shizu appeared with Sonata and asked our protagonist for a moment of his time. The protagonist was annoyed to see them again. Shizu apologized for bothering the boy again but revealed that this was a very urgent matter. Sonata explained that monsters had suddenly appeared near Tokyo Tower. She believed this was related to the calamity, so she wanted to ask for Kusanagi's cooperation in this case. He tried to get out of it, saying he was just a student. But Shizu didn't think it was right to call someone like him a student, because this boy had the ability to stop an entire calamity on his own. He got straight to the point and said this was beyond the police's capabilities. That was why they needed his help. Kusanagi asked if it was okay for them to disclose such information, but Shizu said they had no other choice as they were completely cornered. He officially asked our protagonist to help them fight against the monsters. Kusanagi agreed with them. He wanted to avoid the spotlight, but the situation was getting worse and worse. Shizu promised that he would receive a proper reward and that there was no need to contact the academy. Yuka and her friends also decided to help. Haruka was confident that they could provide support from the rear. And Katsuragi also agreed with the girls. Shizu appreciated their efforts but refused to take them along, because it was simply impossible. Haruka tried to convince him, but Shizu didn't believe they were skilled enough to fight in a real battle just because they were the top students of the academy. He asked if anyone among them had reached Kusanagi's level. Everyone was ashamed and speechless. Shizu advised them to go to the academy and ask Kusanagi to go with him. The protagonist hoped his friends would catch up to him someday, and they all burned with fighting spirit and confidently replied that they would. At the police headquarters, our friend was eventually dragged into a meeting. A man explained that hundreds of magic beasts were appearing near Tokyo Tower and that they needed to quickly formulate a plan and act before any civilians got hurt. He even said that they had a student on their side, the student who played a big role in the recent calamity at the Magic Academy. He asked the protagonist to stand up. As he followed the man's instructions, some people started whispering behind his back. A man didn't understand why a real kid had gotten involved in adult matters. Another man explained that Kusanagi was the one who had taken care of the fiend general alone in the last calamity. The man found it hard to believe, calling it nonsense. Sonata felt embarrassed for him. Shidu stepped up and told everyone that Kusanagi was indeed the student who had stopped the calamity and had even defeated the fiend general on his own. Since he had witnessed everything up close, he vouched for it on his honor. He believed that no one had reached the same level of power as this protagonist. Since our friend had been involved in a calamity that happened for the first time in 50 years, Shizu thought it was the right decision to have him cooperate. He wanted everyone to treat the boy as a partner, not a student. The men still didn't believe it, thinking he was just a student showing off in a place full of professionals. The leader said that their objective remained the same, even though there was a new face among them. He ordered them to take immediate action and wipe out the monsters. As everyone left, Shizu found the boy and apologized for what he had just heard. Kusanagi thought it was fine, guessing his presence had only made them uncomfortable. Shizu was surprised by his maturity and realized he needed to focus more on Sonata. She started sniffling and said she was too scared to stop the men. Kusanagi reassured her not to worry as he didn't care about some men whispering about him. She started to smile and called him a nice person. As they all drove to Tokyo Tower, Kusanagi asked about the estimated fighting power they currently had. The police officer replied that they had 80 magicians, with only a small number of them being advanced and the rest being intermediate. Our friend knew that intermediate magicians could use level 2 magic, while advanced ones could use up to level 3. Shizu admitted that it sounded really pathetic, but said that the protagonist was the strongest magician among them all, since he could use level 4 fusion magic. Kusanagi asked what kind of plan they were following, but Shizu disappointedly said they couldn't follow any kind of plan since this was going to be a pure magic battle. He believed they could easily win if they only had to deal with magic soldiers and magic beasts. An opponent stronger than a fiend general would require proper planning and countermeasures since they have high intelligence and tremendous power. Shizu doubted if such a simple battle plan was even worthy of being called a battle strategy. Kusanagi pointed out that he hadn't seen any special equipment for defeating monsters so far. The police officer said they had nothing that could stand against magic and magic beasts, so they just wore easy-to-move clothes or suits whenever they engaged in any kind of battle. The protagonist remembered they used to have anti-magic beast equipment, but Shizu replied that almost nothing remained now, and it had become very rare. Only noble magicians had such equipment. Kusanagi was shocked to learn this since such magic equipment was very common in his era. He understood that magic usage and the number of magicians had decreased due to the peaceful times, but this much of a change was truly absurd. He started to wonder what had happened in the last 50 years. Shizu observed his expression closely, wondering what our friend was thinking about. They all finally arrived at Tokyo Tower. Kusanagi found that a calamity wasn't happening, but the number of monsters appearing was terrifyingly abnormal. He wondered what on earth was happening. Even the loud-mouthed cops from before were greatly shocked by the numbers. They were never informed about this in the report. And when two of them spotted a fiend general among the monsters, they completely fell into despair and decided to ask for backup from a special organization or a noble magician since this was beyond their capabilities. Shizu reassured them that he had already requested backup, but it wouldn't arrive that quickly, because the number of magic beasts kept increasing and illegal magic activities were occurring more than before. The organizations were already overloaded with work. The cops asked if they had any other option than to face such powerful monsters head-on. They hesitated, believing it was a suicide mission. Since there was no other choice, Shizu had to throw away his pride and ask the protagonist for help. He asked if he could defeat them. Our friend confidently replied yes. The loud-mouthed men started to doubt him, finding it hard to believe that a silly kid could win against that many monsters. Kusanagi noticed something strange, and they wondered what he was talking about. As the monsters turned more aggressive, suddenly the sky changed color and turned bright red. Sonata and the other cops realized that a calamity was upon them. Shizu sent a message to all the departments of the police headquarters that a calamity had appeared all over Japan. As civilians started to get attacked by magic beasts, Shizu repeated his words that a calamity had occurred. He ordered everyone to prioritize the civilians and save them from all harm. As they were stuck in the city area to deal with the calamity, they had to execute the countermeasures quickly. Shizu and his subordinates were worried seeing what was happening, but our friend was unfazed and calm. The cops were terrified to see a calamity appearing again. They questioned why this was happening. The protagonist knew that a calamity was a natural phenomenon, but this time he noticed it was caused by the magic beasts that were there before. He didn't know how they caused it, but he wondered if they had learned a new way to cause a calamity in the last 50 years. Shizu's subordinates told him that they couldn't fight a battle that was a guaranteed loss without reinforcements. They had to regroup first. The calamity started to move and the monsters began to head toward the city area, which was full of civilians. The cops started to argue loudly. Some believed there was no other way but to go and deal with the monsters since the civilians would die soon. Other cops called it a suicide mission, and they didn't believe they could win. Someone said the police looked too pathetic right now. The guy who didn't want to go was enraged. He flatly stated that they couldn't win against such a huge swarm of magic beasts. Kusanagi jumped off the building, yelling that they could all definitely win. He smiled widely and used a magic circle to start charging toward the monsters. He landed in the middle of them, and as the monsters noticed him, they all started to rush him. The cops warned him to run away quickly or else he would die. Kusanagi cast Wind Slash, a level 3 magic. To everyone's surprise, the monsters were instantly taken down and killed. But some magic soldiers started to move. They launched numerous attacks on our friend, but he was unharmed due to his magic barrier. Since the barrier was quite useful, he decided to create one for the onlookers so no one would get hurt in this calamity. As he slashed more monsters, Shizu was amazed by this man's power. He couldn't believe someone could use multiple magic attributes at the same time. He guessed only Kusanagi could do such a thing. The man ordered everyone to move forward, to follow that guy. Sonata started to run to provide proper support. The other cops were trembling, but they couldn't just run away, so they all got their spirits up and rushed to the battlefield. The cops started fighting the monsters. The protagonist was quite surprised by their abilities. A fiend general appeared from the monster swarm. A cop recognized it and fell into despair, because only a legendary magician could defeat such a hideous monster. Kusanagi once again summoned his serpent of water and reassured the cops to leave the fiend general to him and take care of the rest. In the blink of an eye, he took down the fiend general, leaving everyone in great shock. They admitted that he was too strong. Shizu ordered everyone to keep fighting until the final boss appeared. He ordered them to take care of the rest while Kusanagi took care of the fiend generals and anything stronger. As the protagonist fought the monsters, he recalled the worldwide calamity that had happened 60 years ago, also known as the First Calamity. Ever since that event, calamities became common and kept appearing, destroying the world. He didn't want what had happened 60 years ago to repeat itself, as the calamity would spread all over the world. He considered himself lucky to be here and decided to stop the calamity from destroying humanity. Sonata was attacked by a magic soldier, but the protagonist intervened and immediately killed it. She recalled the same scene from that night. He asked her if she was okay. Sonata thanked him and tried to get up. He realized this situation was the same as before. He became anxious and nervously asked if she had noticed. Sonata didn't understand why he had become the shadow magician. She wondered how strong he was but didn't want him to dislike her for asking a weird question. She blushed and tried not to think any unnecessary thoughts since he was just a student. Sonata was attacked again, but Kusanagi protected her from harm and advised her to be more careful. She apologized and he told her to stay by his side so he could protect her. He realized she had no ability to use combat magic, and Sonata blushed again and followed his instructions. She wondered if he was really a student because his way of speaking was more mature than hers. Somewhere, all the police magicians felt an immense pressure. They started trembling in fear and wondered what on earth was happening. A monster appeared from the light. Shazu recognized it as a subspecies of the Fiend General. He wondered why an upper species of Fiend General had appeared at this time. The cops realized their victory was impossible. They suspected that even a noble magician would have trouble winning against such a powerful monster. As Kusanagi stepped forward, they tried to stop him, fearing he would get hurt. Because they believed he couldn't win against it, no matter how strong he was, Kusanagi told them that he would win. They started trembling a little less. Sonata started to pray for Kusanagi's victory. Shazu knew he had power on par with a noble magician, so he thought there was a high chance he could win against that subspecies as well. As the monster faced the protagonist, Shazu became excited to finally see our friend's true skills. Shazu ordered everyone to keep fighting with all their might until the final boss was dead. Kusanagi faced the new Fiend General. It started its attack and threw fire magic at him. The cops couldn't believe how powerful the monster was, seeing it destroy so much with just level 1 magic. Our friend was unharmed. The monster wondered what kind of being he was. Kusanagi replied that he was just a student. He started using his serpent of water again. The Fiend General decided to kill our friend and unleashed a giant fire serpent. The cops noticed it was level 6 magic and fell into despair. Kusanagi knew that if he dodged or just blocked it with magic, his comrades would be caught in the fire. So he wondered what to do next. All the magic beasts suddenly started to gather. The cops were confused, but as they all attacked Kusanagi, Sonata tried to warn him. He was unfazed upon seeing numerous powerful attacks flying toward him. He used the water attribute to destroy the Fiend General's fire serpent and a null attribute shield to block the magic beast's attacks. It started to rain water. The protagonist realized it was all over and was a little disappointed. Shazu's jaw dropped seeing how overwhelming our friend was. Sonata didn't understand what had just happened. Shazu, still in shock, held his head as he watched the unbelievable things happening before his eyes. Only noble magicians could use level 6 magic, as it was a high-level technique equivalent to remote activation. Sonata asked if Kusanagi had really done all that. Shazu shared an even more surprising fact he had just witnessed. The protagonist had used a second type of magic simultaneously when facing the Fiend General. Normally there should be a time lag when using 2 magics, but Kusanagi had used 2 at the same time. Since even one type of magic was hard to control, using 2 at once made the protagonist even stronger than a noble magician. Shazu was happy that everything was going as he had expected. He believed he had found the one he had always been looking for. The new Ichikami Minato, the protagonist advised the Fiend General to follow him so they could fight somewhere else, as it was too cramped here. The Fiend General used level 1 flight magic and flew away. As he moved to another place, he admitted he was a little surprised that his opponent knew how to use flight magic too. The Fiend General thought he had to move so he couldn't get any cooperation from his army. The boy flatly stated with a cold expression that he was not bothered by the petty cooperation of other magic beasts at all. He said that he flew to another place so he didn't have to hold back anymore. As the Fiend General rushed and attacked him, our friend easily dodged all the incoming attacks. He blocked the attack with his fist. The Fiend General took the opportunity to throw fire magic. It hit the boy directly, but the monster attacked him again and without wasting a second slammed him to the ground as the smoke cleared. Kusanagi walked out without any scratches, much to the Fiend General's surprise. He moved forward and attacked it, knowing his magic was completely useless so he had to rely on close-range combat. He praised the Fiend General's useless effort. He made it clear that it couldn't even reach him, and landed a powerful blow on the guy's head. The Fiend General was sent flying but summoned a magic circle to save its life. As he doubted how his fist could do any damage since he was just a human, he suddenly started trembling all over. The Fiend General couldn't understand how strong he was. He was enraged and asked what on earth he was. Kusanagi sneered and informed him that magic wasn't the only thing he could use. He decided to show the Fiend General his own exclusive technique. The protagonist smiled brightly and unleashed all his power. The Fiend General's jaw dropped and his eyes widened. Shazu and Sanada felt an immense pressure and noticed something above their heads. Kusanagi used the magic that was emitted itself to protect his body. He started to feel a surge of power, but the Fiend General shouted that a human's attack was useless. Despite the Fiend General covering itself with magic, Kusanagi didn't care and decided to show it what real power was. He started to unleash a barrage of punches, pushing the Fiend General back. The creature could only defend itself helplessly against the attacks coming from all sides. The monster tried desperately to block, but Kusanagi continued to batter it with new techniques. Shazu watched the fight and realized the boy was overwhelming a real monster with his bare hands. He couldn't understand how that was possible because a human's attacks are too weak for a monster. He was slowly chipping away at the monster with just his fists. The Fiend General was injured and couldn't understand how a human's attacks had put him in such a miserable state. Kusanagi knew very well that normal attacks or any weapon were useless against monsters. However, if someone infused a huge amount of magical power into their attacks, it was truly effective. He called attacking while enveloping one's entire body in magical power a fusion of martial arts and magic. He named it magic martial arts. The Fiend General couldn't believe a mere human had surpassed him in power. He refused to accept defeat and tried to attack Kusanagi again, but he dodged it with ease. Without wasting a moment, he threw a powerful punch and pierced a hole through its stomach. The Fiend General could only call him a monster due to his immense power. The other monsters realized their leader had vanished, the sky returned to normal, and the calamity finally ended. The police officers sighed in relief knowing that the young boy had taken care of everything. Shazu advised them to deal with the remaining monsters and always stay vigilant. Kusanagi slowly descended, smiling, as he decided to leave the rest to the police. He suddenly remembered that it had been a long time since he had used magic martial arts, so he hadn't been able to use his full power just then. When he landed, the police officers were waiting for him. Shazu told our boy he had done well, thanking him for stopping the calamity by defeating the Fiend General alone. They were very grateful for his cooperation. All the police forces on site saluted Kusanagi in unison, paying their respects. After this incident, calamities constantly appeared all over the world. However, thanks to the cooperation between the police and the respected magician, every new calamity was also stopped in turn. People grew increasingly anxious because of the calamities and began to blame the government for its lack of thorough preparation. They expressed their disappointment in the magicians, the very ones who were supposed to protect them. As the public's anxiety grew, someone mentioned that we still had the shadow magician. People began to place their faith in the shadow magician, and the whole world wondered who he really was. At the academy, Kusanagi started to get a bit annoyed when the entire class learned that he had stopped the second calamity. They began calling him the best and praised him relentlessly. They clamored to know if he had really faced a subspecies of the Fiend General during the calamity. He started to get a little tired, wishing for the situation to end soon. Yuka noticed his slightly weary expression. The teacher began to talk about the recent calamity. She advised all the students to always be prepared, because you are not just students, but magicians as well. You never know when you might be called to duty. She pointed to Kusanagi, saying he already had real combat experience. Suddenly, Sanada appeared with several police colleagues. She apologized for interrupting the class and the teacher asked with concern what was happening. Sanada showed her ID and reassured her that she had come with the principal's permission. She called Kusanagi's name and asked for his help once again. Our protagonist was a little surprised to see the police being so direct now. He wondered why they weren't concerned about appearances at all. He noticed his classmates staring at him intently, and feeling a bit uncomfortable, he decided to leave quickly. He asked Sanada to explain the situation. She reassured him not to worry, saying he would receive proper rewards and treatment for his deeds. She explained that due to the calamity's effects, monsters were continuously appearing worldwide and magicians operating in the shadows had suddenly become more active. With a severe shortage of manpower, Kusanagi figured they had come to pick him up. Sanada also felt sorry for relying on him so much, but said there was no other way since he was the strongest. Kusanagi took out his phone and advised her to just call him directly next time. Sanada quickly apologized and said she understood. She looked pleased to have successfully gotten his phone number. The protagonist then directly asked what he needed to do now. She gave him the mission to take care of all the monsters in Harajuku. He acknowledged the task. Sanada was about to take him by car, but he thought it was too slow. The protagonist immediately activated several magic circles and left the school by himself. The police officer's jaws dropped at his speed. In Harajuku, 2 children were frightened as the sky turned red. The older brother tried to protect the younger one. When a monster appeared, the 2 children tried to run, but the younger brother tripped and fell. Just as they were about to be devoured by the monster, the protagonist appeared and took it down in an instant. The 2 children calmed down and he praised them for holding on so well. He returned their Ichikami figure and smiled, reassuring them. He left the children with the police and hurried off to clear the area again. The 2 children watched him fly away and bowed their heads to thank him. The younger brother smiled, full of gratitude. Kusanagi found the battle in Harajuku much more difficult than at the academy or in the ruined Shabuya. This was because the area was filled with obstacles and civilians. He couldn't use his magic bullets carelessly. Otherwise he might accidentally hit civilians who were still trying to find shelter amidst the chaos. He could distinguish between people and monsters, but ordinary people with no magical power were hard to detect easily. The only way to save everyone was to patrol the entire area himself. The police arrived and focused on eliminating the monsters, leaving civilian rescue to the military and fire department. They spotted Kusanagi and called his name. Our protagonist remembered seeing this officer during the previous calamity and descended, guessing they were reinforcements. Thinking this was good news, he immediately asked about the current situation. The officer reported that they hadn't even rescued half of the civilians yet, and were having trouble accessing the eastern area. Kusanagi fired a few magic bullets and decided to go check the eastern area. The officer warned that there were illegal magicians there, according to reports. But he soon thought it was useless to warn Kusanagi. He was the strongest after all. Other officers recognized him and wondered who he was to defeat so many monsters so easily. They believed he was a savior who had appeared in this difficult time. Kusanagi defeated a fiend general with a level 6 technique. He was surprised that a fiend general had appeared without a calamity. This had never happened even 50 years ago. As the number of monsters continued to increase, Kusanagi realized they were getting stronger. The situation was getting so bad that even he felt it was difficult. He believed he had to make a plan before the situation got out of control. Kusanagi rescued 2 more civilians and handed them over to the fire department. He had a few options in mind but wasn't sure which one to choose. He used his magic bubbles to save more people. Sonata appeared with some police officers and she helped calm people down. The police officers thanked the young man once again, believing that the damage was greatly reduced thanks to him. Kusanagi deflected the praise, saying it was due to the efforts of the police and firefighters. He had only lent a hand. The officer admitted this student was truly amazing. They apologized for being rude before, confessing their pride had been too strong. Kusanagi told them not to worry about it, saying it was in the past and it was fine. The officers were surprised at how mature he was, and they thanked him once again. Sonata stepped forward and thanked him, saying they always ended up relying on his power even though he was just a student. Our friend reassured her not to worry since he had agreed to help. Kusanagi pointed out that the number of monsters was still increasing and they were stronger this time. Sonata nodded and thought they needed a plan to deal with the new calamity. She said her senior was doing his best to come up with countermeasures. As she was speaking, the children from before ran up to Kusanagi and thanked him for saving them. He was happy to see the children were safe. Child asked if he was the great sage and the older brother quickly apologized, saying his younger brother really liked the great sage. Kusanagi saw the toy and recognized it as an Ichikami figure. He told the children that he was indeed the great sage. The child beamed as if he knew it all along. Kusanagi recalled someone in his past life asking Ichikami if they could make a doll in his likeness. The man had excitedly shared that he would not only make dolls but also photo cards and keychains. Ichikami had doubted that anyone would want such things. The man had said that people needed the great sage's moral support, and that the merchandise would be great for children. Ichikami hadn't fully agreed, but the man had said he was wrong, believing it would help reassure people not just for 50 years, but for 100 years. This man had asked for Ichikami's permission. Kusanagi smiled. It turned out the man was right. He knew that the doll couldn't save anyone, but now people needed him once again. In a dark club in the capital, some subordinates were reporting to their boss about the shadow magician. It was Kurokuto, the president of the Dark Magician Association, Kokurin. He shot up from his seat upon hearing news about an illegal magician, someone who didn't belong to any association. He was enraged to know that the shadow magician dared to oppose him. He asked his subordinate if it was true, and the subordinate, terrified, replied yes. Kurokuto ordered his men to find out the shadow magician's true identity, telling them to use force if necessary. Someone asked if they could eliminate him right away. This was a high-ranking executive, Kagasuji Kuroi. He replied that they could only kill him after torturing him to their heart's content. Kaga made a sinister expression, looking delighted. Haruka asked Kusanagi about his magic power level. Yuka joined in, saying she had been wondering for a long time. She guessed it might be 100,000 or even 500,000. Yuka knew it was entirely possible for someone like her friend. He calmly replied that it was 990,990. Everyone was silent at first. Yuka couldn't believe it, and Katsuragi agreed with her. Haruka didn't believe his words, remembering that even Ichikami's magical power was only around 1,000. Kusanagi was shocked to learn this fact. Everyone explained that was why 1,000 was called the upper limit. They wondered why he didn't know something so basic. Our protagonist wondered if his magical power was really only 1,000. He tried to look it up on the internet but got confused again. He laughed awkwardly and admitted he didn't know how to use a smartphone. It was too much trouble, so he decided to just let it go. He received a call from Shizu. He asked what was up. Shizu apologized for interrupting and asked if he had a moment. Kusanagi said yes. Then the officer asked if his friends were nearby. Katsuragi said everyone was here. Shizu asked him to turn on the speakerphone. Kusanagi was bewildered and didn't know how. In the end, Yuka helped him turn it on. The officer explained that because the number of monsters and calamities was continuously increasing, they had decided to create a specialized monster response team called the Special Magic Task Force. He asked our friend to become the captain of this unit. Yuka's jaw dropped seeing her friend get such a good opportunity. She believed this was a special title that many magicians could only dream of. She was sure her friend wouldn't refuse such a good offer. But to her surprise, Kusanagi flatly refused the offer. Yuka got angry and asked why. The officer hurriedly told everyone to hear him out first. Our protagonist wondered why Yuka was getting angry on his behalf, but decided to listen for now. Shizu said that too many problems were occurring, and the police couldn't handle everything. Moreover, the monsters were getting stronger, making it difficult for the police to keep up. He knew that Kusanagi would understand what he was saying well enough. Kusanagi knew very well that it was because the magical power level of magicians in this era was very low. He wondered where all the nobles had gone. Shizu informed him that the heads of the Mizua, Homura, and Kaji families were still stuck in an overseas conference, so only the Fuka family was left. But this family also hadn't appeared for various reasons. Kusanagi suddenly remembered he had never met Yuka's parents. She said her parents hadn't returned since that conference. Shizu explained that the task force would consist of many police officers and some students from the academy. He immediately selected Yuka, Haruka, and Katsuragi as members of this new task force. He assured them he would handle all the troublesome tasks like paperwork and negotiations, so everyone could just focus on getting stronger and leading the police magicians. Everyone would receive a proper reward. Their school grades would also go up, and it would be much easier to get a job later. Shizu started to plead, trying to persuade him to accept the captain's position. He hoped our protagonist would agree. Kusanagi frowned slightly but eventually decided to accept the offer. Shizu couldn't believe it but looked pleased, and the others all agreed as well. Haruka didn't want Kusanagi to shoulder the team alone, and Katsuragi simply liked a tough challenge. Our protagonist was still a bit hesitant, but since he wanted to train more magicians, he decided to go along with it in the end. The news channels began to criticize the noble magician families. The Fuka family, that is. They had not only neglected their main duties due to a scandal at the school, but were also very slow to respond to monster suppression. The old noble heard the news and cursed the foolish reporters for thinking a noble magician could handle everything. When someone called, the old noble magician gave permission to enter. His butler appeared and reported that a document had been sent from the Metropolitan Police Department. The old noble magician read the information that a special magic task force had been created. He called this foolish, thinking that useless people were good only at futile things. He was a bit disappointed but guessed this might help calm public opinion. He ordered his butler to bring his foolish son. The butler understood his meaning and withdrew. At the police station, our protagonist and his friends officially joined the task force. Everyone gathered and Shizu began to explain something to the whole team. Our protagonist was surprised to hear the number was in the dozens. But Shizu apologized and explained that although there were potential candidates for some reason, they hadn't received any applications. Shizu believed that more applications would come in once our friend started to produce actual results. Kusanagi had also guessed that this would be the case. It's only natural for there to be some friction, as it's a bit strange for a mere student to literally become the captain. Shizu handed him something, explaining it was a temporary magician's badge. While admitting this was just a form of external cooperation, he explained that they were all now officially affiliated with the country. He said that if anyone questioned them, they should show this badge. He added that the badge was only issued to officially organized members of the unit. He explained that since they all still fell short of the standards for official magicians, the badges were just temporary. Shizu no longer saw Kusanagi as just a student, formally addressing him as Captain Kusanagi. He left everything in the young boy's hands. The protagonist smiled brightly. It had been a long time since he had stood before people of a similar age. He stepped forward and introduced himself once more. He declared he was the captain of the Special Magic Task Force and asserted he would make everyone here stronger than the heads of the prestigious families. His friends and the police officers were all stunned as his words sounded completely unrealistic. Kusanagi knew very well why everyone was skeptical, but he decided to prove his skills to eliminate any doubt. He asked Shizu if the police department had any magical power measuring devices. Shizu replied that they did, but he looked bewildered. When he brought a few of the devices, Kusanagi ordered Haruka and Katsuragi to come forward and measure their power. The two decided to follow their captain's command. As the two infused their magical power into the machines, the protagonist told everyone that Haruka's magical power was 10,000 last time, and Katsuragi's was 8,000. Haruka was speechless to see her magical power had soared to 30,000. Katsuragi's jaw also dropped when he saw the number 28,000 on the screen. The police officers were surprised because this was clearly the magical power level of an S-class magician. Kusanagi told everyone to calm down and then ordered Yuka to come out and measure her power. The girl followed his words, but she was a little nervous and anxious inside. Yuka thought to herself, what do I do now? This was because she believed the gap between her and her sister was like heaven and earth. She knew she had tried really hard, but she thought she was just an ordinary girl with not an ounce of talent anyway. The girl became more anxious and really didn't want to see the result. Yuka told herself she had to calm down. She didn't want to run away from a challenge like this anymore. With the resolve to always be herself no matter the result, she poured her magical power into the machine. Both Shazu and Sonata's jaws dropped when they saw the results. Yuka was still trembling slightly. But when she opened her eyes, she saw the result was 26,000. Shazu remembered that her magical power was only 2,000 on record. It was hard to believe that there was a way to raise magical power to such an incredible level. Kusanagi clearly told everyone in the room that increasing one's magical power was entirely possible. It only required aptitude and an iron will that never gives up, a determination to strive until the very end. He smiled at Yuka, patting her head and praising her for doing a great job, letting her know how proud he was. Haruka felt happy for them as she watched the two. Kusanagi praised the other two as well, but they both thought it was to be expected. Especially Haruka. She thought this kind of growth was perfectly normal for someone from the Mizua family, so there was no need to praise her. He coolly ignored her words, praised her for all the effort she put in, and reached out to pat her head. Katsuragi knew well how amazing his friend was, but was surprised to see him act so fearlessly. Haruka's heart pounded and her legs trembled. She knew how intimidating she could be when angry. Haruka told the protagonist she wasn't a 3-year-old. He understood what she meant and immediately withdrew his hand. Katsuragi whispered that his heart had almost stopped just now, and thanked the heavens that the older sister had maintained her composure. The protagonist tried to pat Katsuragi's head, but he was visibly embarrassed. Haruka suddenly recalled that she had never been treated like this by anyone in her entire life until today. Even her father had never patted her head or done anything similar. A fat, intimidating-looking man entered the room, having found everyone there. He said he had been looking all over for Shazu and demanded to know why there was no proper reception when he arrived. Shazu tried to explain, telling the fat man he hadn't expected him to come today. The fat man retorted that he had changed his mind and decided to come. Shazu thought he had to introduce the man to everyone and announced that this was Shu, a noble magician from the Fuka family. Shazu secretly whispered to the protagonist that he had no other choice, because the approval of noble magicians was needed to create this special unit. They had no choice but to put the nobles on the list. He was very sorry about this. Kusanagi remembered that this Fuka family was the one that had ignored the request for support when the calamity occurred at his academy. Shazu tried to explain that it happened because nobles have a strange pride and feel that responding to such requests is beneath them. It's not what a noble magician usually does. Shu said he heard he would be meeting Japan's top magic unit. He demanded to know why there were a bunch of kids here instead. Shazu introduced Kusanagi, revealing that this was the very boy who had defeated the boss and cleaned up the calamity at the school. Thanks to that impressive feat, he was selected as the captain. Shu looked him up and down, wondering how a mere student riffraff who wasn't even from a prestigious family could have stopped a calamity at the school. He stepped right on the protagonist's foot and arrogantly called him worse than trash. He was angry that the protagonist was the captain. He clearly said, "Don't get cocky, you're just a student." Both Yuka and Haruka demanded to know why he was acting that way, and told him to back off immediately. Meanwhile, Katsuragi threatened to send the man flying. Shu wondered why commoners dared to order him around. He recognized the sisters and remembered they were from the Mizua family. He was surprised to find that not everyone here was a kid. Shu started to grin and immediately declared that he would lead this unit. But Shazu tried to explain that Kusanagi had already been chosen as the captain, so it couldn't be changed. Shu challenged the protagonist to a duel, declaring that whoever defeats the boss in the next calamity will get command of the unit. Shazu tried to stop him, but the fat man arbitrarily set the rules and considered everything decided. He apologized for his behavior, but Kusanagi reassured him it was fine, because it's useless to say anything to an idiot like that anyway. He thought it was fine, as long as he won. Yuka and the others were immediately fired up. She would never let that man become their captain. The other two were also determined to give it their all. He wondered why everyone had gotten so combative over one idiot. In the police station courtyard, Kusanagi was considering the next step. He recalled that most of the police officers had magical power of only around 10,000. He had expected this and decided to talk about the magical power issue first. He began his explanation talking about the importance of magical power. He said he knew everyone only used it for magical attacks, but it had other uses. He called Katsuragi out and ordered him to attack him with all his might. He was a little taken aback, but Kusanagi urged him to hurry up. Katsuragi tried to land a punch with all his strength. He secretly hoped the protagonist wouldn't complain later. The punch was blocked by a strange-looking shield. He explained that he was using the power of a magic barrier. He said that if someone has abundant magical power, they can naturally use a magic barrier automatically. Katsuragi kept throwing punches, but none of them landed. He continued to explain that if one's magical power is large enough, they can use magic without consciously thinking about it. He called it an automatic activation ability. Katsuragi was finally exhausted and realized his punches had been completely futile. The protagonist asked everyone to keep one thing in mind: increasing the limit of one's magical power capacity was the most important goal for any magician. He began to inject his magical power into each police officer to help them understand how to feel the flow of magical power. Everyone began their training. Each person did their best to get stronger. Kusanagi realized that besides this simple training, he actually needed some more auxiliary equipment. He wondered if there was a way to obtain specialized equipment for dealing with monsters. Seeing Shizu's reaction, the protagonist fully understood that this was nearly impossible for now. Shizu reassured him that if he could just wait a little longer, he would find a way somehow. Kusanagi knew very well that he couldn't just find an excellent blacksmith in this era. So he decided to make it himself. Even though he had never done something like this before, he was confident he could make it himself. He opened a drawer and began to look for something useful. He found a cheap ring but saw that it was still in pretty good condition. He thought it might be a rather important item then. He believed this would be useful, but this alone was not enough. The protagonist began to think if there were any shops where he could buy things. His phone suddenly rang. He saw that it was a call from Haruka. He wondered what was up since she rarely called him. Kusanagi answered the phone but wondered why it was quiet on the other end. She stated her opinion, saying she believed only he was qualified to lead the unit. He was puzzled and asked if she was trying to encourage him. She said he was right. Kusanagi smiled, realizing this girl was quite shy too. He decided to ask her one thing. Kusanagi invited her to go shopping with him tomorrow if she didn't have other plans, saying he wasn't used to buying accessories and needed help. Haruka asked if he was inviting other people too. He replied no, thinking there was no need for many people to go together. She seemed a little hesitant, and Kusanagi asked if she wanted to go. She agreed to go with him. He called her a savior and asked where they should go. She suggested Harajuku. So he decided to meet her at the station around noon. She looked forward to seeing him tomorrow and hung up. Kusanagi was happy that he could now buy rings for all the team members. He debated whether he should spend the whole day making anti-monster equipment with the ring he had just found. He began to infuse it with magical power, believing it would work out somehow. Yuka called her sister for dinner, but when there was no answer, she started to get a little worried, knowing her sister was not her usual self. Yuka decided to go up to check and called out that she was coming in. She saw her sister standing there dazedly, holding a pretty dress. Haruka asked what was wrong. Yuka apologized and informed her that dinner was ready. Haruka said she would be right down. Yuka had never seen her sister so excited. She wondered if she had plans to go out and guessed it was definitely a date with the protagonist. The next day, Kusanagi arrived at Harajuku Station. Yuka hid behind a wall, watching him, trying to maintain a distance and hide her presence so she wouldn't be caught. She felt it was wrong to follow them like this and apologized to them both in her heart. Finally, Haruka appeared in a gorgeous dress and people started to stare at her. She asked if he had been waiting. He replied that he had just arrived, so it was fine. The men staring at them whispered that she was really pretty and must be talking to her boyfriend. She felt a little jealous, knowing her sister and Kusanagi were on a date, and wondered what was happening. Haruka asked him what he was looking for. Kusanagi replied that he wanted to buy a ring. She wondered if it was a gift. He said it was, but he needed several of them. Haruka was surprised. She was probably thinking something else. She asked if he had that many lovers. He casually replied yes, but she reminded him that Japan was not a polygamous country. He asserted that he was well aware of that fact. Haruka advised him that if he was going to buy in bulk, it would be better to buy cheap ones. She remembered a very good place, so he decided to leave it to her. They looked around several shops and Yuka continued to watch the two from a distance. After hours of effort, Haruka admitted it was really hard to find rings that were sturdy, cheap, and not too flashy. Kusanagi was getting a little annoyed because every time he picked a ring he liked, something was missing. He looked at another ring and realized that it looked quite expensive too. From a distance, Yuka was drinking fruit juice and wondering what the two were talking about. She felt a little jealous seeing them standing so close. The manager approached with a smile and asked the two what they were looking for. She said if the young man was trying to buy a gift for his girlfriend, she'd be happy to make a recommendation. Kusanagi tried to explain that she was not his girlfriend, but as soon as he spoke, Haruka interrupted and told the manager with a cold expression that she was not his girlfriend. The manager quickly apologized and told them to look around at their leisure, then left with a red face. Haruka tried to call her back, and he was getting a little annoyed. Finally, they sat down and Kusanagi complained that he was exhausted from walking around all this time, especially in a crowded place like this mall. He said choosing a ring was too difficult and wondered if there was something wrong with his standards. Kusanagi noticed Haruka's expression. She admitted that she wasn't good at expressing her emotions and said he probably knew about her strange personality. He replied yes. Haruka recalled that she didn't even know how to treat her own younger sister. She caused her sister a lot of trouble because of this. She suggested it would have been better if he had gone shopping with Yuka, that she was just getting in the way. He told her she was wrong, saying he knew very well that she had thoroughly researched and figured out the locations of many shops before coming here. She even carefully considered which one he should choose. Even though this was his task, she took this shopping trip very seriously. He reassured her with a smile that she had already been a great help to him. Haruka started to blush and felt better. Yuka saw her sister's face and recalled that she had never seen her sister make such an expression. The girl started to feel left out and wondered why she had even followed them in the first place. Yuka decided to go back home. A few hours later, Kusanagi finally found a ring he liked and left the mall in a good mood. She still didn't understand why he needed 5 of them. He said he needed one for each team member. Haruka believed his colleagues would be very happy to receive a gift he had put so much effort into choosing. He said this was equipment for the unit, so why wouldn't they be happy? She was a little puzzled by his words but finally understood why he had bought so many. He thanked her for all her help, expressing his gratitude politely. Haruka thought it was no big deal. She was happy to be able to help him, and although he decided to repay her for her efforts, she insisted that he didn't need to do anything. He took out the ring from before and told her to give him her hand. A little shy, she asked what he was trying to do. He took her hand and said this was the first special ring he had made himself. He smiled, saying he hoped she would cherish it. Haruka was very happy but turned around and left. He tried to call out to her, but she didn't give him a chance and walked straight away. He wanted to explain more about the anti-monster equipment, but he decided to tell her when he had another chance. After walking for a bit, Haruka suddenly stopped and stared intently at the ring. She cupped her hand, looked at the ring, and began to blush uncontrollably. The next day, Kusanagi announced he would now distribute the anti-monster equipment, telling everyone to come and get it. Sanada and the other police officers wore them and felt a magical reaction. They were wide-eyed with surprise, seeing magic equipment for the first time. He explained that this was an item to fight monsters and that he had personally enchanted it with wind magic. So, by using one's own magical power, one could create level 1 wind magic with the ring. Shizu was completely astonished. He began to wonder how Kusanagi had gotten his hands on such a great item, and Kusanagi revealed that he had made them himself. Shizu found this truly hard to believe, as craftsmen who could create such precious items were now nearly extinct. He was amazed to learn that our protagonist could make something like that as if it were child's play. He admitted that Kusanagi impressed him every time. Yuka noticed her sister didn't receive a ring. She realized Haruka was wearing a ring she had never seen before. Yuka guessed it must be a gift from their date, and she began to feel restless. She wondered what had happened after she had left. Kusanagi thought they lacked a suitable means of transportation for them all. He suspected cars weren't fast enough, calling them an unreliable thing. Shizu thought his friend was right as they were always late. Kusanagi demonstrated how to use the wind magic aerial with the anti-monster equipment. He believed it would significantly reduce their travel time. He explained that it wasn't strong enough to attack monsters, but they could fly with it, so he told them to give it a try. He guided them, informing them that since aerial is related to flight and acceleration, they should imagine jumping into the air. Sanada and Shizu began their first flight with the special rings. Kusanagi also noticed Yuka flying around swiftly. He praised her for it, but she thought it was a given since she had been training hard in magic control for a long time. She stared intently at our protagonist, and Yuka suddenly started feeling guilty for stalking her sister before. Kusanagi noticed her expression and became confused. He approached Yuka and said he had something to ask. He asked if she knew about Ichikami Minato, and Yuka replied that she did, because he was the person she admired the most. He asked her about Ichikami's power level. She replied that it was around 1 million. He could use many kinds of magic, but he sacrificed himself fighting the demon god during the great calamity. He wondered what had happened after that man died. She replied that most of the great magicians had also perished, and her noble ancestors were among those who did their best to restore society. The Mizua family played an extremely large role in everything. She said all of this with a proud expression, adding that after the last calamity ended, almost no data or materials remained, so magic research had to start all over again from scratch. Kusanagi knew that the death rate for magicians at that time was quite high, but he remembered leaving behind many books. He had stored information about magic in several places in preparation for the future. He wondered why the magic knowledge of today was so poor and full of errors. Compared to what he had left behind, the power level of today's magicians was extremely low. He wondered if someone was behind all of this. Yuka noticed him spacing out and asked if he was okay. He reassured her that it was nothing. He told him to remember this. If he was worried about something, he shouldn't hesitate to confide in her. She knew she wasn't very useful, but she still told him to ask for her help. Kusanagi appreciated her concern and said that she was a great help. He knew she would keep anything he shared a secret, but he still had to be cautious about the dark magician issue. If he were to drag her into this, there was a chance she would get into trouble, so he decided never to mention it. He knew that if she found out he was the legendary Ichikami Minato himself, she would probably faint. Yuka thought he was hiding everything because she wasn't trustworthy enough. She resolved that she had to get stronger to be more useful to Kusanagi. She was determined to do her best. A week later, Kusanagi ordered everyone to get ready and fire. Sanada was able to cast a level 2 holy magic called Holy Crest. Shazu could now use level 3 magic. Meanwhile, Katsuragi and the Mizua sisters could cast level 4 magic. Kusanagi was happy to see that everyone had gotten stronger. Even Sanada, who didn't know how to use attack magic before, could now attack with an offensive magic spell. What surprised him the most was the synergy between the Mizua sisters. He knew people would take it for granted because they were biological sisters. Yuka and Haruka shattered the training ground with level 4 magic. Yuka suddenly recalled some bad memories, but she started to smile as she had finally earned her sister's respect. Kusanagi praised everyone's efforts but told them not to get lazy just because their magic level had increased, because a higher level doesn't necessarily mean they had gotten stronger and better at using magic. He decided to give an example and ordered Haruka to use a level 4 magic spell on him. She understood his meaning and followed his instructions. Haruka launched a level 4 attack at him, but Kusanagi only used level 1 earth magic in response. When the two magic attacks collided, everyone was surprised to see the level 1 magic nullify the level 4 magic. He explained that magic level only helps determine the amount of magical power you can infuse into an attack. It doesn't mean that a higher level magic is stronger. Even a level 1 magic can easily defeat a level 4 magic if the magician can infuse their maximum magical power into it. He mentioned that the attributes of magic are equally important. Water is always weak against earth. He ordered everyone not to be trapped by the idea of levels. He explained that they had to understand their magical power and master the spells they had. If they followed his instructions, they could become stronger. Everyone listened carefully as Kusanagi revealed they shouldn't forget their comrades, and that they could become even stronger by combining their powers. Everyone roared with spirit, but from somewhere, that fat man appeared again with a sympathetic look on his face. Shazu asked why he was being so rude here. Shu thought a calamity wouldn't be coming soon, so he was feeling bored. Shazu advised him to go wipe out a few monsters if he didn't feel like training. But Shu refused, saying it was too much of a hassle. He grinned slyly and passed the job off to the police station. Kusanagi's friends were annoyed, but he felt nothing. Just as Shu wished for a calamity to come quickly, the sky began to turn red. Yuka was the first to notice and pointed out that something was wrong. Shu realized it really was a calamity and got energized. He reminded everyone that the team that defeated the final boss first would be chosen as the captain of the special unit. He declared that his challenge had begun. Kusanagi's unit was also fired up, determined not to lose to a fat, ugly guy like Shu. The fat man and his subordinates used their equipment to start flying with wind magic. He became arrogant as he left, calling everyone losers. Yuka called him a coward, but Kusanagi reminded them that they could do the same. He ordered everyone to prepare thoroughly and put on their earpieces. As the entire unit started to take flight, Kusanagi reminded them that this was their first battle as a team, so they must always be careful. They all began to move. Shu left the cars on the road behind. He called them slow and laughed out loud. Katsuragi exclaimed that the guy was really fast. Yuka couldn't understand how that fat squat man could move as fast as lightning with such a huge body. Kusanagi believed his team would have a hard time catching up because they were all skilled in wind magic. He knew he could easily surpass them, but he didn't want to ruin the purpose of working as a team. He decided not to rush since the people seemed completely fine. Shu started to mock them, taunting them for calling themselves a special unit when they couldn't even beat him. He kept calling them incompetent. Yuka noticed his expression, and although she couldn't hear anything, she guessed he was mocking them. The fat man spotted some people and shouted out loud that he was here. He warned them about the calamity and began to slaughter some monsters with his subordinates. They all shot wind magic and blew away a magic beast. The civilians tried to ask the fat man for help, but he completely ignored them and continued to shoot wind magic at the monsters. When the civilians were almost hit by his wind magic, the protagonist appeared and protected them with a barrier. He asked the fat man what he was doing with a cold expression. In a terrifying way, the noble boy and his subordinates were so scared they almost wet their pants. He tried to understand what was happening but couldn't even move his arms. Kusanagi's unit appeared and checked if the civilians were okay. Yuka confronted the fat man about what he had just tried to do. She got angry and shouted at him not to drag civilians into the war. Shu and his subordinates were finally able to move again. He wondered what Kusanagi had done to his body. He shook it off and thought it was nothing. The fat man said it was their fault for getting in the way of a noble magician like him. Yuka got angry and ordered him to repeat what he had just said. He used wind magic to escape with his friends, leaving the safety of the civilians to Kusanagi. He was determined to defeat the final boss. As the fat man left, Kusanagi observed him, confident he could blow that guy away in seconds, but he didn't want to be held back by a foolish challenge. He suddenly realized this could be a good opportunity for something. Kusanagi ordered his unit members to wipe out the monsters while he protected the civilians from all danger. Shazu asked if he was sure about the challenge, as it seemed quite difficult for him to have to protect so many civilians on his own. Kusanagi reassured him that he was confident because he was their special unit's captain. Shazu believed his words and thought his question was really foolish. Yuka encouraged everyone, saying they had relied on the protagonist too much, so let's start clearing out the monsters, and everyone agreed with her. So our protagonist ordered everyone to set off and bring back victory. Everyone charged forward with wind magic and began to engage the monsters. Yuka used level 3 magic to take out a few powerful monsters. She recalled how scared she had been when she faced a similar situation before, but now she was surprised by her ability to easily defeat the magic soldiers. Yuka had finally become stronger. Kusanagi sensed the magical energy around and found that people and monsters were mixed, and many civilians were still in danger. He knew the situation was difficult, but he could handle it because he was Kusanagi Minato. He used wind magic to rush forward and save everyone. Shu and his subordinates continued to ignore the civilians and kept shooting wind magic. Haruka and the others maintained their formation, determined not to fall behind the fat man. Yuka began to feel a strange flow of magical power from somewhere. She looked back and saw a demon had appeared right behind her. The delusional fat man rushed toward the demon without hesitation to stop the calamity and win the foolish bet. He decided to use level 4 magic for this. His subordinates tried to stop the fat man, saying that level 4 magic would not even tickle an opponent of this demon's level. Shu didn't listen, thinking what would they know, having never fought a demon in their lives. He was confident that because he was a noble magician he would surely win this battle. The fat man launched a level 4 wind attribute attack, but the demon countered with level 4 fire attribute magic, completely crushing the fat man's pathetic attack. Shu couldn't believe he had been so easily overpowered. As the fire attack was about to reach him, he began to flee with his subordinates. Some civilians were caught in between. They cried out for help, but Shu ignored them and continued to run for his life. Kusanagi appeared and blocked it with earth magic. His team joined in and protected the civilians from the fire attack. Kusanagi smiled and praised them. Yuka approached the fat man. He sighed in relief that he hadn't died. With a cold expression, she questioned why he had ignored the civilians and only saved himself. He said it was their fault for not running to a safe place. He thought they didn't deserve to live if they blocked the path of a noble magician like him. Yuka's anger boiled upon hearing his foolish words, and unable to take it anymore, she slapped him across the face with all her might. The fat man was sent flying by the tremendous slap. She called him a shameless and pathetic noble magician. Shu shouted why she dared to hit a noble like him. Yuka told everyone to ignore this pathetic guy, and let's take care of the rest of the monsters appearing in the city. Everyone agreed and started to move. Shu was left groaning, completely ignored by her. Kusanagi observed them while taking the civilians to a safe place. He thought they were a bit noisy in front of the enemy. He guessed it would be fine since they had calmed down quickly. Kusanagi decided to find more survivors who needed help. He thought he had to stay vigilant, as the final boss could appear at any moment. As the demon appeared, Shu and his subordinates hid behind a wall, finally accepting that they couldn't win against such a powerful monster on their own. The subordinates advised the fat man to start retreating. Shu knew that the demon was too much for him. Even though he was a true noble, he didn't believe he could defeat it. The fat man suddenly had an idea. He decided to let the other team fight and exhaust the monster's power. Then, when the monster was weakened, he planned to jump in, finish it off, and take all the credit. His subordinates praised his brilliant idea. He thought it was a given for a genius like him, and guessed he would hide, waiting for the perfect opportunity. His subordinates agreed with him. Shazu and the entire team faced the demon that was approaching them. Yuka felt how strong this monster was. She doubted if they could win this fight, but she was determined to do everything she could. The entire team started to attack the demon relentlessly. They finally wondered if it was dead, but as the smoke cleared, the demon walked out without a single scratch. Yuka realized their attacks hadn't even left a mark. Haruka suggested they either use level 4 magic or infuse their lower level spells with powerful magical energy to attack. The demon began to summon a fire attack from a magic circle. It attacked them, and while everyone struggled to dodge, Yuka was now stronger than before. With twice the magic she used to have, Yuka admitted the power difference was too great. At this rate, there was no chance of winning. She wondered what to do next. Kusanagi noticed his team was in a difficult situation. He decided to give them some advice. Kusanagi ordered them to cooperate. She replied that they were already cooperating. He advised her to combine their powers properly. He hinted that she and Haruka held the key to victory. Yuka was confused and asked worriedly what he meant, but he told her to figure it out for herself. Yuka tried to stop him from hanging up, but she was attacked by a fire magic spell and had to focus on defending. Haruka believed there must be a deep meaning behind Kusanagi's words, so the entire team needed to think about it together. Katsuragi thought his sister was right, as Kusanagi had always led them in a good direction. Finally, he realized what he had to do. Yuka pointed out that it took the demon a long time to cast spells, so they should take out the minions while dodging its attacks. Yuka told Shido and the police officers to handle the east side, while they continued to attack from the west. She said she would send a signal whenever the demon was about to use some kind of technique. Everyone understood her instructions. As the powerful demon began to use its technique, Yuka immediately warned everyone and sent a signal. They were all able to dodge the monster's attack thanks to her help. Kusanagi was watching everything while saving the civilians. He had expected Haruka to take command. But Yuka was good at reading people, so she was doing a pretty good job. He thought she would be able to lead everyone. Yuka began to get a little tired and realized their magical power and levels might not be enough to win. She wondered what to do now. Yuka struggled to remember Kusanagi's words and suddenly realized she had completely misunderstood. She doubted if this ridiculous method could save them, but she had thrown away common sense a long time ago. So she decided to see it through to the end. She knew this was an all-or-nothing situation. Yuka asked everyone to transfer their magical power to her. Shu watched from behind, wondering what they were up to. The entire team mentally prepared themselves for something. Shido tried to confirm again if this was really possible. Yuka herself wasn't sure, but she knew there was no other choice. Haruka placed all her faith in her sister. Katsuragi and Sanada also decided to bet everything on it, figuring they could think of another way if this plan failed. The demon raised its hand and created a level 5 fire magic, the Scorching Flame Pillar. A huge sea of fire began to pour down towards Kusanagi's team. Shu and his minions called the entire team useless rookies, but his minions told him to look at something interesting over there. His jaw dropped as he saw the entire team charging straight at the demon. Sanada used a level 3 holy healing magic to heal every member of the team. Kusanagi called this the best plan, as dodging a level 5 attack was very difficult. This way, Sanada could heal everyone from all the damage they were about to receive. It was really smart. Yuka and Haruka faced the monster together, gathering their power for an attack. They unleashed a water attribute magic. Kusanagi was pleased, saying they had finally realized it. If they couldn't defeat it with their individual abilities, they could combine their powers to win. He smiled and called it Tidal Wave Blast Great Magic, and a huge stream of water blew the demon away in an instant as the smoke cleared. Shu was horrified to learn that the Mizua sisters could cast a level 6 magic together. Katsuragi pointed towards the demon. They were shocked to see it was still breathing. Shu and his minions thought their chance had come and tried to finish it off to steal the credit. Kusanagi used his magic absorption tentacles to stop them. The fat Shu had no idea what was happening as all his magical power was completely absorbed. He lost all his strength in an instant. Kusanagi appeared from behind and retracted the magic tentacles. He was a little annoyed by their actions. The demon finally disappeared. Katsuragi and the others breathed a sigh of relief. Shido thought it was destined to die soon anyway after taking that attack. As the calamity finally ended, the sky became clear as usual. The entire team was overjoyed that they had finally won. Sanada praised the Mizua sisters and thanked them. Haruka and Yuka fainted and fell to the ground. Katsuragi worriedly asked what was wrong. Both of them had completely exhausted their magical power and couldn't move. Yuka told her sister that they had really won. Haruka agreed with her and felt relieved. Kusanagi smiled as he praised the entire team's efforts, confirming that it was they who had stopped the calamity. He said this was their first real combat mission, and he was very happy that they had shown their true worth. Even though this was their first time fighting this way, they didn't disappoint him. He believed his team would become even stronger in the future. He praised Yuka's amazing development so far and pointed out that she had given the best commands throughout the calamity. She had even understood his intention about the great magic, and he wondered if she had known about this technique before. Yuka confidently replied no, and said she had only just now learned it was called great magic. He was surprised she didn't know this at all, and couldn't understand how she had managed it without knowing anything. She thanked him for the wonderful hint, revealing that she had just followed her intuition for the rest. Kusanagi was shocked, realizing he had been wrong about Yuka. He guessed she might be much more special than he had initially expected. Kusanagi didn't ask any more questions and pointed out that she had succeeded right on the spot. It was truly amazing. He believed the harmony and timing between her and Haruka also played a very big role in this. He glanced at his watch and told everyone it was finally the important hour. Kusanagi grabbed the remote and turned on the TV. Several special members of the police department, including Shido, were attending a press conference. One of them stepped forward and explained that to prepare for the increasing number of calamities and demon monsters, they had created the Special Magic Task Force, or SMT. A female reporter confronted him, asking why they had chosen a student involved in the Academy Calamity incident as the captain, and asked if what he said was true. Shido stepped forward to answer this question. He introduced himself as the deputy to the special unit's captain, and confirmed that the captain was indeed a student. At this, people reacted with disbelief. They opposed the appointment of a minor as captain. Shido defended Kusanagi, explaining that he possessed abilities far superior to the magic nobles. He reiterated that the magic nobles were completely useless and hadn't even come to help. The police were in a desperate situation and had to save the citizens themselves. He added that Kusanagi appeared and saved everyone from the calamity. Shido believed Kusanagi was a savior sent by God, the one who would protect this era from monsters. Shido believed he couldn't entrust this leadership role to anyone else. Kusanagi watched this on TV, so embarrassed his face turned bright red. He wished Shido wouldn't exaggerate about him so much. Some important officials thought this was ridiculous and annoying. They thought it was wrong to ignore the magic nobles and create a unit without their knowledge. If this happened, the magic nobles would lose their jobs. The officials admitted that the noble magicians were quite useless since they didn't even respond to the calamity. They were all well aware of the Fuka family's terrible reputation. And even though the heads of several families were overseas, dealing with calamities was still their responsibility, yet they were neglecting their duties. The police commissioner stepped forward and stated that they trusted the magic nobles, and had not created the special unit to undermine any noble family. Someone rushed into the press conference hall and told everyone to move. It was the ugly fat man and his minions. He called the current captain an incompetent good-for-nothing, believing a magic noble like himself was the only one qualified to be the true leader. He berated them for their rudeness in holding a press conference while completely ignoring him. His minions chimed in, supporting his claims. Shidu didn't understand why he was suddenly here, even though he had lost the bet before. Shu and his minions acted as if there had never been a challenge. He brazenly lied that there was no such promise at all. He considered his words to be the absolute truth of a magic noble, and told everyone to just obey. A female reporter stepped forward and asked a question. He allowed her to ask anything. She informed everyone that she had heard news that he had not helped any civilians during the recent calamity. Instead, he had continuously dragged civilians into his fight. The reporter asked if this was true. Shu started to get scared and replied that nothing of the sort had happened. But other reporters exposed him for lying, as they had evidence of his inappropriate actions. The officials questioned whether a noble magician had really committed such a terrible act. They thought they couldn't condone it, as civilians were always the top priority. They wouldn't just let his actions slide this time. The fat Shu got scared and shouted at everyone to shut up. He didn't admit his fault and instead blamed the civilians for blocking the path of a noble magician like himself. He called them all commoners and ordered them to shut their mouths. Shidu believed that now everyone would know how corrupt the current noble magicians were. He pointed out the importance of a hero like Kusanagi, someone who would lead the nation and protect the people from monsters, people who fight selflessly. He thought Kusanagi was too perfect as their captain. Shidu pointed at the fat man and told everyone that they didn't need a corrupt and selfish noble magician who didn't care about the people. The reporters sided with Shidu, and the police commissioner started to worry. The fat Shu left in a rage, making it clear to everyone that he would definitely get revenge and make them regret what they had said to him. Kusanagi watched the fat man run away with a bitter smile. He was surprised that Shidu had pushed it all the way this time. Yuka showed everyone some videos of the calamity that had been posted online. She revealed that the fat noble magician was getting all sorts of criticism for his actions. Kusanagi was a little scared of the internet, with everything spreading at a crazy speed. Yuka was suddenly shocked. Kusanagi asked with a worried look what was wrong. Yuka said that all of their faces had been made public. Kusanagi was annoyed that he could no longer hide his true identity. He had hoped to be as inconspicuous as possible, but he knew everything would get more complicated after this. A few days later, in the conference room, Kusanagi was surprised to see a huge crowd gathered. He wondered what on earth was going on. Shidu revealed that the higher-ups had suddenly approved everything easily, and the number of volunteers had also suddenly skyrocketed. Shidu laughed worriedly, believing this had happened because of the information that spread on the internet and the recent press conference. Shidu began to apologize for not holding back at the press conference. He knew he had made a mistake and wanted to compensate Kusanagi somehow. Our protagonist wanted to train more people, but he didn't want to stand out like this. Yuka appeared from behind and linked her arm with his. She suggested he should get used to it now, as it would be hard for the whole world to take its eyes off someone as special as him. He thought it was really a pain and hoped he could at least avoid the spotlight after this. At night, in some mysterious place, a man tied to a chair was being interrogated. A man held a knife to the victim's neck and ordered him to tell everything or he would die. The red-haired man was terrified. He was asked about the shadow magician, but he tried to explain that he had already told them everything he knew. He revealed that the shadow magician was a kid who could use very powerful magic. The man made a cut on the red-haired man's body and threatened that he would die if he didn't tell everything. The victim was terrified and begged for his life. Finally, he remembered something else. The red-haired man revealed that the police were continuously investigating the Magic Academy to find out more about the shadow magician, so there was a rumor that he might be a student. He swore he didn't know anything more about the shadow magician. The kidnapper believed him but was disappointed. The victim hoped to be released now that he had told everything. The mysterious man assured him he would, but made it clear that he would be released from this life as he killed him. As the victim bled to death, the mysterious man in glasses got angry as blood splattered on him. He exclaimed it was dirty and began to wipe off the bloodstains. He learned that the shadow magician might be a student. He began to smile sinisterly in excitement, wondering how terrible a child's screams would be. He hoped the shadow magician was waiting for him. Kusanagi landed in Shinjuku and put on a mask to cover his face. He stylishly took care of a monster and began to look around. Our protagonist spotted some kids with cameras, and one of them started filming the monster Kusanagi had just defeated, both of them calling it the work of the shadow magician. One kid was a little annoyed that he hadn't arrived in time to film Kusanagi. Our protagonist had hoped the hype and people's interest in the shadow magician would have died down, but he realized he was completely wrong when he saw many people looking for him. Even in a residential area like this, the police were also involved. He was glad that the police were now handling monsters and calamities more properly than when he first reincarnated. He guessed that maybe people didn't need the shadow magician anymore. Kusanagi noticed something happening below ground. Some thugs were cornering a poor man and demanding 10 million yen. They ordered him to sell his organs if he couldn't pay back the debt. The man tried to defend himself, explaining he had only borrowed 200,000 yen, but the thugs began to use magic, calling it interest. They were about to teach him a lesson, and just as they were about to attack, Kusanagi jumped in and protected the man from the thugs. The poor man took the opportunity to disappear. The thugs got angry and asked if he thought he was some kind of cool hero. They tried to take on Kusanagi, but he decided to let them taste some pain to fix their bad habits. They were beaten to a pulp and later sobbed and apologized. They promised not to resist. The shadow magician wondered why the police still hadn't dealt with the illegal magicians. The thugs realized he was the shadow magician and started whispering about the rumors they had heard. One of the guys mentioned that underground organizations were tracking our protagonist. They started to worry because they were in another organization's territory. Kusanagi heard their conversation and asked about the organization. The guys were scared and tried to pretend they didn't know. The thugs said they knew nothing and begged him to let them go. They promised they wouldn't tell anyone they had met him. The shadow magician wondered how much they knew and decided to let them go if they told him everything. The thugs agreed, and one of them revealed that Kokurin was an underground magician organization hidden from the public. He confessed that they were involved in all sorts of terrible crimes like money laundering. That organization, which controls the Yakuza, gangs and mafia, was behind everything. The thugs confessed that Kokurin also had connections to the media and political circles, so they could do whatever they wanted. They smirked and said there was a Kokurin branch nearby. They said they had come there to find a job. He beat them up one more time and started to leave the dark alley. Kusanagi remembered Sanada mentioning the increase in illegal activities. He finally realized that Kokurin was behind all of this. Our protagonist was quite interested and a little excited. He decided to leave the problems of calamities and the increasing number of magic beasts to his student version. And when he acted as the shadow magician, he would clean up the underworld. He thought he should start with the nearest branch in Kabukicho. Our protagonist arrived there and saw a group of men and women doing suspicious things. He was surprised to see that the modern entertainment district was quite crowded. Kusanagi was a little annoyed but moved forward and began to sense the magical power around the area. This time his opponents were human, so he couldn't distinguish who was a member of the organization. Our friend decided to start by catching a few criminals doing suspicious things around. He found two men selling drugs in a dark alley. They recognized him and prepared to attack, but the protagonist beat them to a pulp and tried to get some information out of them. He got almost nothing, but he decided to leave the rest to the police to handle. He beat up a few more and learned that the organization gathered in a place called Western. The man said he was telling the truth, and since he had spilled all the information, he should be allowed to go now. Kusanagi hit him one more time and left, hoping the information he had gotten was accurate. At the Western bar, a beautiful purple-haired woman entered and sat near the bar. The bartender asked her what she would like to drink. She gave him some cash, hoping he could provide her with some information. The man took the money and told her to speak. The mysterious woman asked the bartender about Kokurin's hideout. The bartender said her question was wrong. She started to get a little nervous. He corrected her, saying she should have asked what would happen to her next. The purple-haired woman realized this was a trap. She looked behind her and saw several thugs standing up. One of the gang members knew someone was snooping around, but he didn't expect it to be such a beautiful woman. She realized she had made a big mistake by believing the wrong information. The thugs attacked, but one of them ordered the others to capture her alive. Outnumbered, the woman fought back to save her life. She didn't waste a single moment and ran for the exit, but she was hit by fire magic coming from behind. The woman fell down, injured. The thugs liked her tough attitude and decided to make use of her beautiful body. The woman fell into despair, thinking there was nothing more she could do, and silently apologized to her brother. Just as a thug was about to grab her, the protagonist entered the bar, surprising everyone. He completely ignored what was happening and walked straight to the bartender. Our friend asked if there were any Kokurin members in this bar. A thug approached him from behind and asked if he was aware of the situation he was in. He tried to attack while spouting insults, but our friend punched him right in the face. The thug was sent flying and crashed into the bar's wall. He tried to get up but lost consciousness. The other thugs and the woman were all speechless. Everyone's jaws dropped in surprise. The purple-haired woman knew that a normal person couldn't throw such a strong punch. She didn't understand how he did it. The woman wondered what kind of magic he had used, but she didn't see him chant any spells. She wondered who he was. Kusanagi was happy that the information wasn't completely useless, as he had found many low-level magician thugs in the Western Club. He cursed them as pathetic guys, saying Kokurin's minions were ganging up on a single woman and continued to provoke them. The thugs were scared, but they tried to remain calm since they still had the advantage in numbers. One of them believed that since the protagonist was all alone, they could win if they all attacked together, and he ordered everyone to charge. The thugs started to unleash several fire attacks, but our friend only dodged, conserving his strength. The purple-haired woman doubted he could win, as he was greatly outnumbered, especially since they were fighting indoors. She thought he wouldn't be able to cast any powerful magic, which meant he had no chance of winning. The woman shouted and warned the protagonist to run away. Just as he was about to be attacked, the protagonist lost his patience and with lightning speed dodged everything and approached the thugs. He got close to them and started using his fists. Our friend took them down one by one and subdued everyone in just a few seconds. The purple-haired woman was once again speechless. She couldn't follow what had just happened because he moved so fast. She wondered what kind of magic he had used. A thug started to cry and asked who on earth he was. He demanded an answer. Kusanagi replied that he was the shadow magician, the one who would destroy the Kokurin gang. He knocked out the last guy and approached the woman. She was still amazed by the speed at which he had wiped them all out and wondered if he was some kind of elite or legendary magician. As Kusanagi got closer, she could see that he looked like a high school student. She thought his eyes were very mesmerizing. He asked if she was okay, a little worried. He saw that she wasn't injured. With a confused look, the woman reassured him that she was fine. He approached the bartender, who was hiding behind the counter. Kusanagi demanded information about Kokurin, but the bartender refused, afraid they would track him down if he revealed anything. Our friend threw a powerful punch and shattered the table to scare the bartender. He once again demanded information, making it clear that this was his last chance. The bartender was scared to death and decided to tell everything to save himself from Kusanagi. He said that Kokurin's headquarters was actually in Tokyo, and they had branches everywhere, beyond Kabukicho. He heard that the head of the Kabukicho branch was someone not to be trifled with. The gang's boss was a magician and had immense influence in the underworld. Some people even said he controlled Japan from the shadows. Kusanagi asked about the branch, but the bartender swore he knew nothing about it. He explained that a low-level member like him was only assigned menial tasks, so he had no idea about the branch's location. The protagonist was a little disappointed, back to square one. He decided to look for more illegal magicians to gather information about the branch. As he was about to leave, the woman stopped him and expressed her gratitude for saving her life. She said she would have gone through something terrible, unimaginable, if it weren't for him. He reassured her not to worry as he was just passing by. He believed it was her own fault since she had thrown herself into a dangerous situation. She called him a harsh person and he said she was right, but he was only harsh to adults. The woman guessed that he was trying to find Kokurin. She was curious and asked what he planned to do if he found the gang. With a cold expression, he replied that he would destroy it. She was a little shocked to see how serious he was. She knew he wanted to completely destroy the gang, but she doubted he could do it alone, no matter how strong he was. She also knew she couldn't do it alone, so she decided to make a proposal. The woman asked our friend if he wanted to cooperate with her. She confidently said she was a detective who had access to valuable information and many connections. She knew she didn't have the kind of power he had. The woman was a little shocked to learn that the shadow magician was much stronger than she had heard in the rumors. She believed if she could somehow cooperate with him, she could also achieve her goals. Kusanagi understood that and asked if she was suggesting they exchange his power for her valuable information. The woman confirmed he was right, believing this was a perfect collaboration. She held out her hand and proposed they work together. He knew he desperately needed information, but he was contemplating whether she was trustworthy. He thought it would be fine. In the worst-case scenario, if things didn't go as planned, he could just disappear. He agreed and decided to cooperate with this woman, taking her hand. She sealed the deal and introduced herself as Leona. He revealed that he was the shadow magician. She said that name was really hard to remember and wondered if he had a shorter one. He gave her permission to call him whatever she wanted, so she chose the name Krona. He agreed to the name Krona. He asked why the thugs were chasing her. She said her purpose was to find Kokurin's hideout somehow. He accused her of being too careless and foolish. She thought they were in the same boat, but he said he was more than capable of protecting himself. She admitted she had many weaknesses but had no other choice since no one dared to stand up against Kokurin. Leona explained that the police were too busy dealing with the calamities recently, so the rogue magicians in Kabukicho were running wild without any restraint. Kusanagi remembered Sanada explaining this before. He knew she was in a difficult situation. Leona tried to stay calm and revealed that her younger brother had been attacked by rogue magicians. After her parents passed away, she had to take care of her younger brother all by herself. She worked really hard to provide a good life for her young brother. She knew she couldn't spend time with her brother and give him her attention, and that probably made him feel lonely. But her younger brother never complained once. She recalled that one day some thieves suddenly broke into their house. Unfortunately, her younger brother saw the culprits' faces, so they tried to kill the kid. Her expression changed. He asked if her younger brother survived. She said the kid was injured and hadn't woken up since that day. She knew that even holy magic wasn't enough to wake someone from a coma. She was frustrated and said that even the doctors didn't know when her younger brother would wake up. Her younger brother was only 9 years old. She believed the kid deserved to live a normal life. Leona remembered that the ones behind all of this were Kokurin's minions. She found and arrested them all, but she wouldn't be at ease until the entire gang was destroyed. He asked if her purpose was simply revenge, but she firmly said he was wrong, and that she wanted to set everything right so no one would have to go through what she did. She knew she didn't have the power to do it, but she believed he could definitely stand up against the Kokurin gang. Kusanagi guessed her story was true, but he wondered if she had made all this up to prevent him from betraying her in the future. He thought her actions proved she was a strong woman but scoffed at himself for having an interest in women who were in despair. He warned her not to drag him down, but she reassured him not to underestimate her information network. As she had already identified many potential hideouts, she just thought there were too many places on the list and they could be Yakuza or Mafia, so she tried to act cautiously. He demanded information about the hideouts. She asked about his plan. He replied that he would pay them a visit himself. She warned him about the danger level, doubting he could avoid death no matter how powerful he was. He reassured her that he would be fine since he was the legendary shadow magician. She decided to give him the information but said she would go with him to check. He warned her about the danger but she insisted on going with him even if she might lose her life. He asked what she would do about her younger brother if she died. She thought her younger brother would get the insurance money if she died, so it would be fine. He said money was worthless, advising her that family was the most important thing and that she should never say something like that again. She doubted how someone with power like him could understand her weak feelings. She was frustrated, saying how terrible it was to be oppressed by trash-like gang members even when trying to live an honest life. Even people who were cornered like her didn't have enough power to fight back. She wondered why her younger brother had to go through such a thing even though he was completely innocent. She started to sob and then became quiet. As he started to move, she asked what he was trying to do. He demanded information about the hideouts and reassured her that the gang members would pay for their crimes. She stopped crying and finally got her spirit back. She gave him the information but thought it would be very difficult to walk to all the places. He told her not to worry about that and hugged her from behind. He told her to hold on tight. She started to blush uncontrollably. In a building full of gang members, a man curiously approached the window. Another thug asked what was wrong. Suddenly, the window shattered and Kusanagi landed in the middle of the room with Leona in his arms. He kicked the thug who was standing next to the window, sending him flying and surprising everyone. The thugs were shocked to see one of their own go down. Kusanagi wondered if this was really Kokuren's hideout. Leona tried to remain calm but was extremely nervous because she thought she had almost died just now. The thugs demanded an answer and asked who they were. They took out their weapons and prepared to kill him. He was unfazed and noticed that these guys were not much different from his past life. The boss stepped forward with a cigar in his hand. He asked who the protagonist was. He replied that he was the shadow magician. The boss was enraged and ordered everyone to attack him. He told Leona to stick close to him. A thug attacked him with a sword, but our friend stood there without a hint of fear. The thug was surprised when his sword broke in two. He didn't understand what was happening. Several thugs approached him from behind and started shooting. Kusanagi deployed a magic shield and easily blocked everything. The thugs felt powerless, realizing their guns and swords were completely useless. They started calling the shadow magician a monster, but he ignored them and approached the boss. He asked again, confirming if he was really the boss. He also asked if their group was related to Kokuren. The boss started to tremble and was silent for a moment, but he shouted at Kusanagi and insulted him. He made it clear that the shadow magician would not leave this place alive. He warned the protagonist not to underestimate the Yakuza. The gang started shooting and attacking again, but Kusanagi calmly called them stubborn. Leona thought he shouldn't expect cooperation from guys like them. He didn't understand how they were unharmed after taking so many attacks. He sensed that none of them were real magicians, and guessed they had nothing to do with Kokuren. Kusanagi decided to clean up this mess. The boss warned him that he had messed with the wrong people. But before he could finish his sentence, our friend rushed in and delivered a kick. He beat them up and sent them all flying with a single kick. The Yakuza finally surrendered. Leona was shocked that everything had ended so quickly. He was annoyed that he hadn't gotten any information and decided to move on to the next place. Leona now realized just how strong the shadow magician was. She started to believe he might be strong enough to completely destroy Kokuren. He grabbed the girl and held her in his arms. She panicked, realizing they were about to leave again. He leapt through the hideout's doorway while holding her, and she screamed in fear, telling him to stop. But he just kept rushing forward. They arrived at the next location and once again made a stylish entrance through the window. In the blink of an eye, the protagonist took care of the entire group. The group all had to bow their heads and beg for their lives when they got outside. He wondered why he kept getting attacked. He cursed the Yakuza for being complete idiots. She agreed but made it clear that no thug would listen to him. Leona, annoyed, asked him not to break through windows every time. She felt this was no different from ambushing the Yakuza, but she was getting tired of this flight. He understood his friend's point and said that since they were dealing with Yakuza, there was no need to follow any rules. She accused him of being illogical, so he decided to follow the beauty's wishes. This time they'd do it by the book. The two went to another location and knocked on the door. A bald man came out and asked who the two of them were. The protagonist said he had come to ask about Kokuren. The bald man slammed the door and told the two of them to get lost. Kusanagi got angry and kicked the door open. The subordinates were on alert, wondering if they were being raided by someone. They demanded he reveal which organization he belonged to, but Kusanagi made it clear he had only come to learn more about Kokuren. The bald man lost his patience and rushed to throw a punch. The protagonist wanted to talk peacefully for once, but since there was no other way, he had no choice but to fight back and easily took down the bald man. The other subordinates were shocked, their jaws dropping. Kusanagi ignored the small fry and went to find the boss himself. A man named Yushiro came out and introduced himself as the boss here. He asked why the young man had barged in like that. The protagonist got straight to the point and asked if they were related to Kokurin. The boss understood the question, but his subordinates thought it was disrespectful and took out their weapons to attack the protagonist. Yushiro ordered his subordinates to stop. They tried to say something, but the boss made it clear that they couldn't handle someone like Kusanagi. He decided to answer the question and revealed that they had no connection with a pathetic organization like Kokurin. He made it clear that honor was very important to his organization. The protagonist asked about their hideout. Yushiro confirmed if he would leave immediately once he learned the location. Kusanagi firmly promised to leave. Leona and the protagonist sat opposite Yushiro. The bald man's organization surrounded the two of them. She got a little scared and wondered why she had gotten into such a difficult situation. When Yushiro introduced himself again, Kusanagi also revealed he was Kronos. Leona also introduced herself. The boss pointed to a map and explained that Kokurin's hideout was somewhere in the area he was pointing to. He ended the conversation assuring them he didn't know any more details. Kusanagi double-checked and found that it matched what Leona had suggested. He realized that if they kept looking, they would eventually find the hideout. Finally, he admitted she was more reliable than he had thought. The shadow magician asked the old man if it was okay for him to share such information since he was also from this world, the underworld. Yushiro said it wasn't, revealing that they were actually enemies. He assured the young man that his organization was not so low and pathetic as to harm respectable people. Kusanagi wondered why he was attacked at first, but the old man believed he didn't look respectable at all when he raided the Yakuza office. Yushiro told him that his organization had its own rules and principles, so there was no need to compare them to trash like Kokurin. Kusanagi was surprised. To meet a Yakuza like Yushiro in this era, since he had achieved his goal, he decided to leave as promised. Just as the protagonist was about to leave, Yushiro asked if he intended to confront Kokurin. He warned the young man that it wouldn't be easy, as there were big shots controlling this country behind them. Kusanagi grabbed the girl and firmly told the old man that he had dealt with such opponents many times. He held Leona in his arms and flew away. The old man watched him leave and praised his courage. He believed this guy might be able to take down Kokurin. In a warehouse, several men gathered to trade special weapons. A subordinate checked the quality and reported to his boss that the goods were good. The red-haired man ordered his subordinates to hand over the money. A few mysterious men in black suits received the money, and one of them shook hands with the red-haired man, finishing the deal. The man in the suit praised Japan for being so friendly to criminals, calling it wonderful. The other man confirmed it was the best country. As the two men were laughing loudly, Kusanagi once again broke through a window and jumped in, holding Leona in his arms. The other guys were greatly shocked, but they all took out their magic circles and guns, immediately. Kusanagi realized he had finally found the organization he was looking for. He used magic detection to find out that all the members of Kokurin were magicians. There were also a few magicians on the mafia's side supporting them. Leona hid behind a container, took out her phone and recorded everything. The red-haired man asked who Kusanagi was. The protagonist was tired of hearing this question over and over. He answered that he was the shadow magician and had come to destroy Kokurin. Hearing that, the other guys were all bewildered. They doubted what a kid like him could do alone and started laughing their heads off. He ignored their laughter and launched a very powerful fire attack. A few guys were sent flying. He made it clear that he was determined to take down this entire organization. The other guys were enraged and started unleashing a barrage of magic attacks without holding back. The protagonist easily blocked everything with his barrier. He knew they wouldn't dare use magic higher than level 2 for fear of destroying the warehouse. The protagonist thought about using combat magic, but realized it would be useless as he was facing too many enemies. The minions were surprised to see their attacks having no effect at all. The bullets fired were also ultimately useless. They started to wonder why he was still unharmed, as they had never seen such magic before. Kusanagi was a little disappointed. He knew he hadn't even used magic yet. He thought their bewildered expressions were quite amusing. The man in the suit suddenly remembered they still had the special weapon they brought earlier. They suddenly became arrogant and warned the protagonist not to be too confident. He noticed their change in attitude. As the other guys put on masks and started taking out a special weapon, Kusanagi realized what it was and quickly ordered Leona to run outside. She listened to him and quickly got out. Thug threw a gas canister, but the protagonist stopped it in midair with magic. It exploded and poison gas started to leak out. The other guys doubted that he could escape this, no matter how strong he was. They thought the game was over and sighed in relief, expecting to see the shadow magician collapse and die. They started to move forward to see what his dead face looked like. When the smoke finally cleared, the two bosses were horrified to see the young man walking out unharmed. The subordinates couldn't believe it and wondered why he was still alive and well. He explained that no magic could save someone from poison gas. But in the end it's just gas, so you can just use wind magic to circulate the surrounding air. He thought it was foolish and informed them that a powerful magician like himself wouldn't be defeated so easily. The other guys were terrified and tried to call for backup, but no one answered. Kusanagi said it was useless because he had already taken care of them. He revealed that he had destroyed all their hideouts, so only these guys were left. Kusanagi ordered them to prepare themselves and then beat them all half to death. The protagonist felt refreshed after completely wiping out the Kokurin group in Kabukicho, so he decided to go look for Leona. The protagonist suddenly realized there was a figure behind him. A man walked out of the darkness, holding Leona hostage. He expressed his surprise at seeing our hero take down the entire group by himself. The man admitted it was impressive, then smiled sinisterly and said he wanted to negotiate with the Shadow Magician. As soon as Minato the Shadow Magician dealt with Kokurin's minions and neutralized the poison gas, he ran to the warehouse door to check on Leona. Who would have known he would find her held hostage by a cruel magician? The culprit demanded a negotiation with Minato in exchange for the girl's freedom. Minato quickly assessed the situation and realized the distance between them was too great, making it difficult to approach in time even with combat magic, unless he could catch him off guard. Just as he was about to cast a level 1 spell to make the man drop his knife, the man noticed it and warned him not to act rashly if he wanted to see Leona safe. Surprised that the opponent could detect his magic, Minato acknowledged that this man was a formidable foe and even praised his skills. Through observation, Minato suspected the man was hiding his true abilities. Although he wasn't using his full power, he estimated his magical power level to be around 40,000, judging him to be a true advanced magician. Meanwhile, Leona tried to apologize to Minato, whom she also called Krona, but he reassured her that he would save her. Annoyed at being ignored, the attacker threatened to really stab Leona if Minato didn't take him seriously. After a brief argument, Minato agreed not to make any sudden moves, calming the situation. Satisfied, the attacker introduced himself as Kagasuji, the head of Kokurin's Kabukicho branch. He revealed that his mission was to investigate the Shadow Magician, either to recruit or eliminate him. Kaga admitted to torturing people related to the Shadow Magician, but was greatly disappointed to find that the person he had been tracking for so long was a kid trying to shut down the Kokurin branch. Annoyed, Kaga gripped his knife tightly and accidentally cut Leona's neck. Realizing what he had done, he apologized, not because of regret, but because he got too emotional while holding a weapon. He even paused to admire the sight of her blood dripping onto the blade. Witnessing Kaga's unstable behavior, Minato asked about his negotiation terms. Kaga suddenly remembered and then declared that he wanted to torture and kill Minato in exchange for Leona's life. If Minato refused and tried to run, he promised to kill her instead. Having said that, he forced Minato to choose between his own life and Leona's. Without a hint of hesitation, Minato agreed to endure the torture. Delighted by his opponent's resolve, Kaga started to taunt Leona. He asked if Minato's courage wasn't admirable. In his mind, Minato knew that no attack could harm him thanks to his magic shield, so agreeing to endure the torture was the optimal solution. But Kaga demanded he turn off his shield, arguing that his suffering would be meaningless otherwise. Leona was horrified by this revelation. Now she understood how Minato had been able to block attacks until now. She worried what would happen if he really lowered his defense. Minato, on the other hand, was shocked that Kaga had noticed his shield and realized his mistake of using it too openly before. Despite the danger, he deactivated it and asked if Kaga was satisfied. Without a moment's hesitation, Kaga immediately launched a level 1 lightning spell toward Minato's vitals. Leona begged him to stop, but Kaga, lost in morbid pleasure, flatly refused. After a relentless assault, Minato pretended to lose consciousness. Meanwhile, Leona blamed her own weakness for being unable to help. Seizing the opportunity, Kaga taunted her and prepared another attack. Deciding to protect Minato, Leona tried to disrupt Kaga's magic, but he quickly saw through her plan. After knocking the girl down, he contemptuously called her a weakling who didn't know her place. He even blamed her presence for Minato's defeat, approached to finish her off, and reveled at the thought of watching her die in despair. At the last second, Minato sprang up like a spring and delivered a powerful uppercut to Kaga, deforming his face. Shocked, Leona asked how he survived the attacks after turning off his shield. Minato explained that he had secretly maintained a small hidden shield right before the attacks hit, making it seem as if he had completely lowered his defense. Amused by this cunning, Leona laughed nervously, saying that only Minato could think of such a clever trick. With the immediate threat dealt with, Minato used light magic to heal Leona's wounds, reassuring her that she was safe now. Feeling immense relief, Leona silently thanked her lucky stars that the Shadow Magician was on her side. However, Kaga, who had now regenerated his face with magic, stood up again, enraged by the duo's arrogance. Impressed that Kaga hadn't been knocked out, Minato remained on guard. Realizing that simple torture wasn't enough for someone like Minato, Kaga decided to burn both him and Leona to a crisp out of frustration. As Kaga prepared a powerful fire-based attack, Minato finally grasped the full extent of his opponent's power. Seeing Kaga continuously increase the intensity of his magical power, he realized he had been hiding his true strength all along. Once the chant was complete, Kaga launched Spark, a level 4 fire-lightning composite magic, directly at Minato and Leona. Just before the attack hit, Leona panicked, convinced that Krona wouldn't be able to block it. but Minato was unusually calm and only activated his magic shield when the flames got dangerously close. What completely astonished Leona was that a level 1 defensive magic had easily and completely neutralized a level 4 attack, making her unable to believe her eyes. Watching Minato easily extinguish the flames, she felt an unexpected sense of security just by being near him. The more she observed him, the more curious she became about the Shadow Magician's true identity. Realizing his fire attack had failed, Kaga laughed and praised Minato's power. He admitted he knew fire magic wouldn't work on someone like him, but he still had a few more tricks up his sleeve. Meanwhile, Leona, still confused, asked Minato why Kaga's magic hadn't disappeared yet. It should have dissipated by now. Minato explained that Kaga was using maintenance magic, continuously supplying energy to keep the spell active for longer. He compared it to how he used wind for his flight magic. Annoyed by his long explanation, Leona reminded him that this was no time for a lecture. Just as she warned that the shield might disappear soon, she realized it was still intact and wondered how that was possible. Minato reassured her that like Kaga he could also use maintenance magic, so there was nothing to worry about. Hearing this, Kaga panicked, and sensing his hesitation, Leona boldly told him he still had a chance to surrender. Kaga pretended to be scared, then dropped the act and continued his attack. Acknowledging Minato's power, he finally brought out his trump card, intensifying the flame magic he was maintaining around the young man's shield. Suddenly, Leona began to feel her body grow heavy, finding it hard to breathe as she weakened. Kaga explained that by enveloping the shield in fire he had burned up all the oxygen inside. Without air they would suffocate, and as the temperature of the flames rose, even Minato's shield wouldn't be able to hold out forever. He told Minato to choose between suffocating inside the shield or burning to death outside. Unimpressed, Minato openly yawned. Angered, Kaga yelled, asking if he understood this life or death situation. Minato calmly reassured him that he understood the situation far better than he thought. Kaga insisted that regardless of Minato's abilities, Leona was already at death's door and there was no way to save her. Just then, Leona suddenly regained her strength, bewildered by the abrupt change. Kaga, equally shocked, stared in disbelief. Minato explained that while flame magic could alter the atmosphere, Kaga seemed to have forgotten that magic itself exists in the air. Enraged, Kaga demanded a clearer explanation. Minato detailed how the magic shield interacted with the magic in the atmosphere, then demonstrated by manipulating the wind around the room to extinguish the flames with air. Seeing his plan go up in smoke, Kaga panicked and lamented his failure. Before he could even pass out, Minato approached and knocked him unconscious, giving him no chance to escape. Mocked Kaga's love for torture, then cast a spell pushing him into a realm of darkness. Kaga suddenly found himself trapped in a void and endless darkness with no sound or light. He screamed for help, but no one answered. Meanwhile, Minato returned to Leona, who informed him that someone had already reported the warehouse to the police. Wasting no time, Minato swept her up and flew off. He ignored her protests as they escaped before the authorities arrived. When they reached a safe vantage point, Leona finally accepted that the Kabukicho branch of Kokurin had been taken down. Minato looked ahead, talking about cleaning up the next district. Leona, calling him Krona, asked if she could become his ally. Knowing she was powerless and might even hinder him, she offered to use her intelligence and connections to help him achieve his goals. After a moment's hesitation, Minato admitted he had a weakness for others' requests and finally agreed. Much to Leona's delight, she eagerly assured him that she would handle matters of publicity and recruitment, so he wouldn't have to worry about such tasks. A few hours later, the morning news reported on the warehouse incident. It was confirmed that Kokurin members had been arrested, with the credit going to the Shadow Magician. As the broadcast continued, a breaking news story interrupted. A video statement from an anti-illegal magician organization, led by the Shadow Magician, would be aired nationwide. As the video played, a hooded figure, presumably the Shadow Magician, appeared on screen. He introduced his organization as Shadowbringer, and called himself the Break Annihilator, the destroyer of darkness dedicated to eliminating illegal magicians associated with Kokurin. Right after his introduction, he declared that from this moment on he would not tolerate any unjust acts, no matter who the opponent was. A big shot from the Kokurin organization, watching the broadcast, seethed with anger at the Shadow Magician's arrogant attitude. His colleague, however, remained calm, dismissing the magician as insignificant and not worth their attention. Reassured by his colleague's words, the man calmed his anger, placing his full trust in his powerful magic noble partner and head of the Fuka family, Fukain. After a heated meeting with the big shot, Fukain returned to his private chambers and watched the news, where reporters were lambasting the magic nobles, criticizing their incompetence and disgraceful behavior at the press conference. Despite their failure to handle the recent calamity, the Special Magic Task Force had proven far more effective, leading both the media and the public to seriously question whether the magic nobles were truly necessary. Boiling with rage at this blatant disrespect, Fukain threw his teacup across the study and ordered his butler to summon Shu. As the butler hurried away, Fukain remained enraged. He would teach these lower-class citizens the price of mocking the so-called useless magic nobles. Meanwhile, on the other side of the world, the bustling streets of New York City descended into chaos as suddenly appearing monsters attacked civilians. The once vibrant metropolis was now a scene of terror, with people running for their lives. In just minutes, a rapid response unit arrived, attempting to control the attack while keeping their base updated on the situation. Despite their best efforts, the number of monsters was overwhelming. While one officer tried to hold back the creatures, another desperately requested support from the SMT, only to be told that reinforcements couldn't arrive quickly as the calamity was spreading everywhere. An explosion rocked the city, killing hundreds and injuring thousands. Amidst the ruins, a boss monster emerged, preparing to cast a level 5 flame pillar magic capable of setting the entire city ablaze. Just before disaster struck, a highly skilled magic noble appeared, countering the attack with a massive level 5 water droplet magic. This noble was identified as Mizua Suru, the father of Yuka and Haruka, who easily neutralized the boss monster's attack and descended onto the battlefield. Amazed by his abilities, the rapid response unit was ordered to support him and bring the situation under control. Ignoring the crowd's admiration, Suru focused solely on the battle, casting an even more powerful water attribute magic to subdue the boss monster. The overwhelming force of his magic finally engulfed the creature before it could even resist, ending the battle with Suru's victory. Once the fight was over, the rapid response unit flocked around Suru, praising his efforts. Maintaining his professional and cool demeanor as always, he dismissed their gratitude, insisting he was merely doing his duty. A short while later, as Suru prepared to return to Japan, the mayor of New York personally thanked him for minimizing the damage. Murmurs spread through the gathered crowd. Skeptics scoffed at the idea of a lower-ranking Japanese noble being so arrogant and at Japan's weakened state. Suru heard the remarks but chose to ignore them, instead thinking of the challenges awaiting him back home, his daughter's involvement in the Special Magic Task Force, and Japan's plummeting reputation. On the other side of the world, Yuka, Haruka, and their friends were recovering in the training grounds. Still reeling from their intense training with Minato Kusanagi, they lamented how ridiculously strong he was. Haruka mentioned that Minato hadn't even been using his full power. Before they could dwell on all this unfairness, Sanada and another group of trainees approached, proposing a brand new tactic. If they all rushed Minato at once, they might stand a chance. Encouraged by their numerical superiority, Yuka rallied the team, confident that even Minato couldn't withstand a full-on assault from over 100 trainees. Unfortunately for them, Minato overheard their conversation and suddenly appeared behind them. He casually asked if they wanted to test that hypothesis, frozen in fear. Yuka hastily denied everything, insisting they were just making small talk. Unfazed, Minato declared that their break time was over and presented his next challenge: to take him down using everything they had. Seizing the opportunity, the team launched an all-out attack, convinced their overwhelming numbers would guarantee victory. However, Minato protected himself with a basic level 1 barrier without lifting a finger. When Yuka confidently declared that it wouldn't be enough, he easily upgraded it to a level 4 advanced magic barrier, leaving the trainees speechless. Determined to break through, they intensified their attacks. But Minato's defense effortlessly absorbed every blow. As frustration began to set in, the team realized just how terrifyingly strong Minato truly was. When it was his turn to attack, Minato gave them a taste of hell, easily overwhelming them one by one. When the dust settled, the trainees lay scattered across the training grounds, groaning in pain, completely defeated. As the training ended, Yuka and Haruka checked their phones and their faces turned pale. Minato noticed their reaction and asked what was wrong. The two sisters looked at him, and with grim faces they said their father had returned to Japan. Following their father's return, the Mizua sisters went to the family mansion for an important discussion. A brief, awkward silence hung in the air until Suru finally spoke, asking about the Special Magic Task Force they had recently joined. Yuka confirmed that they were indeed working with the unit. As the tension between them mounted, Suru pressed his daughters to tell him more about their team. Relieved that their strict father was at least asking, they eagerly explained the team's positive contributions to society. They added that all of their new friends were wonderful people. Haruka excitedly chimed in, boasting about how much their magical power and magic levels had improved in such a short time, all thanks to Minato Kusanagi and the rest of the team. Intrigued by their praise for Minato, Suru acknowledged his special skills and contributions to society. But as he took a sip of his tea, one of his daughters compared Minato to her father, saying that Minato might even be on par with a magic noble like him. Hearing this, Suru quietly set down his teacup and issued a sudden command. They were to leave the Special Magic Task Force immediately. Shocked, the sisters demanded an explanation. Suru calmly explained that the reputation of the magic nobles was already declining, which could have negative consequences for Japan. He insisted that the magic nobles, not the task force, were the backbone of the country. Therefore their leader, Minato, was causing more harm than good by his mere existence. With that in mind, Suru forbade any further contact with Minato. Enraged, the sisters protested that his logic was absurd. Unfazed by his daughter's anger, Suru ordered them to obey him as they always had and turned to leave. Before he could go, Yuka, who had always followed her father's orders without question, firmly refused for the first time. She declared that she would never abandon the task force or Minato because she believed he had the power to change the world. She argued that while the nobles rested on their laurels, the task force constantly trained them, preparing them for real combat. If her father had asked for their cooperation, she would have gladly obliged, but demanding their obedience was a mistake. Hearing this, Tsuru coldly disowned his daughter, forbidding her from ever calling herself a magic noble again. Haruka was ready to intervene, but Yuka simply nodded and left without another word. Just before she walked out the door, Yuka gave her father one last smile, reassuring him that from now on she was just Mizua Yuka, so he needn't worry about her tarnishing the family's honor. As she left, Tsuru muttered something about Yuka's defiance, and Haruka warned him that her sister had changed, hoping he'd want to keep at least one daughter by his side. Tsuru instead faced an even greater disappointment as Haruka also followed Yuka's lead and renounced her noble status. Tsuru repeated his words of disownment, telling her never to use the family name again. Haruka happily accepted, thanked him for everything and walked out, leaving him to mutter to himself. Now free from their father's authority, the sisters changed out of their noble attire into casual clothes and headed to a hotel, discussing their newfound freedom. As they walked, Yuka asked Haruka if she was really okay with leaving the family. Haruka reassured her younger sister, saying that as her older sister, she would never leave Yuka alone. Touched by her sister's words, Yuka smiled and the two shared a tight hug. Their joy was short-lived as they ran into trouble checking into a hotel. After trying everything, they had to speak with the manager, but their efforts were in vain. A full day of searching yielded no results. Every hotel, rental apartment, and even PC bangs refused to accommodate minors. Haruka could have lied about her age, but Yuka was too young for that to be possible. Utterly defeated, they rested in a small cafe, sipping on drinks. Yuka lamented the irony of having money from their task force activities but nowhere to spend it. While the sisters were chatting, two drunken young men approached their table and tried to hit on Yuka right in front of her older sister, Haruka. Before the situation could escalate, Haruka shot them a death glare, warning them to get lost if they didn't want trouble. Sensing danger, the two men immediately apologized profusely and fled. As they left, Yuka grinned at her sister and suggested that since they were out anyway, they might as well have some fun. Haruka asked about their lodging situation. Yuka insisted they could worry about that later, determined to enjoy their first night as independent sisters. They spent the evening shopping for clothes and dolls and singing at a karaoke bar like carefree drunks, just having a good time. As night fell, reality set in again, but Yuka expressed her gratitude to Haruka for making the day special. She admitted that with Haruka by her side, everything felt less scary. Receiving the compliment with a grin, Haruka reminded Yuka that they still needed to find a place to stay. While they were wondering who could put them up, Yuka received a message from Minato. He awkwardly asked how to use his phone, pretending to have forgotten again. The sisters exchanged a meaningful look and decided to pay Minato a visit, hoping he would let them stay at his place for the time being. When they finally visited Minato, the sisters asked if they could stay at his place for a while. Before answering their question, Minato invited the Mizua sisters into the living room so they could discuss what had happened. After hearing the full story, he asked the two girls how they felt about their rebellious actions. Both admitted that they had been too impulsive and immature at the time. He noticed that not only had the two sisters become more honest with him, but their relationship had also grown much stronger. After they finished their thoughts, Yuka apologized for bothering him and asked again if they could stay as they had nowhere else to go. Minato paused to consider the consequences of letting them stay since he had no romantic feelings for either the younger or older sister. He determined that their presence wouldn't be a problem and allowed them to stay. But before the two could rejoice, he warned them that his apartment was small and not as luxurious as what the two girls were used to. To his surprise, neither of them minded at all. Instead, they ran around excitedly, chattering like children. Seeing this, he casually remarked that they adapted really quickly, a comment that made both sisters blush. Suddenly, the two were lost in foolish delusions about living in the same house with the strong and handsome Kusanagi Minato. The younger sister's imagination grew so wild that her heart pounded with an unfamiliar feeling. She had to struggle to calm herself down. He ignored their awkwardness and nonchalantly asked if they wanted to shower before heading to bed. Both of them immediately overreacted as if he were some kind of pervert. He calmly repeated his question, and this time the two girls answered obediently. Yuka went in to shower first, leaving only him and Haruka in the living room. He praised the sisters' brave decision to leave home, admitting he never thought they would dare to do so. The older sister agreed, saying she was just as surprised. This was the first time the two sisters had ever defied their father. He had always been strict and didn't tolerate any independence from his children. She guessed her father would cling to his ideals rather than change his ways. He reminded her that Tsuru had a very bad impression of their team, so there was no telling what he might do against them in the future. Before she could answer, Yuka came out of the bathroom in her pajamas and urged her older sister to wash up quickly. The older sister hurried up and enjoyed the most refreshing shower she'd had since morning. While she was showering, Yuka told him that being in his house felt surreal. He calmly reassured her that while it was the first time he'd had guests over, he wasn't worried. She sincerely thanked him for letting them stay, and Minato waved it off as nothing. She giggled. When he asked what was funny, she said she knew very well that he always pretended everything was fine, no matter the situation. He reassured her that as long as the two sisters were members of the team, they would always be his friends and he would never abandon them. Hearing that, her heart began to pound, but before she could get lost in thought, Haruka emerged from the bathroom in her pajamas looking chic. It was his turn, so he got up to take a shower and the two sisters sat quietly, reflecting on everything that had just happened. The next day, Minato met with his handler Shizu to receive the team's new training schedule. After their regular meeting, he informed Shizu that Yuka and Haruka were staying at his place. As soon as Shizu realized Minato was living with the two girls, he jumped up and demanded to know why he was so nonchalant about it. He was extremely flustered, wondering if this kind of cohabitation was a normal thing for young people these days. Deciding to teach him some common sense, Shizu lectured him that Japan was not a polygamous country, rambling on with a half-correct, half-incorrect speech about culture and tradition. As he left the office, he thought he needed to find a larger place to live. It was cramped for 3 people to live in his small apartment. Before leaving completely, he saw Sonata training alone outside and decided to check on her. He approached her and asked why she was still training. Sonata explained that it was because she felt like she was falling behind. Although she had improved, now able to use attack magic, she still felt she was lacking. She told him that since she was his subordinate, he didn't need to be formal with her. In response, he changed his tone as well. He encouraged her to try using her attack magic. Seeing her hesitate, he reassured her, "Just do it, I'll teach you." Hearing his words, Sonata got into position and began to chant a spell. After seeing the demonstration, he praised her efforts and told her to keep practicing, saying she would get stronger that way. Sonata thanked him but admitted she still felt weak compared to the others on the team. He told her not to feel so inferior. He knew that she had been trying very hard. She then confessed that she had joined the police force because the profession of a holy magician was rare. She doubted if she could ever catch up to her colleagues, as she considered herself the weakest. Realizing she was revealing too much, she quickly apologized for bothering him with her insecurities. Instead of ignoring her, he asked why she joined the police force in the first place. Sonata explained that her grandmother had been a holy magician and had saved many people during a past calamity. Inspired by her grandmother, she enlisted, hoping to follow in her footsteps. After finishing her story, she continued to feel self-deprecating, saying that unlike others she had no clear goals or ambitions, and there was nothing she was good at. He immediately corrected her, listing her strengths, such as her recovery abilities, her attack magic and her determination to improve. He said that the reason she chose this path didn't matter, what was important was what she did with it. His words were encouraging, and Sonata realized that the results of her training were beginning to show. Overwhelmed with emotion, she cried out loud in relief and happiness. After calming down, she apologized for acting like a failed adult, but Minato dismissed it, saying age didn't matter. Thankful for his encouragement, Sonata began to consider Minato her hero, as he had saved her from her self-deprecation time and again. That night, Minato prepared to begin his secret mission as the Shadow Magician. Before leaving, he met with Leona. She informed him that she had gathered information on the dark rumors surrounding the noble magicians. Impressed by her efforts, Minato asked Leona to share the information. However, she insisted that he first put on his Shadowbringer uniform. After he refused her, Leona reported her findings on illegal magicians and dark magic organizations. She revealed that noble magicians were involved in numerous criminal activities, including money laundering, collusion and embezzlement. Some families, especially the Fuka family, were rumored to have direct ties to the criminal organization Kokurin. Minato asked her who the leader of Kokurin was. According to rumors, Leona said it was Kuroya Kuto, a notorious former noble magician who was publicly exiled. Hearing this, Minato grew even more suspicious of the connection between the noble magicians and Kokurin. However, Leona reminded him that there was no concrete evidence linking the Fuka family or any other noble family to the organization, as no one dared to speak up and valuable information was scarce. She suspected that potential whistleblowers might have been eliminated. Knowing that, she warned Minato to be careful if he intended to dig deeper. After their discussion, Minato asked her to send all the information she had to his phone. When she asked about his next move, he simply said he was going to enforce justice. Without another word, he leaped off the rooftop, contemplating how he would mercilessly punish the wicked. After several hours of enforcing justice, the Shadow Magician returned home to continue his life as Kusanagi Minato with his new roommates, Yuka and Haruka. The 3 of them sat quietly, each focused on their own tasks. With nothing else to do, Minato decided that since he now knew how to use a smartphone, he would research Ichikami Minato and the calamity from 50 years ago. After a brief search, he learned that Ichikami's history was almost entirely intact. However, magicians of the modern era were described as having far weaker powers. This seemed strange. He also noticed that the records on noble magicians and their ancestors were vague and incomplete, with almost no mention of their high magic abilities or training methods. Seeing that, Minato, who possessed Ichikami's memories, lamented that if his grimoires still existed, magicians would not have become this weak. Yuka mentioned that there were no books or data remaining on advanced magic training, as if someone had deliberately erased them. Minato speculated that the current head of the Mizua family might know something. However, information about the calamity was so scarce that arranging a meeting would be difficult. Before his eyes, he struggled to understand what the calamity was and when it first appeared on Earth. But there were no clear answers. Yuka noticed his frustration but ignored it and continued with her own tasks. The next day, while training the Special Magic Task Force, Minato and his colleagues received an urgent report that a calamity had been spotted and were ordered to respond immediately. They rushed to the scene only to find Shu Fuka, son of Jin Fuka, and his subordinates standing over the corpse of the calamity monster. Though flustered, Minato remained composed. Shu arrogantly blamed them for being late, boasting that he and his group had taken care of the monster before they arrived. Noticing Minato's solemn expression, Shu told him to rest assured as there had been no civilian casualties. He continued to brag about how bad the situation would have been if he hadn't intervened and before leaving arrogantly advised them to be more vigilant next time. After he was out of sight, Yuka asked Minato what on earth was wrong with Shu, but Minato didn't know either. Over the next few days, more calamities occurred, and each time, Shu and his colleagues arrived just before the Special Magic Task Force and stole the credit. Each time, Shu mocked them for being too slow and reinforced his claim that the world still needed noble magicians. Yuka was enraged as Shu insulted their unit, calling them useless. After he disappeared, she complained that this was the 5th time already, and that it was clear something suspicious was going on. At the same time, Shazu informed them that they might have been sabotaged as their intelligence reports were constantly being delayed. Minato struggled to find a solution as he couldn't detect calamities remotely. Meanwhile, Yuka angrily pointed out that Shu always avoided engagement whenever a demon-class boss appeared. In the helpless situation, Sonata pulled out her phone and showed her colleagues that the Fuka family was receiving overwhelming online support. This was suspicious, as they had been heavily criticized until just a while ago. She also discovered that Jin Fuka would be holding a press conference soon. Minato and the others gathered to see what he would say. At the press conference, Jin thanked everyone for attending and stated that the purpose of the meeting was to clarify the recent failures and disappointments of the noble magicians, especially regarding his son, Shu. In a shocking move, Jin bowed deeply and publicly apologized for Shu's shameful actions. The reporters were stunned, as they had never expected a noble magician to apologize. Jin continued, promising to take responsibility for not raising Shu properly and to set things right. At the same time, the media began to buzz about the information that Shu had handled several calamities before the Special Magic Task Force arrived. Seeing that his plan was working, Jin straightened up and discussed the shortage of competent noble magicians. However, he reassured the public that he was taking measures to resolve this issue. As the press conference went viral online, half of the comments supported the Fuka family. This enraged Yuka. She vented her anger to her colleagues, wondering if all their hard work was just for them to be ridiculed by the public in the end. Before she completely lost her composure, Minato urged her to calm down, reminding her that their mission hadn't changed regardless of public opinion. He asked her to trust him, as he would handle this situation. A few days after the press conference, Shizu was summoned to a high-level meeting. His superior informed him that the Special Magic Task Force was in danger, as dissatisfaction with them was growing due to the escalating conflict with the noble magicians. Shizu tried to explain Shu's suspicious actions, but his superior dismissed his concerns and blamed him for confronting the noble magicians. He faulted Shizu, saying that he had brought the consequences upon himself by supporting the creation of the Special Magic Task Force and antagonizing the nobles. Shizu asked if there was any detailed information as to why their operations were being obstructed. This time, his superior scolded him for suggesting sabotage. He made it clear that the unit's survival depended on improving public perception and repairing their relationship with the noble magicians. If they failed, the Special Magic Task Force would be disbanded. Meanwhile, Jin Fuka watched the events unfold, satisfied that everything was proceeding according to his plan. He knew the public was easily swayed by shows and manipulation and would believe anything he told them. With public opinion on his side, Jin was confident that he would soon crush the Special Magic Task Force completely. After about a week of quiet, Minato and his team sat on the school rooftop eating lunch, lamenting their idleness. At one point, Haruka reminded them that the Fuka family had been handling the recent calamities. But after that, Kaji Katsuragi pointed out that there were inside spies within the police department obstructing the Special Magic Task Force. Minato agreed, explaining that some police officers were directly connected to the noble magicians and viewed the SMT as an obstacle to their plans. Yuka, bewildered, asked how that could be. Minato explained that their actions must have had a negative impact on the noble magician's reputation. In his mind, he knew there was a link between the nobles and Kokurin, which meant that the SMT receiving public support was very inconvenient for them. Enraged, Yuka exploded. She blamed the incompetence of the noble magicians, insisting they should be working harder to fix their own reputation. After calming down, she wondered if her own father was involved, but Haruka reassured her that it was impossible. Just then, Minato finished his lunch and stood up, telling the group he was going to the Mizua mansion to find out everything for himself. The two sisters hesitated, saying they were not on good terms with their father. Minato said they could stay behind if they wanted, but they couldn't resist and agreed to go with him. Soon the team arrived at the Mizua mansion and were greeted at the gate by 2 female bodyguards. As soon as they introduced themselves, they were immediately turned away. When Yuka and Haruka pleaded for an exception, the bodyguards informed them that the master had forbidden his disowned daughters from setting foot in the mansion. Just as the 2 sisters were about to admit defeat, Minato stepped forward, introduced himself as the captain of the SMT, and declared that he had something to ask Tsuru. The bodyguards demanded that he make an appointment, but Minato insisted he only had a few questions. Annoyed, he considered forcing his way in, but before he could act, Tsuru himself appeared. After sizing up the situation, he let them inside. On their way to the meeting room, Minato joked about Tsuru's youthful appearance, asking if he was the 2 sisters' younger brother. The 2 girls quickly corrected him, saying that no matter how he looked, he was still their father. Once they were seated, Tsuru began the meeting by accusing Minato of leading his daughters astray. Minato retorted, pointing out that it's a bad habit of parents to blame others for their children's independence. He then asked Tsuru why he wasn't proud of his daughter's growth. Tsuru observed him quietly. He realized Minato wasn't here to play games. Wasting no more time, Minato got straight to the point, asking if Tsuru was putting pressure on the Special Magic Task Force. Tsuru denied any involvement, stating that the magic nobles rarely cooperated, which meant the Fuka family was acting on its own. After remarking on Minato's resolve, Tsuru acknowledged his reputation as a student with the power of a noble and a hero who had stopped several calamities. Skeptical of this claim, he proposed a test of strength. Tsuru unleashed an immense amount of mana to show off his power. To his great shock, Minato withstood it with ease, not even breaking a sweat. The rest of the team, including the 2 sisters, were trembling under the immense magical pressure. After the display was over, Tsuru praised Minato for withstanding his power, calling it impressive. Minato dismissed it as just basic magical power control. However, he also noticed that Tsuru hadn't even been using his full strength. Tsuru nodded at Minato's sharp insight, admitting he was quite a guy. Minato immediately asked why magicians of the modern era were so much weaker than in the old days. Tsuru asked on what grounds he was saying that. When Minato mentioned the events from 50 years ago, Tsuru revealed that magicians had been intentionally weakened to make them easier to control and manage. Minato pressed for more details, but Tsuru was vague, saying he would understand soon enough. He insisted that noble magicians were necessary. Minato immediately retorted, "Is the Fuka family necessary too?" Tsuru fell silent, figuring there was nothing more to learn. Minato stood up, thanked Tsuru for his time, and ended the meeting. Before they left, the others complained that they were still having trouble moving due to the earlier mana pressure. Minato helped them up, and on his way out he told Tsuru he was glad he didn't have to expose any corruption in his family. If that had been the case, he would have acted differently. Finally, Minato told Tsuru that his daughters were his treasured friends. Tsuru asked what he meant, but Minato didn't answer and left quietly. A few days later, the Special Magic Task Force finally received new uniforms made from anti-monster materials, making them resistant to most magic. Shizu informed them they could now fight with all their might. After gearing up, Minato gathered the team and told them it was time to settle the score with the Fuka family. Meanwhile, at the Fuka mansion, Jin Fuka and his son Shu were celebrating, convinced the Special Magic Task Force would soon meet its demise. Jin boasted that thanks to Kokuren's help, he would soon have complete control over Japan. As they celebrated, men in black suits from the police department suddenly burst in, shouting for them to freeze. The commotion was broadcast live, with reporters covering the shocking arrest of the noble magicians. From a helicopter hovering level with Jin, a reporter informed the nation that this was the first time a noble had been prosecuted on such charges. The police informed Jin that he was under arrest on charges of bribery, intimidation, and abuse of privilege, and that his mansion was being searched. Enraged, Jin protested that they couldn't treat a noble like a common criminal. He demanded to be shown the evidence. Just then, the Special Magic Task Force appeared. Minato stepped forward, held up his phone, and calmly informed Jin that they had more than enough evidence. His son Shu immediately recognized the one presenting the evidence as Kusanagi Minato of the SMT. He shouted, asking why he was here. His father Jin dismissed the evidence as fabricated. To counter this, Minato showed him numerous photos on his phone. It was irrefutable proof of Jin's bribery, collusion with illegal magicians, and even conspiracy to murder. Seeing this, Jin panicked and accused Minato of forging the evidence to frame him. Minato played a video showing Jin and Shu refusing to help stop a minor calamity that was threatening civilians. He then asked if he was going to call this video fake as well. Knowing he was caught, Jin flew into a rage and shouted, asking who dared to spy on him. The butler stepped forward and confessed that he was the one who had betrayed him. Enraged, Jin grabbed the butler by the collar and cursed him, asking how he could dare to betray the man who had fed and clothed him for years. It turned out the butler had secretly met with the shadow magician, who had questioned his loyalty. The shadow magician had asked if it was his duty to watch the family he served grow more and more corrupt. The butler was at a crossroads: continue to serve corruption or do the right thing. Now, standing before his master, the butler declared that Jin was unworthy of being a noble magician and had to be eliminated. Jin's rage boiled over, and he summoned numerous magic circles, threatening to kill everyone in the room. Before he could attack, Minato shattered the magic circles and punched a hole in the wall, telling him to his face that a corrupt noble like him had nowhere to run. Jin lamented that his empire, which he had built for years, had crumbled. Minato coldly reminded him that he had brought this on himself. Cornered, Jin boasted about an overseas base he had prepared for just this situation. He said that once he escaped, no one would be able to touch him. But before fleeing, he declared he would kill everyone who tried to capture him. Jin, his son, and their subordinates simultaneously unleashed magical attacks at the police, but Minato put up a shield to block them and told them to fall back. He said the special magic task force would handle this. Minato launched another attack, blasting an even bigger hole in the wall. This time, the news helicopter outside captured the entire incident. The reporter stated that the Fuka family was obstructing the execution of official duties, raising serious questions about the role of noble magicians in society. The public was in utter shock. The reporter directly asked if the people could still trust the noble magicians who were meant to protect them. But he quickly reassured them that Japan still had the SMT and its leader Kusanagi Minato, fighting for justice. Outside the mansion, the Fuka family and the SMT prepared for battle. Minato confronted Jin, while Shu and his subordinates faced the rest of the team. Before the fight, Shu scoffed, asking if the SMT thought they could win with such a small number of people. Unlike nobles who idled away, Yuka retorted that their team had to handle other calamities as well. Enraged, Shu swore he would kill them all without holding back. Yuka let him have it, calling him a disgrace to all noble magicians. She swore she would never forgive him for the crimes he had committed against the people. As the battle began, Jin mocked Minato, asking if he thought he could beat a noble magician. Minato retorted that he had no reason to lose to weaklings like them. Seething with rage, Jin launched a powerful plasma attack at the news helicopter to silence the press. Minato blocked it and reprimanded Jin for such a despicable act. Jin nonchalantly stated he would do whatever it took to win. Hearing that, Minato was even more disgusted. Meanwhile, Yuka, Haruka, Sanada and their colleagues gradually overwhelmed Fuka's subordinates. Seeing his forces utterly defeated, Shu panicked. Refusing to believe that noble magicians could lose to commoners, he ordered his men to use any means necessary to kill all their SMT enemies and to use their ultimate techniques. As the enemies prepared their ultimate attacks, the Mizua sisters combined their powers to cast the destructive level 6 water attribute magic, Tidal Wave. This devastating technique wiped out Shu and his subordinates in a single blow. With no power left to resist, they were at the SMT's mercy. Completely defeated, Shu knelt on the ground and pleaded desperately, saying it was just a temporary mistake. He promised to change and begged for forgiveness. Seeing right through him, Yuka pretended to accept his apology. Just as Yuka and Haruka turned their backs, Shu showed his true colors, cursing them as fools and launching a surprise attack. But the two sisters had anticipated this and quickly countered, slamming him to the ground. They coldly asked if he really thought they would forgive someone with no intention of changing. At this point, Shu could only start bawling. Meanwhile, Minato sensed that his team had taken down all of Fuka's remaining subordinates and informed Jin that his precious son had been defeated. Realizing his empire was crumbling before his eyes, Jin finally engaged Minato in serious combat. After staring each other down for a moment, Jin attacked first, launching a level 1 wind attribute attack at Minato. Minato dodged it with ease. Annoyed, Jin launched an additional level 2 wind spear to ambush him, but Minato still dodged it easily. Not giving up, Jin continued with a level 3 wind slash, and Minato dodged again. At this point, the reporter broadcasting the fight live from the helicopter marveled at the magical power Jin was displaying, but worriedly asked the audience if Minato could hold out amidst this ferocious assault. Determined to end the fight, Jin poured all his mana into casting a level 4 wind spell, creating a vortex that threatened to suck in everything around it. Minato dodged again. Jin amplified the technique into a level 5 superstorm capable of shredding anything in its path. At this point, Minato's team, knowing exactly how dangerous the technique was, pleaded with him to stop and arrest Jin later. Ignoring them, Minato summoned a 4-layered advanced magic barrier, successfully neutralizing the storm before it reached him. Haruka's eyes widened, unable to believe their leader had blocked such a horrifying technique. Yuka, on the other hand, was used to Minato's recklessness and could only marvel at him. Meanwhile, the viewers watching the battle live were left speechless. They were finally beginning to understand just how formidable the power of a noble magician was, especially after seeing Jin cast a level 5 technique as if it were child's play. But the real shock came when they watched Minato neutralize it with ease. As the battle continued, a reporter kept arousing the audience's interest with his commentary. During a brief pause, Jin grew suspicious that Minato wasn't attacking at all, wondering if he was stalling for reinforcements. To test this, Jin taunted Minato, asking why he wasn't using his full power. Minato sneered, saying he was just trying not to end the fight too quickly. He wanted to enjoy it a little longer. Hearing Minato's confident statement, Jin resolved to show him his true power. He boasted that his current mana was around 200,000 points and warned Minato not to wet his pants when he realized the gap in their strength. Hearing this, the SMT members scoffed, convinced Jin was bluffing. After all, a magician with even 100,000 mana points was rare in Japan. Worried, Haruka and her sister tried to step in, but Minato gave them a look. It was a signal not to interfere in the fight. The three immediately understood and stayed still. Seeing them hesitate, Jin sneered and said that if they took another step he would send them to the next world without mercy. As soon as he finished speaking he summoned 5 incredibly powerful magic circles, unleashing all the power he had been holding back until now. His entire body shone dazzlingly and overflowed with energy, and a shockwave spread across the whole battlefield. The SMT members' eyes widened, thinking Jin was going too far. Minato was still unfazed. Jin asked him if he could feel the terror of this magic. Minato remained silent, instead quietly watching him prepare crushing magic. A magic designed to crush everything. A bluish portal appeared above, blinking with increasing intensity. For the first time since the battle began, Minato showed curiosity at this strange magic and smiled. Having summoned the portal, Jin took the opportunity to start rambling about his ultimate move. He called it atmospheric magic and boasted that it could crush a person in an instant. Finding this amusing, Minato goaded him, telling him to do it if he dared. Enraged by his arrogant attitude, Jin poured all his power into upgrading the magic to the level 6 feet air press. The immense magical power distorted even the surrounding air, making it impossible to evade. Minato still stood motionless like a statue and was swallowed by the magic portal. Laughing, Jin was sure Minato had been turned to dust, and even the SMT members briefly thought their leader was done for. After about a minute, Yuka and Haruka shouted Minato's name until they were hoarse, hoping for a response. Just as the two were about to accept the grim reality, his voice rang out, startling the sisters. Minato chided them, telling them not to jinx him into dying so quickly. Jin was in shock and demanded to know how he had survived. Minato nonchalantly explained that he had simply equalized the pressure inside and outside his body. Like a deep-sea creature, still in shock, Jin asked how he could use his ultimate move, atmospheric magic. Minato grinned and said, "I just learned by watching." Jin was speechless. Minato added, "If you hadn't been blabbing and explaining the technique, I might not have been able to overhear it." To provoke him further, Minato used sound magic to disrupt the pressure inside Jin's ears, causing him agony. Jin clutched his head and screamed, "What did you just do?" Minato sneered and explained, "It's sound magic. A branch of wind magic. I used it to increase the sound pressure around your ears and cause you pain." Watching the fight, Yuka began to realize something important about Minato. Meanwhile, filled with humiliation, Jin lost his patience. He declared he would use his full power and hold back no longer. He shouted that 200,000 mana was just a warm-up. "When I use my full power, my magical power rises to 500,000. Shu and the SMT members felt the explosive energy and realized Jin hadn't been bluffing. Round 2 was about to begin. Jin growled, "I will now use my ultimate technique." "Despair," he commanded Minato. In a matter of seconds, Jin had accumulated a tremendous amount of magic, and the SMT members' jaws dropped. Even Yuka, who hadn't been particularly impressed by their opponent, had to admit this old man was no ordinary foe. Shu realized he had underestimated the world of noble magicians and warned that Minato might not be able to defeat this immense power. Now at the peak of his strength, Jin began to boast about his power. Minato paid him no mind and let out a conspicuous yawn, causing Jin to falter in confusion. The noble magician asked, "Are you so foolish you can't even feel my power?" Minato remained silent. Jin continued to brag about his ultimate move and shot a small blue portal at Minato. But he didn't dodge it. Angered that Minato wasn't intimidated by his technique, Jin enhanced his power and summoned 6 more blue magic circles. The energy emanating from them was enough to make the SMT members anxious, as it was the first time they had witnessed level 7 magic this year. The atmosphere grew more and more tense. Yuka decided to trust Minato and quietly prayed for him to defeat Jin. Having completed his ultimate move, Jin mocked Minato. "You should have attacked earlier, while I was still gathering energy. Now it's too late. There's nothing left but despair." Annoyed, Minato asked, "Are you done? Tell me if you're going to fight or not." Instead of answering, Jin continued his meaningless speech and finally unleashed his strongest technique, level 7 atmospheric magic, plasma break. The immense power of the technique even made the helicopter hovering above shake. The SMT members frantically tried to find a way to deal with it. Yuka frantically shouted at Minato to run, but he stood still like a statue. Jin warned Minato, giving him one last chance to escape. "If you run, your friends will die." Instead, Minato calmly accepted the challenge and prepared to counterattack. Before Plasma Break became uncontrollable, he chanted a level 4 spell and created a co-amethyst orb. Jin sneered, "Do you think you can block my magic with something so puny?" While Jin laughed, Minato shot the purple crystal orb towards the core of Plasma Break and waited for the result. To everyone's astonishment, Plasma Break instantly vanished. Jin and the SMT members stood dumbfounded. They couldn't understand how his ultimate move had evaporated so easily. His eyes wide, Jin demanded an explanation. Minato calmly replied, "Wind attribute magic is simply weak against earth attribute magic. Plasma Break is a slow technique, so it can be easily neutralized by the purple crystal orb." He then called Jin an idiot to his face, and at those words the noble magician's face turned pale, still unable to accept reality. When Jin pressed further, Minato explained in detail, "Co-amethyst doesn't have strong attack power, but its high magic density allows it to absorb and neutralize magic of the opposite attribute, even with a level difference." Still in shock, Jin asked, "How do you know such a trivial magic?" Minato grinned and said, "I just made it for fun." Hearing this, Jin completely broke down. He couldn't believe that the technique he had spent his life perfecting was defeated by something his opponent made for fun. The battle was as good as over. Minato stepped forward and told Jin to prepare for his punishment. But before he could do anything, Jin quickly surrendered. He whined that he couldn't move because he was out of mana. Minato reassured him, "I'm not free enough to fight a weakling like you." Instead, he prepared to flick Jin's forehead, underestimating its power. Jin ignored it. But as soon as Minato acted, Jin was sent flying several meters back and fainted on the spot from the impact. The SMT members' jaws dropped and they wondered if their captain was even human. As Jin lost consciousness, the police rushed in and arrested him. Meanwhile, the female reporter in the helicopter delivered the shocking news. The noble magician had been defeated by Captain Kusanagi Minato of the SMT. The whole country cheered and celebrated, and people sang praises of Minato. After the battle, the SMT members gathered around Minato to celebrate finally taking down Jin Fuka. Watching the police drag Jin away, Minato couldn't help but be disappointed with the world of Japanese noble magicians. In the end, they were nothing more than a bunch of frauds. Before Jin disappeared from sight, Minato asked, "After Ichikami Minato died 50 years ago, what did the noble magicians do?" Jin was silent. Minato pressed him, "Did you destroy the grimoires that existed back then? Why did you do that?" Jin replied, "Lower-class people like you will never understand the noble thoughts of noble magicians." Confused by this incomprehensible answer, Minato pressed further. But Jin just sneered, told him to find out for himself, and was dragged away. A few hours later, Minato was forced to attend a press conference with Shazu and his superior. When the press conference began, he made a brief announcement about his battle with Jin Fuka. His words immediately made headlines, and his popularity skyrocketed overnight. A few days later, Minato was sunbathing on a beach in Hawaii, still wondering why he was there. While he was lost in thought, Yuka in her swimsuit approached and asked what he was thinking. Before answering, Minato recalled a recent meeting with Shido and his teammates. In the flashback, Katsuragi asked Shido, "Why are we in Hawaii?" Shido explained, "As you all know, the SMT has gained immense popularity recently. Because of this excessive attention, everything is getting out of control." While he was talking, Yuka found a video of Minato surrounded by girls and realized they were now being filmed even at school. She announced, "Our videos are spreading rapidly on social media platforms." Haruka added, "The internet is flooded with news about the SMT." As the whole team worried about being too exposed, Shazu confirmed, "Right now the attention of all of Japan is on us, so I arranged for everyone to take a vacation in Hawaii while the situation gets resolved." He also praised Minato for strengthening the team and securing the support of the Mizua family. This would help deal with calamities while they were away. After finishing his speech, he urged everyone to rest up before preparing for the trip. Returning to the present, Minato heard Yuka's question, sat up and said, "I was just spacing out." Yuka accepted his answer and, awkwardly pulling at her swimsuit, asked, "Does this look weird on me?" Without hesitation, Minato said one word, "Beautiful." At the unexpected compliment, Yuka stood stunned for 5 seconds before her face turned as red as a tomato. That wasn't all. Minato added, "That style suits you. It makes you look much slimmer." Yuka was so embarrassed her face felt hot. She said a small thank you and turned away to cool down. A moment later, Haruka appeared in a dark-colored swimsuit. She sulked and scolded Minato for avoiding her all day. When Minato looked bewildered, Haruka asked, "Don't you have anything to say to me?" Minato replied immediately, "I was just looking at you. Your skin is as white as milk, so the swimsuit accentuates your figure and makes you look classy." Hearing this, Haruka turned away in embarrassment, her face blushing as she said a small thank you. Katsuragi, who had been watching from the side, whispered in admiration, "That's Minato for you, complimenting a girl so naturally without any ulterior motives. He's amazing." Just then, Sonata appeared in a pure white flared dress. When Sonata apologized for making everyone wait, Katsuragi's jaw dropped and his eyes widened. "Wow, she's usually all covered up in her uniform. She looks pretty good too." Sonata asked Minato curiously, "How does this dress look?" Before Minato could open his mouth, Katsuragi muttered and prayed, "Please don't compliment her chest or butt." Under everyone's expectant gazes, Minato simply said, "You have a good fashion sense." Sonata, doubting if he was being sincere, pressed further. Minato emphasized, "This dress highlights your elegance. You're beautiful." Sonata froze completely, her face turning as red as her two friends, embarrassed by the lavish praise. Stunned by Minato's ability to capture every girl's heart, Katsuragi nudged his shoulder. "You're really something else, but isn't that a bit much?" Minato replied nonchalantly. "I just stated the facts. People who deserve praise should be praised. What's the problem? I just said all 3 of them looked good in their swimsuits." Minato finished. Katsuragi admitted he wasn't wrong, but it seemed the girls were embarrassed by the relentless attack. Minato even turned to Katsuragi and started complimenting his perfect body, telling him to be proud of his appearance. Katsuragi was immediately speechless and warned Minato never to compliment a man in front of women again. Setting aside the recent embarrassing incident, the special task force had fun all day with all sorts of activities like volleyball, surfing, sunbathing, and taking perfect photos. When night came, Minato went out to a convenience store to buy a cup of lemon tea, but not long after, he saw a slightly depressed-looking Yuka and suggested a walk to lift her spirits. As they walked lost in thought, the two felt they had gone through a lot lately. Enjoying a vacation like this felt somewhat wrong. After a moment of silence, Yuka suddenly remembered the ring Haruka was wearing earlier and wondered again if her sister was dating Minato. but before getting lost in wild thoughts, Yuka calmed herself down. Minato said he's not dating anyone yet. Minato saw Yuka's sudden strange behavior and waited quietly for her to speak. Yuka mustered her courage and asked Minato, "What kind of person do you like?" Minato said he hadn't thought about it yet. Yuka immediately countered, "Then what about me, Haruka, and Sanada? Choose one." Minato thought for a moment and answered, "I'll choose all three. Everyone is pretty, everyone is outstanding, and everyone is admirable." Yuka was angered by this meaningless answer. She retorted, "That's just normal friendly affection." Minato was bewildered. "I thought respect and love were similar." After a moment of thought, Minato replied, "If I have to choose, I like you the most." Yuka froze as she listened to Minato sincerely talk about the things he cherished about her. Overcome with embarrassment, Yuka slumped to the ground, almost fainting. Worried, Minato knelt down and asked, "Are you okay?" Still embarrassed, Yuka said quietly, "I know you don't like me in a romantic sense, but I'm really happy you said that. It just confirms once again how much I like you," Yuka added. Meanwhile in Japan, Shizu was analyzing social media data and realized the situation was growing more and more tense. Not only was the wave of criticism against the magic nobles growing stronger, but the public was also demanding that the SMT take responsibility for the threat of calamities and monsters. Furthermore, a mysterious figure named Shadowbringer was rapidly gaining prominence, sparking numerous heated online debates surrounding a potential battle between Shadowbringer and Minato over who was stronger. Amidst all this, Shizu felt he was at a crossroads. Plane landed at Japan International Airport, and the heads of two noble magician families disembarked. They frowned because of the chaos that had occurred in their absence. They were Homarai Hanada, head of the Homura family, and Kaichi Riku, head of the Kaihi family. As soon as they got off the plane, the two muttered about the troublesome matters they had to deal with. About a week later, Minato and the girls returned to Japan and continued their normal lives. One evening, while Yuka was preparing dinner, Minato lamented, "Vacations end too quickly." Haruka, sitting next to him, comforted him. "Since both the SMT and our school have issued press restrictions, we'll probably be able to live quietly." Just then, Yuka peeked out from the kitchen and asked everyone to help carry the food. Minato immediately got up to help, and in no time the table was filled with delicious food. During the meal, Yuka asked, "Is everyone ready for school? It starts tomorrow." Minato said, "The school police are on our side, so everything has probably calmed down." After a few words of small talk, Minato suggested they just let it be. People would get bored of it soon enough. But life was different from a dream. Minato quickly realized how naive he had been when dozens of girls from other classes surrounded him the next day. They asked relentlessly, "Do you have a girlfriend?" When the pressure reached its peak, Yuka and the others ignored the crowd and went to lunch. On the way, Yuka lamented, "It was worse before the vacation. Some strangers even snuck into the school just to see our faces." The conversation continued until Haruka blurted out, "We're out of toilet paper." Minato suggested they stop by a store after school to buy more and also to buy Yuka's favorite bath salts. As soon as Minato said that, the students around them all shouted, "Ooh!" It was revealed that Minato was living with the Mizua sisters. Embarrassed, Yuka dragged everyone up to the quiet rooftop to eat lunch. There, Katsuragi confirmed that the three were indeed living together and added a comment. "So what? They're with Captain Kusanagi." Minato, "Anyway, if anything happens, just tell me. I've got your back." The girls thanked him repeatedly. After resolving the drama, Katsuragi advised Minato to stop being so formal. Katsuragi asked Minato if it was okay for everyone to call him by his first name. Minato, being easygoing by nature, told everyone to call him whatever they wanted. Yuka was about to say something but paused, realizing the implications of the three of them living together. Before thinking too deeply, Yuka quickly shook her head and told herself, "As long as nothing happens, it's fine." Katsuragi and Minato looked at each other, not understanding why Yuka was acting that way. After Yuka calmed down, she turned to Minato and asked, "Aren't you anxious living with us?" No one answered. Everyone ate lunch and went about their business. When night came, Katsuragi and Minato slept like logs, but Yuka was still awake, unable to understand how those two could sleep so soundly. She wondered if she was the only one who felt embarrassed about this. In the suffocating silence, Yuka tossed and turned for a bit before forcing herself to sleep. A little later, Haruka also woke up and had the same thought her sister had just had. Haruka confessed she couldn't go back to sleep. Still not used to sharing a room with Minato, Haruka sat up and tried to understand why the current situation made her so uncomfortable. Unable to find an answer, Haruka looked at Minato, sleeping soundly on the floor. Seeing Minato, Haruka's face suddenly turned red, and as dark thoughts began to surface, Haruka quickly pulled the blanket over her head, remembering how Katsuragi and the others comfortably called Minato by his first name. Haruka wondered why she still called him Kusanagi. A scene flashed in Haruka's mind of her almost choking while trying to call Minato by his first name on the way to school. In the end, she only said Kusanagi and then mumbled something meaningless, confusing Minato. Another time, when she was alone with Minato on the rooftop, she still couldn't say his name. Recalling several embarrassing moments, Haruka frowned and berated herself for being too timid to do even such a simple thing. The next morning on the way to school, Minato noticed Haruka looked sad and asked, "Are you not feeling well?" Haruka reassured him she was fine but still called Minato Kusanagi. This time, Minato stopped her and reminded her, "We're not strangers." He advised her not to call him by his last name and just call him Minato. Blushing, Haruka finally mustered the courage and called his name. Elsewhere, the magic nobles gathered in a secret location to discuss their recent fall in prestige. Opening the meeting, Homirai Hanada discussed the recent decline in the magic nobles' reputation and blamed the Special Magic Task Force, while Hanada was thinking of a way to resolve this issue. With a grim expression, Riku asked her how they would deal with Captain Kusanagi Minato. Hanada couldn't answer the question and asked Mizua Suru for his opinion. Suru simply said he would follow his master's will, and Hanada grew annoyed with the Mizua family head for being vague. When Hanada demanded more details, Suru revealed that Minato hadn't recognized him. Hearing this, Hanada asked if Minato was unaware of their existence. Suru nodded, saying that Minato seemed to have no idea about them at all. Riku decided to test him to see if he was worth using. If he proved useless, they would crush him without mercy. The next day, Minato briefed his colleagues that the next calamity was expected to occur in Osaka. Aside from minor incidents, these calamities were following the exact same pattern as 50 years ago. This information was gradually being leaked to the media, but now the cycle of calamities had become much shorter. In the past, a great calamity would occur once a year at most, but now it had become very difficult to predict. Moreover, the response system was in shambles. Other regions didn't have dedicated teams like the SMT, so it was clear that their own team would have a harder time. Just then, Shizu appeared with a proud look on his face. He informed Minato that the police were establishing a second SMT unit in Osaka. They were cooperating with the self-defense forces and the police to improve their response capabilities, and many of the young members there wanted to be trained by Minato. After finishing his words, Shizu asked Minato if he could do him the favor of going to Osaka to train the new recruits. Unable to refuse, Minato nodded and Shizu was overjoyed. Then added that a survivor from the past great calamity wanted to meet Minato there. It was Takagami Ukuro, one of the few remaining craftsmen of anti-monster equipment, and he wanted to talk with Minato. Minato agreed to the meeting. Shizu added that Takagami was the one who had made the SMT's uniforms. Once everything was decided, Minato prepared to go to the airport and said his farewells to his colleagues before boarding the plane. Just before takeoff, Minato took out bracelets from his pocket and gave one to each of his colleagues, making them promise to wear them until he returned. No matter what happened, they were never to take them off. Finally, he asked if they would be all right without him. The three of them had all gotten stronger, so they reassured him to go enjoy himself in Osaka. With those words, Minato waved to his colleagues, said, "I trust you," and leisurely boarded the plane, taking a seat in first class. As soon as he sat down, Minato recalled the events in Hawaii and was suddenly surprised to find himself in first class. "Shizu is treating me right this time." Just then, he sensed some suspicious individuals boarding the plane. Who are they? It was when Hanada and Riku sat right next to him. Minato immediately noticed that they were magicians of considerable skill. Quite a few big shots have gathered. But the security is like this, so I'd have to say it's terrible. The plane finished boarding and took off with a powerful roar. Minato was served a luxurious and delicious in-flight meal. His eyes sparkled as he finished his meal in an instant. After eating, Minato leaned back in his seat and enjoyed the wonderful view outside the window. Life was not like a dream. Not long after he began to relax, several illegal magicians who had infiltrated the plane suddenly caused a disturbance and hijacked numerous passengers. Minato was among them. To reassure the people, they threatened that if they didn't listen, they wouldn't be left alone. But Minato, Hanada, and Riku waited quietly for their moment like good little dogs. As the hijacking incident grew serious, Minato counted the number of illegal magicians and was surprised to find there were 10 of them. If he took them on one by one, the other passengers would surely be in danger. Besides, using powerful magic could blow the plane to pieces. Minato concluded that he couldn't handle these crazy guys alone and needed to call for support. By this time, the inside of the plane was in complete chaos. Passengers begged the hijackers for their lives, and to keep them quiet, they gagged the people. After they took control of the entire plane, one idiot approached Minato. He arrogantly demanded that he release all of his colleagues. They couldn't tolerate talented magicians being treated unfairly. When Minato remained silent, the man shouted that he would give them 5 minutes to contact their colleagues on the ground and summon them immediately. Otherwise, he would make an example of them. Before starting the timer, those bastards even checked with the pilot to make sure he had heard them clearly. There was no more time to lose. Minato racked his brain to plan his next move. Before taking action, he glanced at Riku and Hanada and saw the two of them gathering a huge amount of mana. He prepared to move on their signal. Just then, an illegal magician noticed his suspicious movements. The man with a menacing look threatened that he would die if he moved. A few seconds later, when their guard was down, Hanada and Riku approached with lightning speed and took them down one by one. Their speed was like lightning. After dealing with the ones holding the passengers, Riku, Hanada, and Minato glanced at each other once, then split up to take care of the remaining ones in the cabin. During the heated battle, they exchanged attacks, trying to snipe someone like Hanada, but unfortunately Hanada's skills far surpassed theirs, so, along with Riku and Minato, they continued to beat and take down these thugs. A short while later, an illegal magician grabbed a crew member and shouted that if they didn't stop, he would blow up the plane. Sensing that the idiot was distracted, Minato rushed in and delivered a series of kicks high and low to rescue the crew member from his grasp. At the same time, Hanada and Riku neatly dealt with the remaining two, leaving a deep impression on the passengers. Most of the passengers had never imagined that these three strange young people would take down the bastards and save them. While the passengers crowded around to thank their strange rescuers, Hanada complained that the illegal magicians were too weak. She said it ended so quickly it was boring. Meanwhile, Minato sensed something strange from the cockpit and, telling his colleagues it wasn't over yet, rushed towards the cockpit door on all fours without explanation. Inside the cockpit, Minato and the other two found another illegal magician holding a knife to the pilot's throat. He said if they came closer, he would finish him off immediately. Tired of dealing with these low-level magicians, Hanada delivered a fatal uppercut to the idiot, sending him to the next world. But unfortunately for everyone, the idiot accidentally shot one of the plane's control buttons. Minato quickly shielded the pilot. As the plane lost its balance and began to shake violently, he realized they were in real trouble. After struggling with the control stick with all his might, the pilot told the three of them that it was over. The controls were dead and radio communications were cut off, so if they couldn't solve this situation, they would crash into a mountain and all die together. Hanada was horrified to hear this and shook the pilot, begging him to somehow save them from dying. At the same time, a window shattered, and the sub-zero outside air pressure created a vortex inside the cockpit. Feeling the bone-chilling cold, the co-pilot lamented that he would freeze to death before they even crashed, as the situation grew dire. Hanada asked her colleagues for their opinions. Riku suggested they all die together. After cursing the idiot out, Hanada thought, is this really the end of our luck? With no other choice, both the pilot and co-pilot resigned themselves to their fate and urged the others to prepare to meet their death. Just then, Minato, who had been dead silent until now, suddenly smiled and declared to the pilots that he would save everyone. Hearing this, the pilot warned him that not even God could save them in this situation. It was heaven's will that they die today. Fed up with their pessimistic whining, Minato walked towards the shattered window, ignored the pilot's warnings and questions, and jumped out of the plane. Hanada thought Minato had run away to save his own skin. She immediately regretted it, as the plane went into a free fall at tremendous speed, threatening to destroy all passengers within minutes. At this point, the passengers were murmuring their last prayers, hoping to go to heaven when it was all over. The pilot struggled to pull the plane's nose up to avoid crashing into the sea. A few seconds before the plane was about to shatter over the ocean, after everyone had given up hope, a miracle happened. Not only did the plane regain its balance, but it also soared upwards at the speed of a missile. Both pilots who witnessed this sight had their eyes wide open. What on earth is happening to the plane? Hanada, who had suspected Minato from the beginning, revealed that he had saved them. And if her guess was correct, he was now carrying the entire plane on his back. At that moment, Minato was standing proudly under the plane, shouldering a weight of over 230 tons, and steering this chunk of metal towards the nearest airport. To explain this technique, Minato created a barrier covering the bottom of the plane with a huge amount of magical power, enhanced his physical abilities with magic martial arts, and simultaneously controlled the plane's trajectory with wind magic to guide it to a safe landing spot. It was his first time carrying a plane, so he was a bit clumsy in a few places. The 230-ton masterpiece was floating thousands of meters in the air. The pilot, still with his eyes wide and mouth agape, couldn't believe that a single human could carry this monster as easily as eating candy. Seeing Minato's technique, Hanada concluded he was a monster. At that moment, the crew and passengers heard from the pilot that everything was okay and breathed a sigh of relief. A father with his young daughter also shed tears at the fact that he would see tomorrow's sun again. The whole plane was in a festive mood, but the pilot warned everyone that it wasn't time to celebrate yet, as the landing gear was broken. This meant they had to rely entirely on Minato for a safe landing. The pilot found the runway of the nearest airport and tilted the plane's nose towards it, hoping Minato had a plan to handle the landing. As the half-dead plane approached the runway, Minato, still struggling to carry the plane, activated a level 6 space magic and advanced magic barrier, and used this shield to absorb the plane's impact and bring it to a complete stop with a sudden brake, as Minato barely managed to land successfully. The cabin erupted with joy and strangers hugged each other. The pilot solemnly saluted Captain Kusanagi Minato of the SMT like a true warrior. On the other hand, Riku and Hanada, unimpressed by his efforts, quietly watched the captain waiting for their final meeting. As soon as he got off the plane, reporters swarmed in from all directions, asking for a word to tell the world how he had saved the plane from being shattered to pieces. At this point, Minato just wanted to punish the guys who dared to disturb him. He had just gone through the most stressful flight of his life, fortunately, before he could explode. A security team appeared, politely fended off the reporters, promised to hold a press conference later, and then escorted Minato to Takagami's mansion so he could meet the old woman. Just before leaving, Hanada and Riku blocked his path and praised him, trying to butter him up to make their move easier. But life was not like a dream. Minato didn't take all the credit and praised the two of them for doing just as well. When their plan didn't go smoothly, the two threw out a few more vague words and then casually disappeared. Hinata bluntly said she hoped to meet again. Shortly after the two disappeared, Minato was led into Takagami's living room. There he was invited in by the elderly Takagami and treated with the utmost respect, like a guest of honor. Once seated, Takagami frankly admitted that she had called him because she was interested in his recent achievements and magic skills. Most of his techniques were very similar to those of her master and ally, Ichikami Minato. Above all, space magic was a rare skill, and Ichikami was a master in this field. Due to its complex nature, only a few magicians could use it proficiently. The rest gave up on it as useless. Nevertheless, Takagami was shocked to see Minato use it and asked how he could use the same magic as Ichikami. Hearing her explanation, Minato grinned. "You haven't changed at all. Back in the day, Ichikami used to talk to you like this too." Takagami was bewildered and asked if they had met before. Minato confidently said they had met many times, to the point of being sick of it. "Now I'll answer your question. The reason I can use Ichikami's magic is that I am Ichikami Minato." A little flustered by the stranger's confession, Takagami maintained her composure and hinted that in the past she had dealt with numerous people, relatives, friends, lovers, and even illegitimate children, who claimed to be connected to Ichikami Minato. After hearing the rumors, but after years of dealing with imposters, she never imagined there would be a guy who dared to claim he was him. Thinking he was another fraud, Takagami apologized in advance for being a bit rude from now on. After all, she was the one who had contacted Minato. Then she politely asked the kind young man Minato to leave her house quickly. But before she could kick him out, Minato mentioned that he had just met two brothers, and the younger one had an Ichikami doll. A bewildered Takagami asked what he meant. Minato then reminded her of a time when Ichikami was still alive, when she had said she wanted to make a doll of him. At this point, Takagami started to break out in a cold sweat, and asked Minato how he knew such a private matter. After a moment of silence, Minato told Takagami that she had said back then that his doll would give strength to children. And even now, Ichikami was still helping people. Hearing Minato's words, Takagami began to believe that he was really Ichikami Minato. She asked once more, "Are you really Ichikami?" Since she still didn't believe him, Minato decided to tell her an old story. After a few minutes of reminiscing about the past, Takagami finally believed that Minato was the reincarnated Ichikami. When Minato lightly chided her for daring to doubt him, Takagami said it wasn't easy to believe a story like reincarnation in this era. Ichikami had always been different, but she couldn't believe he would return to the era she lived in. After updating him on the state of the world since his disappearance, Takagami shed tears, expressing her immense joy at being able to meet him again while she was still alive. When she stopped crying, Minato called out to her, saying she must know what had happened over the past 50 years like the back of her hand. He then explained his observations, the lack of magic knowledge being passed down, the weakening of magicians, the false information about Ichikami Minato, and the group of noble magicians who suddenly appeared out of nowhere, asking what exactly had happened while he was gone. At this point, Takagami, who was trembling like a leaf, received a message, checked it and then gasped in surprise. Minato saw this and asked what was wrong. Realizing this was something she couldn't share, Takagami immediately ended the meeting, making the excuse that it was late. She pleaded with Minato to stay the night and continue their talk tomorrow. Fortunately, Minato readily agreed and fell into a deep sleep. In the middle of the night, Riku snuck into Minato's room as quietly as a cat, swung his sword and brought it straight down towards Minato. He tried to send him to the next world. But unfortunately for him, Minato suddenly appeared beside the bed, brilliantly turning the tables by taunting that it was classless and no fun to ambush a sleeping person. To be honest, Minato didn't know who was trying to assassinate him at that moment, but as soon as he got a good look at his face, he recognized the attacker as Riku. But before he could even exchange a few words with him, Riku charged again. This time, Minato dodged. Immediately after, Riku kicked Minato, sending him flying out of the room's window. Minato landed safely in the yard. Without wasting a second, Riku appeared in front of Minato in the yard and activated a level 1 magic, Rock Break. Simultaneously, Minato activated the level 1 space magic barrier to block Riku's attack. However, after a few attacks, Riku sliced through Minato's level 1 magic barrier, forcing Minato to back away to take the fight more seriously. Before starting round 2, Minato praised Riku's sword for cutting through his barrier like it was nothing and asked if it was magic-resistant equipment. Without getting an answer, the two gathered their mana and prepared for round 2. But just as they were about to fight, Hinata appeared and ordered them not to. At this point, Minato remarked that he knew this lady was involved in this mess. But Hinata ignored him and urged him not to resist the summons. To control him, she showed him live footage of her subordinates dangerously approaching his friends' homes, threatening to blow them up in their sleep if he didn't cooperate. Realizing he was trapped, Minato calmly asked what they wanted, and Hinata began by introducing herself and Riku. Right after the introduction, she told Minato their only demand was for him to join the ranks of the magic nobles and gain status, rank, honor, money, power, and even women if he wanted. More importantly, if he decided to join, Hinata guaranteed he could protect his friends and gain absolute command. On the other hand, even if he escaped this situation, Hanada promised the magic nobles would hunt him to the ends of the earth and make his and his friends' lives a living hell. After stating her demands, Hanada asked for Minato's answer before proceeding further. In the end, Minato refused to join a group of lazy magicians, and enraged by his answer, Hanada picked up her phone to give an order. After muttering a few unintelligible words about Minato's friends being used as hostages, she ordered her subordinates at each location to execute Plan B and teach Minato a lesson so he wouldn't act so arrogant again. Just as the subordinates were about to execute Plan B, the bracelets Minato had given his team members before leaving for Osaka suddenly began to glow, creating a yellow virtual version of Minato. Seeing this, Hanada's subordinates nearly wet their pants, struggling to understand what was happening. Unfortunately for them, before they could figure it out, the virtual Minato activated the level 5 Rain Void magic and took care of all the enemies as if it were child's play. A few minutes later, Hanada detected a strange signal from her subordinates and tried to contact them. Sadly, after a few seconds of no response, Riku concluded that the worst had happened and the entire team had been wiped out. Enraged, Hanada demanded to know what Minato had done, but he retorted that she should have expected this unless she was a complete idiot. Realizing Minato was a troublesome kid, Hanada still praised the way he handled the kidnapping and hostage situation, saying that with what he had done he had passed the first test. Unable to understand, Minato asked her if the plane hijacking was also their doing, but Hanada informed him that they would never do something so foolish just to get him to join their game. After finishing her words, she along with Riku gathered their mana for a real round 2 and urged him to move on to the second test. At the same time, Minato, who was itching for a fight, jokingly asked if he could back down. And as expected, Hanada immediately refused before attacking him alongside Riku. In the first attack, Hanada launched a kick at Minato. He blocked it easily. Then she fell back to prepare her next attack. It was a level 4 flame magic she called Fei. As soon as she used the technique, a huge explosion occurred. But unfortunately for her, Minato was still unharmed. At this moment, Riku jumped into the smoke and aimed his sword at Minato's neck, but he still couldn't land a blow as the captain had created a small barrier around his neck to block it. After surviving this attack, Minato sighed and thought that a normal person would have definitely died. Just then, Hanada told him not to get too conceited and used another level 5 flame magic. She launched Blazing Column at the SMT captain. Knowing what would happen, Minato praised Blazing Column as a good technique. But to eliminate it, he created a water axe with level 3 water attribute magic and completely neutralized it. Seeing Minato do that, Hanada finally understood why people rumored he could cast magic without chanting. Thinking about how he neutralized her level 5 technique with a level 3 water magic, Hanada thought Minato was looking down on her magic. Around this time, Riku attacked Minato again, but he dodged and challenged them to a fight in the air. Without hesitation, Hanada accepted the offer and flew towards him with her loyal dog Riku. At this point, Hanada admitted she had underestimated him earlier, but this time she wouldn't hold back. After finishing her words, the two used the most powerful techniques in their arsenal. Hanada cast the level 7 Flame Magic Demon Slash, and Riku cast the level 7 Earth Attribute Magic Set. Right after boasting and bragging that he couldn't resist their ultimate techniques, the two simultaneously used them on Minato to deal double the damage. Unimpressed by their flimsy magic, Minato created the level 7 Space Magic Vanish, enveloping both ultimate techniques and making them disappear into thin air. At this, Hanada and Riku's jaws dropped in astonishment. Their brains couldn't even process what had just happened. To help them understand their failure, Minato said he had separated and dismantled the magical energy to minimize damage to the surrounding area. Hearing that, Hanada cursed and accused Minato of using tricks to avoid a real fight. Now she said that everything that had happened so far was just a farce, now that things had come to this. She promised to show Minato her true power. Unfortunately for her, before she could show how strong she was, the atmospheric energy around them suddenly changed, and they all noticed it. As they struggled to understand what was happening, the sky turned red. This was a sign to Minato that a calamity had finally descended upon Osaka. He thought to himself that too many things were happening at once, but this couldn't be a simple coincidence. As the red sky spread across Osaka, Takagami noticed a strange light from her house window. After staring for a moment, she closed the curtains. Meanwhile, Hanada saw the calamity approaching but decided to ignore it, wanting to continue her fight with Minato and destroy him. Before she could act rashly, Riku grabbed her and reminded her of their mission. Realizing he was right, Hanada restrained herself, and Minato knew he had to deal with the calamity. He said their fight would have to be postponed. After finishing his words, Minato flew to Dotonbori, an abandoned neighborhood destroyed by a great flood 50 years ago. Surveying the area, he compared its condition to Shabuya. He noted that monsters continued to appear even when there wasn't a calamity. Because of this danger, he thought no mortal would dare to wander here. Discovering numerous small monsters throughout the city, Minato quickly realized he couldn't handle them all alone. If left unchecked, these creatures could invade residential areas and cause great damage. He needed a solution, and he needed it fast. Just as he was about to call for reinforcements, Riku and Hanada arrived and offered their help. Minato welcomed them, teasing if they had given up on the idea of killing him now. Riku explained that the previous fight was just a test, and since Minato had passed they were willing to cooperate. With a sigh, Minato accepted their help, knowing that his problems with them were far from over. As the streets filled with monsters, the three of them set out to stop them. Hinata, itching for a fight, made a dramatic entrance and prepared for what she called a monster massacre. She used the level 5 blazing column to incinerate an entire horde of monsters in a single attack. Riku was no less skilled, taking care of his share. Meanwhile, Minato floated in the air, firing a volley of level 5 space magic bullets, clearing out the smaller monsters while waiting for the boss to appear. As he scanned the battlefield, Minato spotted an old man walking with a cane and grew worried. He descended and asked if he was okay. The old man was silent. Minato offered to escort him to safety, but before Minato could take his hand, he pushed him away and scowled. After a moment of silence, he thanked him for his concern but firmly said he was fine. Feeling a sense of familiarity with this man, Minato tried to hold on to him, but before he could, subordinates whisked the old man into a black sedan and sped away. Shortly after, the Osaka Self-Defense Force and the disaster response team swarmed in as if it were a festival, immediately sealing off the exits to Dotonbori and preventing the calamity from spreading. Minato was impressed by their lightning-fast coordination. He recalled Shizu mentioning that although they lacked experience, they were thoroughly prepared. As the troops took their positions, Minato landed next to a police officer and was mistaken for a lost child. But as soon as the officer recognized he was the captain of the Special Magic Task Force, he allowed Minato to immediately join the support effort. In a moment of excitement, a monster approached the officer from behind. Minato quickly reduced it to ashes, saving his life. Minato warned him not to let his guard down and asked about the current situation. The officer reported that they and the JSDF had already sealed off Dotonbori. Their top priority was all civilians, but unfortunately they lacked the skills to deal with the boss and were too short-staffed to have a chance of winning. Minato reassured him, saying he would take care of the boss. The soldiers were thrilled and Minato surprised them again by revealing he also had backup, Riku and Hinata, the two magic nobles from the Homurai and Kai families. The soldiers were greatly shocked, asking if the SMT and the magic nobles had joined forces. Minato didn't answer, but he could feel a new sense of vigor spread through the unit. Everyone showed complete faith in the two elite units. Just then, a thick, eerie purple poison gas spread through the air. The soldiers suddenly found their bodies as heavy as lead, making it difficult to move. In the confusion, a huge figure slowly emerged from the mist. "My God, the final boss, the Archdemon," the soldiers exclaimed in unison. This thing alone could flatten Osaka. Compared to it, they were just tiny humans. How could they possibly fight it? Yet Minato was unfazed. He sneered. What took the Archdemon so long? His calm demeanor greatly shocked the police officers. They couldn't understand how he could be so calm in front of such a terrifying monster. Before Minato could step forward, Hinata and Riku rushed in first. They declared that this Archdemon was theirs, so he should just stand by and watch. Minato was slightly disappointed that they had snatched the fight, but it didn't matter. He believed the two could handle an opponent of this level, and the battlefield was set. Riku and Hinata warmed up for a life-or-death battle. After a moment of dancing around and spouting meaningless words, Hinata and Riku recreated their level 6 magic techniques, Demon Fire and Meteor, and launched them straight at the Archdemon, who stood motionless, staring at them like a fool. Just as the two attacks were about to land, the Archdemon crushed them with the level 8 flame magic supernova, and its dazzling light blinded both the magic nobles and the soldiers. What is this? They nearly fainted, completely unable to comprehend how a mere monster could use such overwhelmingly powerful magic. They had no choice but to begrudgingly acknowledge the demon's terrifying power. Hinata and Riku prepared to fight again, but before they could get ready, the Archdemon suddenly asked, "Are there any strong magicians among you?" Although he knew the Archdemon was smarter than a normal monster, one soldier was still greatly shocked to hear it speak like a person. Seeing the soldiers' terrified expressions, Minato understood their reaction. Monsters with human intelligence were rare, and the stranger they were, the more fear they induced. He decided to stay silent for now and see how much of a farce these nobles would put on. After their first failed attack, Hinata threw another childish tantrum, vowing to reduce the demon to ashes. She used a flame technique far more powerful than demon fire. Meanwhile, Riku, his anger boiling over, infused his sword with level 8 gravity magic, creating a blade that cut through space. Seeing the nobles finally use their true skills, Minato was pleased, hoping their cooperation would be enough to defeat the Archdemon. Just as Hinata and Riku were about to use their techniques, the Archdemon suddenly commented on someone's magical power. Thinking it was talking about her, Hinata boasted arrogantly. Unexpectedly, the demon turned and said it was talking about Minato's overwhelming mana. Enraged by the insult, Hinata and Riku abandoned their magic. They ferociously charged in to fight the demon one-on-one with their fists. Unexpectedly, the Archdemon easily dodged all their attacks, taunting, "You're as slow as a turtle." After toying with the two for a moment, he countered and sent each of them flying with a single blow. He then combined fire and wind magic to create a level 6 flame tornado, defeating the nobles in an instant. As Riku and Hinata trembled at the immense destructive power, barely trying to get up, Minato stepped forward and said, "I'll take it from here." Hanada desperately stopped him, retorting that if even they, the magic nobles, couldn't defeat the archdemon, how could he possibly win? Riku urged him to retreat, but Minato nonchalantly said, "To me, this kind of monster is no different from a mosquito." Riku doubted if he truly understood the terrifying magical power emanating from the archdemon. Hanada couldn't accept it, knowing they couldn't fail in front of the person they wanted to help. Minato advanced onto the battlefield and provoked the archdemon. Nevertheless, it was impressed by his magical power. Before fighting, the archdemon demanded that Minato introduce himself, but Minato dismissed it, saying, "Am I obligated to answer?" thinking Minato's words made sense. The archdemon withdrew its question, saying that conversation with humans was meaningless to a demon anyway. With the talk over, the battle began. The archdemon immediately launched a preemptive strike, attacking Minato from all sides, but Minato easily blocked every attack with an advanced magic barrier. Watching the fight, Hanada and Riku began to taunt Minato. "I told you, you're no match for it." Before they could finish, Minato lightly pushed the archdemon back and lamented, "What a pain." The two magic nobles fell silent, realizing that the demon's ferocious assault hadn't left a single scratch on Minato. Riku observed Minato's tactics, worrying that he couldn't win by only defending, as the archdemon also possessed transcendent defensive power. Meanwhile, Minato considered using a new technique he had just created but was slightly hesitant with the nobles present. He decided to do it another way. He unleashed a level 9 void magic, the ethereal glow technique, to prepare for his counterattack. Seeing a level 9 technique, Hanada was horrified as she firmly believed that level 8 was the highest. Minato trapped the archdemon in the dazzling yellow void magic circle he had created earlier and finished it in a single blow. Gasps of astonishment erupted from all sides. The soldiers realized that Captain Minato had easily defeated an opponent that even the magic nobles struggled with. As Minato landed, the soldiers cheered in unison, praising him for being so incredible and even calling him a savior. Minato approached the embarrassed nobles and said nonchalantly, "Turns out this monster wasn't a big deal after all." Hanada was completely speechless and admitted, "We are a long way from reaching your level, realizing that in our current state we have absolutely no way of subduing you." Minato asked, "So do you still want to fight?" Without a second thought, the two nobles conceded defeat and declared, "You have passed our test." With the matter settled, Minato pressed them for an answer. Riku agreed to explain everything but said one more person was needed, Takagami. Minato immediately understood his intention. A moment later, Takagami appeared and asked, "You knew this was all my doing from the start, didn't you?" Minato replied, "Yes, how could you deceive my eyes? Now you must explain. Why did you test me? Why have magicians become weaker over the past 50 years? And why did you cooperate with the magic nobles after I died?" To answer, Takagami took Minato and the nobles to her home so they could listen in a comfortable setting. Once everyone was seated, Minato asked, "You knew about the nobles before I arrived, didn't you?" Takagami revealed that not only did she know, but she also knew he was going to be attacked. In disbelief, Minato asked why she had let it happen. Riku answered, "We just wanted to test you, to see whether you would use your power selfishly or not." Minato mentioned that even his comrades had been dragged into this foolish test. Riku reassured him, "We had no intention of harming them. We just wanted to scare them." Minato pressed on, "In the end, why did you have to do this?" Riku explained that his presence in the SMT threatened the nobles and created a dangerous situation for Japan. Hearing this, Minato retorted, "The current situation is a result of your negligence. The SMT had no intention of undermining the nobles. It was you nobles who looked down on us." Hearing the accusation, Hanada flared up, but the older Riku stopped her, saying Minato is right. While admitting their indifference during the first great calamity, Riku insisted that the nobles were still necessary to maintain order in the world. Takagami interjected, explaining that the root of the problem began after Minato's death 50 years ago, leading to Japan's current situation and the birth of the magic nobles. After Ichikami Minato's death and the disappearance of most demons, Japan was plagued by rogue magicians. Their numbers grew so rapidly that even the police and the self-defense forces couldn't handle them, making it impossible to enforce the law. Japan became a lawless land, and the few remaining just magicians who fought against the rogues were eventually defeated and killed. The country was on the verge of collapse. It seemed there was no hope left. In short, Takagami explained that Japan's decline stemmed from Ichikami Minato's death. Without him, the remaining magicians struggled to rebuild and restore hope. After much discussion, they decided to establish the Magic Nobles. This organization was tasked with regaining the people's trust and becoming a new symbol of hope. Just like Minato, the nobles, deeming magic dangerous in times of peace, confiscated all magic-related documents and materials, recruited talented individuals, and eliminated those who refused to join. By monopolizing magic knowledge, they brought peace to Japan. However, as a result, Japan's magicians grew progressively weaker, and their skills and knowledge declined due to court politics. This cycle was all too familiar to Minato. Recalling the situation 50 years ago, Minato remembered the chaos of humans and magicians dying. Magic was being misused for evil purposes. He realized that the situation had only worsened after his death. He asked Takagami if the nobles truly had the political power to control everything, considering their relationship. After glancing at the nobles, Takagami quietly asked Minato, "Do you remember Mamiya Hifumi, your old junior?" He was an arrogant but very talented person. When Minato nodded, Takagami showed her hand. Mamiya was now the head of the powerful Mamiya group. First gaining fame as the heir to the massive Mamiya group, he had in fact been financially supporting the magic nobles since their inception 50 years ago. Minato now understood the nobles' power. Though he hadn't even known who Mamiya was before, Takagami laughed nonchalantly and spoke of Ichikami Minato's indifference to power, money and fame. The only things in his mind were magic and people. "Ah," Takagami continued, "in Minato's era, Japanese magicians were world-class, but now their skills had fallen sharply." Hinata interjected, insisting that their ancestors were responsible for bringing peace to Japan. Annoyed, Minato asked, "What will you do if another great calamity strikes?" Hinata fell silent. Riku added that in the past they firmly believed the police could handle everything, with the magic nobles only needing to intervene in dire situations. Minato asked, "Do you realize your mistake now?" Riku was silent once again. Minato turned back to Takagami. "Did you know all of this?" She confirmed that she had been involved for 50 years, but stated that she was not a magic noble and had none of their power or influence. Now she was just a maker of anti-monster equipment, a role she was content with. Having uncovered the truth, Minato understood everything but still suspected Takagami was hiding something. To confirm, he asked if she had any other secrets, and she assured him she had told him everything. Hearing that, Minato changed his tone and proposed an alliance between the magic nobles and the SMT to handle calamities more effectively. He made it clear that if they agreed, he would not become their subordinate. It had to be an equal partnership. Their performance in the recent calamity made it clear they needed to cooperate. Hinata scoffed, doubting why someone as strong as Minato would need their help. He explained that he too had his limits, and if the nobles sided with the SMT, he would overlook everything that had happened in the past. He asked what they thought about helping civilians. Riku, knowing full well they couldn't defeat the archdemon on their own, agreed that relying on Minato was their best option. Takagami also offered to help with her skills in making anti-monster equipment, and Minato welcomed her to the team. After grumbling for a while, Hinata finally agreed to the alliance on the condition that Minato never mentioned the archdemon incident again. He accepted their terms but demanded they guarantee not to take hostages whenever they needed to talk to him. They agreed as well, and so everything was settled. The SMT and the Magic Nobles officially formed an alliance for the first time in 50 years. Immediately after, Minato felt like he had forgotten something, but no matter how hard he thought, he couldn't remember what it was, so he just ignored it. At the same time, the remaining SMT members woke up to find men in suits bruised and tied up near their beds. At first, they thought they were burglars, but they began to suspect this might be related to their bracelets. The next day at noon, Minato finally arrived at the Osaka Prefectural Police Academy, where dozens of cadets were eagerly awaiting him. As soon as he set foot inside, Minato was surprised by the cadets' overly enthusiastic welcome, but thankfully, the instructor there shouted at the fans and Minato that they were no longer cadets and to fall in line immediately. He then apologized on their behalf for their lack of discipline. The instructor added that many of them had joined the police force out of admiration for Minato, and he understood their excitement after witnessing the SMT's impressive performance during the calamity. Hearing that, Minato sighed and quickly got to work training the new recruits. A moment later, he gathered some cadets, told them to prepare a level 1 magic spell, and ordered them to fire at the wooden target in front of them. During the training, Minato noticed 3 women staring intently at him, and he realized that SNS and the media had truly had a huge impact on many people. Knowing this, he thought to himself, their motives might not be pure, but their passion is overflowing, so I won't go easy on them. With that thought, he increased the intensity of the training, making them run while feeling their magic to improve both their stamina and magical powers simultaneously. After running for a few minutes, the recruits began to complain, asking what would happen if they all collapsed. To reassure them, Minato said he could heal any condition with holy magic, so they should stop whining and keep running. The enemy wouldn't show them any mercy during battle. Hearing that, the recruits trained with all their might, as if their lives depended on it. After enduring the harsh training regimen for a week, the average magical power of the Osaka police had increased noticeably. On the last day of training, Minato gave a farewell speech praising the recruits for enduring the harsh program and significantly improving their skills in just 1 week. He urged them to continue training even without him, as they were now the protectors of Osaka's peace. As he finished his words and left, the remaining recruits and the instructor shed tears. Shortly after, it was revealed that Osaka's magic level had improved so much that it was now on par with the Tokyo Police's level. All of this was thanks to Kusanagi Minato. As soon as he left the training grounds, Minato shuddered at the thought of returning to Tokyo. He had a premonition that press conferences and other troubles were waiting for him. While he was on his way, the national news reported that the SMT and the magic nobles of the Homurai and Kiji families had formed an alliance to combat the threat of disasters and monsters. While thousands of people were buzzing about this news, the reporter mentioned a rumor that large corporations might be funding the SMT. For those worried about the impact on law enforcement, he reassured them that the SMT was not an official department of the Tokyo Metropolitan Police Department. As news of the SMT's good deeds spread, people all over Japan began to recognize the growing influence of this organization. In other news, reporters noted that the Mizua family had not yet made an official appearance. This was quite unusual, as they had been cooperating with the SMT for some time. Speculation arose that they might withdraw from the alliance just as Japan was beginning to unite against the disasters. After the plane landed, Minato asked the two girls if they had been in contact with their father. Yuka explained that she had tried several times, but it seemed their father didn't want to answer because they had been disowned. Nevertheless, Minato was still worried because the head of the family had not yet publicly supported the alliance. Haruka firmly believed that their father would show up as soon as they allied with the other two noble families. Knowing how unusual Suru's silence was, Minato decided to visit him later. Seeing him deep in thought, the two girls pulled him back to reality, praising his success in Osaka and expressing their pride in him. Minato knew he was in for big trouble, but he joined them. Meanwhile, Shazu, who was standing nearby, noticed that Krona had not appeared at night while Minato was away. It was suspicious, but he thought that if Minato really was Krona, the leader of Shadowbringer and an illegal magician, he would have no choice but to arrest him. But deep down, Shazu hoped he was wrong because he believed Minato was born to save this world. At night, while heading home and lamenting how busy his colleagues were, Minato was suddenly stopped by two of Suru's maids. They informed him that their master had summoned him. He calmly followed them. Soon they arrived at Suru's mansion. There, Suru angrily asked if it was true that his two daughters were living with him and immediately threatened his life if he had any intention of harming them. Flustered, Minato reassured him that they were just friends, to which Suru pressed further, demanding he guarantee not to lay a hand on them. To reassure him, Minato stated firmly that he would never do such a thing to his friends. He wondered if Suru had summoned him just because he was worried about his daughters. Despite everything, Minato realized that Suru was a father who loved his children dearly. A moment later, Suru took Minato outside, and as they rose into the air, he challenged Minato to a duel. Since he happened to be free, Minato immediately agreed. Suru attacked instantly, unleashing the level 6 water attribute magic wave eruption. Gathering his mana in response, Minato countered with the level 7 fire attribute magic demon flame, overpowering the water attribute attack. They descended afterwards, and Suru praised Minato, saying he had neutralized the water attribute's advantage with a same level fire magic. Acknowledging Minato's power, Suru finally felt at ease and entrusted his daughters to him. For a moment, Minato silently watched the departing father. Elsewhere, Shu was enraged to learn that Krona was still at large. Vowing not to be lenient a third time, he decided there was no longer any need for restraint and that he would crush anyone who stood in his way. And he demanded that his newest ally Suru fulfill his expectations. Shockingly, Suru promised to destroy Krona. At the same time, the boss was enraged. His identity was Kuroi, an arrogant former magic noble. He declared that the next stage would be an all-out war between Kokurin and Shadowbringer, urging the Shadow Magician to wait for him. A few days before Kokurin made its move, Minato and the SMT members returned to school, where they were greeted with even more enthusiastic cheers than before, especially since their media exposure had skyrocketed. As everything grew more and more annoying, Minato felt tired. Unfortunately, the others weren't having a much better time. Yuka was constantly pestered by her fans. While they just wanted to be near her, this attracted not only fans but also jealous haters. They despised Yuka for receiving the attention they craved. Burning with jealousy, three girls decided they had had enough. When Yuka snuck out of the classroom under the pretext of using the restroom, they seized the opportunity to catch her. After finishing her business and lamenting the exhaustion from the constant attention in the hallway, Yuka was suddenly blocked by the three girls and dragged to a notorious corner of the school. There, they stomped their feet menacingly, accused her of being annoying, and demanded to know why she was in the SMT. Yuka remained silent. The short, chubby girl speculated that she must have received special treatment for being a magic noble. In addition, the blue-haired idiot chimed in, claiming Yuka must have seduced her way into the SMT. Unable to tolerate the insults, Yuka shouted back about how hard she had worked to get into the SMT, saying she would never resort to such cheap tactics. Sensing her defensiveness, the red-haired ringleader continued to press her. She demanded that Yuka swear on her title as a magic noble that she had no feelings for Minato. Yuka stammered, but before she could expose herself, the girls were startled when Minato suddenly appeared, demanding an explanation. They hastily excused themselves, saying they were just talking about how unfair it was that Yuka received special treatment. Their leader even went so far as to accuse Minato of favoritism. Minato didn't respond. Turning to Yuka, he immediately recognized that she was embarrassed about being bullied. Meanwhile, the jealous girls began clamoring that they wanted to join the SMT, promising they would be a great help to him. Minato saw through their intentions and decided to play along. Suppressing his anger, he encouraged them to participate in the SMT training program. Seeing how eager they were, he promised to accept them if they could just pass the first gate. Unaware of how grueling the training program was, they were overjoyed. Minato took them to the SMT training grounds and informed Haruka that a few people would be participating in the program. At first, Haruka gave them a disdainful look, seeing them as mere rookies, but Yuka, worried that Minato might actually accept them, pushed the thought aside to focus on more important matters. Haruka became even more suspicious of the new girl's intentions when she saw them chattering away too much. When the two asked Minato about it, he just told them not to think too deeply. He felt they needed to be taught a lesson. The training began. In less than an hour, the red-haired girl was on the verge of collapsing from fatigue. Meanwhile, Minato and the SMT veterans were shouting, pushing them to run as if their lives depended on it. He repeated the same harsh training methods he had used on the Osaka police force. After making them run 4 laps around the field, Minato switched to magic-enhanced one-armed push-ups, working out alongside everyone and reminding the stragglers to keep up. Next, they chanted spells continuously until they were completely exhausted. By this point, the 3 jealous girls, not wanting to continue this madness, began to sneak away. Just as they were about to flee, Minato called them back and nonchalantly said that they had just finished the warm-up. Terrified, they started accusing Minato of bullying them, with one saying he had deliberately made the training unbearable to torture them. Hearing this, Minato pointed to the real SMT members. He reminded the dropouts that in the beginning they too had struggled immensely, but they persevered every day to become the warriors they were now. He explained that the SMT stood shoulder to shoulder with death, fighting monsters and protecting people with everything they had. He then turned the topic to Yuka, saying that while some might think she lacked talent, she constantly worked to improve herself. The idea that she had used her looks and connections to gain her position was absurd. He knew well that she would never stoop so low. Finally, he looked the red-haired girl straight in the eyes and made it clear that Yuka was his treasured friend. He would not forgive anyone who slandered her. Realizing they were in the wrong, the 3 mean girls begged for forgiveness and hurriedly fled like cowards, watching them scramble away. Minato let out a weary sigh at their weakness. Haruka, still bewildered, asked what had just happened. Minato told her not to mind the losers. Later, on the way home after training, Yuka thanked Minato for defending her. She confessed that she had heard everything he said. Minato brushed it off, saying he just wanted to show them the truth and put an end to their pointless jealousy. He assured her they would now spread the word everywhere so she wouldn't have to worry anymore. Yuka giggled, repeating his last words, and shyly admitted that she also considered him a precious person. In her heart, she knew Minato's definition of precious was different from hers, but for now she was content with that. She believed that one day, when she became strong enough to stand shoulder to shoulder with him, she could win his love. With new determination, she told Minato to get ready. The day she became strong enough, she would defeat him. With the Yuka bullying incident resolved, life for the SMT returned to normal until the next calamity struck. As the hour of calamity fell upon Tokyo, the sky turned red and monsters began appearing randomly on the streets. Sensing the danger, people screamed and fled as the monsters began their attack. At the same time, Minato and Hinata happened to be on the scene and immediately jumped into battle. Hinata eagerly claimed the monsters as her share and burned them with fire magic, having no time to argue with her who was like a small alarm clock. Minato focused on the remaining threats and crushed them with void magic. Meanwhile, the rapid response unit and a few foolish onlookers gaped as they watched the SMT and a magic noble fight in perfect cooperation. It was something they had never imagined. Since the world of magic nobles began cooperating with the SMT, their reputation had gradually recovered. A recent survey conducted by a statistics agency confirmed this trend. Currently, Chrono was handling illegal magicians, while the SMT dealt with calamities and monsters. However, because the core members of the SMT were students, not police officers, the organization was not widely recognized as a law enforcement agency. This misunderstanding sometimes led to delays in emergency response, increasing criticism of the police. A few days after the calamity, Minato disguised himself as Shadowbringer and secretly visited Leona's comatose brother Kai in the hospital. Under the cover of night, he snuck into Kai's room, placed his hand on the unconscious man's forehead and attempted to heal him with the level 7 holy magic, Angel's Breath. Although he knew holy magic couldn't usually cure a coma, Minato hoped it would at least have a positive effect on Kai's body and mind. But despite several treatments, there was no change. He began to suspect that holy magic was ineffective against this type of ailment. Remembering how hopeful Leona was whenever her brother's health was mentioned, Minato did not give up. Just as he was about to try another method, the door suddenly swung open and he quickly hid. Leona entered, and for a moment she sensed another person's presence but dismissed it as her imagination. She approached her brother and continued the story she had started the previous day. This time she praised Krona's magic, reliability, and incredible leadership. She admitted she admired him but that his training was absolute hell. His strict and merciless training methods were devilish. But as she joked about it, her expression changed and she gripped Kai's blanket tightly. She solemnly promised that she wouldn't stop fighting until no one had to suffer like him again. Even if she had to sacrifice everything, she swore she would take down Kokurin alongside Krona. Overwhelmed with emotion, she burst into tears, once again apologizing to her brother for what had happened to him. Having heard enough, Minato quietly left the room and went to a warehouse to meet Leona and the new recruits she wanted to introduce. A short while later, Leona arrived and introduced the new members to Minato. She was surprised when Minato demanded a proper introduction. she explained that they weren't just random recruits but people who had sought her out after seeing online posts and her own enlightenment campaign. She had deliberately provided limited information to test if they had the determination to find her. Now that they were here, she assured Minato that she had confirmed their identities and vetted them thoroughly. The recruits, filled with excitement, began to flatter Minato, but Leona quickly quieted them. Once order was restored, Minato made it clear that he was willing to train them but would not go easy on them. Unwavering, the recruits confidently urged him to push them to their limits. Satisfied with their resolve, Minato began the training, nearly killing them with his harsh regimen. At first, the recruits were overly enthusiastic, but their dedication soon became clear. Over time, they improved noticeably under Minato's brutal training. Within a week, Minato had successfully formed a special tactics team focused on information manipulation and hacking, and an action team tasked with targeting and dismantling Kokuren's hideouts. As Shadowbringer's influence grew, he received unexpected support from underground organizations. Meanwhile, Kokuren's hideouts were continuously destroyed, leaving the police confused about the Shadow Magician's true intentions. However, Shido held firm to his belief that all illegal magicians were criminals. In his mind, Shadowbringer was not a hero but just another lawbreaker. Shido was determined not to let these so-called heroes escape the judgment of justice. At the same time, the ever-irritable Kuroi flew into another rage, infuriated by the Shadow Magician's continued defiance. Before he could break something, a subordinate arrived and informed him that everything was ready for their next operation. Nevertheless, Kuroi continued to berate them for being slow and incompetent, but he still remained fixated on his goal. He promised that no matter what, even if it was the last thing he did, he would personally corner and eliminate both Minato and Krona. The next day, during SMT training, Shazu, who was observing the entire session, couldn't shake his suspicion that Captain Minato might be Krona. Considering Krona's age, abilities, and the timing of his appearance, it was hard not to be suspicious. While Shazu was lost in thought, Haruka and the girls apologized to Minato for accidentally breaking their bracelets in their sleep a few weeks ago. After explaining what had happened, Minato reassured them that it was okay and that the bracelets had probably just reached their durability limit. But in his mind, he realized that a novice like himself couldn't create soul-infused demon monster equipment. He decided to contact Takagami later to get something better. Nevertheless, Haruka and the others were still angry at the nobles who had carried out the night raid just to test them, just because they thought they could do whatever they wanted. Understanding their frustration, Minato admitted that he too was angry about the nobles' despicable tactics, but thinking of the bigger picture, cooperating with them was inevitable. With that in mind, he politely told his subordinates to turn a blind eye to this just once. Although they felt it was unfair, they had no choice but to give up. Then they blamed themselves for their incompetence in not even noticing the attack. At that moment, Yuka recalled the dazed expressions on the magic nobles' faces when she woke up and asked Minato about it. She didn't know what kind of magic had affected them, but they still looked dumbfounded. Minato explained that he had used a type of magic that absorbs magical power, which conveniently blurred their memories. He said that by now they probably couldn't remember anything before or after the attack. With that, today's training was over. Minato told everyone to head back together, but his subordinates made various excuses and refused. Seeing their captain abandoned, the kind Shazu offered him a ride. Minato immediately nodded. On the way home, Shazu mentioned that Shadowbringer's voice was getting louder. He said that Minato, being in the industry, couldn't just sit back and watch. Guessing his intention, Minato asked Shazu directly if he still suspected him. Shazu dodged the question, listed a few characteristics of the criminal and asked Minato if he thought so. Minato feigned innocence, pretending to know nothing. Although still suspicious, Shazu decided to let the matter go. Minato asked Shazu if he saw Krona as a criminal, since he had never heard any stories of him doing bad things. Shazu admitted that he had heard Krona was a good person. Then why do you hate him so much? Minato asked. Shazu replied that it was because he was still a criminal. To help Minato understand better, Shazu told him about his past. His father was an excellent police officer who always put justice first. While society loathed criminals, his father always believed they too had a conscience and that treating them with respect could help them realize their mistakes. Shazu admired that belief. It inspired him to become a police officer, but his father was murdered while trying to negotiate with a criminal holding hostages. Unarmed, he was brutally attacked with magic. Since he didn't know how to use magic himself, he lost his life in a terribly unfair fight. The perpetrator was later arrested and charged with robbery and murder. When asked why he killed Shazu's father, he said it was because he was afraid of the unarmed man. Recalling those words, Shazu lost his composure and angrily declared that fear should have been the portion of victims like his father, people who were murdered for such an absurd reason. After finishing his words, he stood firm on his position. He would never forgive a criminal. He said they didn't deserve to be forgiven even if they tried to save others. Otherwise, people who live honest lives would have nothing left to believe in. As Shazu relived his pain, Minato realized that this belief was deeply rooted in him. After pouring out his heart, Shazu apologized for getting too emotional and dropped Minato off, saying he had to meet a deadline tomorrow as well. The next morning the SMT members gathered for training but were surprised when Minato arrived late. This was a rare occurrence. After waiting for a few minutes he blamed the talkative teachers and ran out of the classroom. On his way to the training grounds he ignored two suspicious men staring intently at him from a corner. A few seconds after Minato left, the large screen broadcasting the news was suddenly hacked. The screen changed to Kuroi, the head of Kokurin, and he appeared on every large screen in Japan. When he appeared, everyone immediately recognized him as the former magic noble Kuroi. But ignoring the flood of attention, he addressed the SMT and Krona directly, revealing he had a gift for them. He declared that bombs had been planted all over Japan and warned the police not to intervene. Otherwise he would detonate them one by one. To prove he wasn't bluffing, Kuroi snapped his fingers. A terrible explosion occurred in a building near Minato. Immediately, Minato took action, setting up an advanced magic barrier to protect the civilians from the blast. Meanwhile, the SMT desperately searched for information but found their data completely scrambled. To make matters worse, neither they nor the police could respond quickly. Yuka, annoyed, reported that she couldn't even get in touch with Minato, and she wondered what on earth he was doing now. As chaos spread through the police department, Kuroi made his final demand. Krona had to come to a designated location alone. If he refused, all the bombs would detonate simultaneously. After assessing the damage in the area, Minato made up his mind and waited for nightfall to take action. When night came, he put on his Shadowbringer outfit and headed to the designated location, a warehouse at the port that was once a hideout. After confirming the location, Leona asked over the radio if he was really going to do it, and Minato reassured her that he would be fine. With everything ready, Leona wished him luck and told him she hoped he wouldn't die this time. After reassuring her once more, Minato flew across the city, only landing when he reached the designated warehouse. As he entered, the warehouse lit up and dozens of illegal Kokurin magicians revealed themselves. Their leader, Kuroi, welcomed him to his death, saying he had been waiting for a long time. He boasted that everyone in the room was a top-tier B-class magician with outstanding power. In response, Krona or Minato asked if taking down everyone here would be enough to destroy Kokurin. Hearing that, Kuroi scoffed at Krona's confidence, but before he could speak, one of his magicians called Krona a fool for thinking he could win alone. Annoyed, Kuroi grabbed the fool by the collar and scolded him, saying someone had already been defeated for underestimating Krona. Just like him now that he was here, he declared that he was different. Not only would Kuroi not hold back, but he also threatened to kill Krona perfectly, without a single mistake. Krona was bewildered and asked if he really thought he could do that as he prepared to fight Kuroi. But before he could act, Kuroi stopped him and warned that if he resisted, the bombs across the city would go off. Knowing Kuroi wasn't joking, Krona stood still, waiting for the next move. Kuroi ordered his magicians to kill him. Then almost immediately they all attacked Krona in unison. When no attack reached him, Kuroi at first thought Krona had put up a magic barrier and ordered them to keep attacking. When the same thing happened again, Kuroi informed them that their attacks were useless and that level 3 magic wouldn't work on him. Enraged, Kuroi unleashed his anger, even attacking his own subordinates, cursing them as useless for not even being able to scratch Krona. On the other hand, Krona called them trash, to which Kuroi promised that those very same trash would kill him brutally. Despite Krona's power, Kuroi was still confident, saying that while he normally wouldn't have stood a chance, things would be different now that he had a new gun. Seeing the gun in Kuroi's hand, Krona thought it was an ordinary gun and arrogantly declared it wouldn't work on him. But as soon as he finished his words, Kuroi fired a shot that grazed his right cheek, and to his surprise, Krona was injured. Kuroi enjoyed the look of surprise on his face. Kuroi laughed maniacally and explained that his gun was an anti-magic weapon. It was enchanted with magic that had the ability to dismantle magic. After explaining what the bullets could pierce, Kuroi fired 3 consecutive shots, all of which grazed Krona. Kuroi admitted that his aim seemed a little off since he hadn't shot in a long time, but he was surprised to see Krona unconsciously heal the wound with natural magic. Mistaking it for holy magic, Kuroi berated him for using it. But Krona corrected him, saying it was actually natural magic that activated automatically to heal him. Either way, Kuroi declared that the healing wouldn't change the situation. It just meant he could hurt Krona even more. Kuroi provoked Krona and fired 3 more shots, but he quickly realized that just like before, all the bullets were just grazing him. Nevertheless, Krona still healed himself easily. At this point, Kuroi began to suspect something was wrong. Not a single bullet had hit him directly, which seemed impossible. He wondered if Krona was dodging, but he quickly shook off the thought, convinced that such a miracle was beyond Krona's abilities. While Kuroi was lost in thought, Krona secretly contacted Leona and the others to confirm if their secret mission was complete. Kuroi noticed this, looked down on him and scolded him for daring to talk during a battle. Now that the mission was complete, Krona summoned the level 5 wind magic, Super Storm, not only blowing away all the illegal magicians but also blowing a hole in the warehouse roof, destroying the entire building. Seeing that, Kuroi immediately ordered the bombs across the city to be detonated, but to his disappointment, Krona revealed that his comrades had already neutralized them. Now he could focus completely on Kuroi. Krona said his bullets had hurt quite a bit and promised to pay back that pain 100-fold. With the stage set for battle, Kuroi prepared to fight, but before they could fight, the SMT arrived. The battle was stopped before it could even begin. Yuka reported that all the bombs had been dismantled. Haruka urged Kokurin to stop their futile resistance. Chrono wanted to hide his identity, so he inwardly praised the SMT for arriving quickly. But he had no idea that someone had been secretly hiding nearby and watching. In any case, the SMT immediately recognized Chrono, the ultimate leader of the darkness, and acknowledged his immense magical power. Meanwhile, Sonata knew that Chrono was actually Minato. She suddenly wanted to help and secretly worried if he was hurt anywhere. With the tables turned, Chrono arrogantly proposed a one-on-one duel with Kuroi. Just as he was about to win, Tsuru appeared out of nowhere, praised Kuroi's efforts and offered his help. The girls, realizing the traitor was their own father, were shocked and hoping there was a good reason, immediately asked their father why he was with a scoundrel like Kuroi. Before Tsuru could answer, Kuroi said they were good comrades. Still bewildered, Yuka and her sister continued to question their father, wanting to understand what had made him join such a villain. Finally, annoyed by the constant questions, Tsuru coldly said he was under no obligation to explain. Completely disappointed, the girls could only fall silent and stare at their father. Meanwhile, Shizu shouted to arrest Krona, but Krona asked if this was the time to treat him as an enemy. The other SMT members agreed that they had to cooperate, especially with Minato absent. Thinking it made sense, Shizu reluctantly agreed to cooperate just this once. A moment later, Kuroi threw a special grenade towards the SMT. Krona shouted to get away, and they barely managed to get out of the blast radius, preserving most of their bodies. They quickly realized this was no ordinary grenade. Krona was surprised that there were anti-magic weapons other than the gun. Kuroi arrogantly opened his jacket to show off more equipment hidden inside. While Krona dealt with Kuroi, the sisters were struggling to fight their father. Tsuru seized the opportunity, wanting to test his daughter's strength, and cast the level 3 water attribute magic Wave Eruption, sending it towards them. Haruka countered with a similar magic, but it was too weak and Tsuru's attack easily broke through. There was no other way. The girls could only close their eyes and wait for the attack. When all hope seemed lost, Katsuragi appeared and saved them from the brink of drowning with the level 3 Earth attribute magic Earth Wall. Afterward, the sisters thanked Katsuragi, and Tsuru was impressed by their progress and cooperation. But he warned them that they were still no match for him, as his magical power was on par with Minato's. Nevertheless, Yuka did not back down and showed her firm resolve. She and Haruka combined their powers, gathered their mana and cast the level 7 water attribute magic Great Tsunami, and Tsuru easily neutralized it with a level 8 magic. Phantom Tsunami completely overwhelmed them. Afterward, he said that while they were able to neutralize some of his magic, they were still a long way off. Seeing the battered sisters, Kuroi grumbled that this battle was too much in his favor. He mocked Krona, declaring that even the Master of Darkness was powerless before anti-magic weapons. He laughed, saying Krona had probably never fought against a B-class gun. With Tsuru by his side, Kuroi declared that Krona had no chance of winning and generously offered him the humiliating choice of begging for his life. But Krona remained unfazed. Seeing this, Kuroi fell into a state of annoyance and delusion. He shouted at Krona not to be arrogant. He fired more anti-magic bullets, but Krona dodged them all. At first, Kuroi thought it was luck, but the more he watched, the more suspicious he became. Meanwhile, Tsuru once again showed off his level 8 water attribute magic and asked for their opinion. When no one answered, he attacked Krona, but he dodged it stylishly. Kuroi felt something was off about Krona's movements and activated the level 5 dark magic Night Raid to ambush Krona from behind. But Krona dodged every sword strike and Kuroi had to shoot him again, but Krona still dodged. As soon as Krona caught his breath, another water attribute magic flew at him. He put up a void barrier, but it cracked on impact. The SMT members watched from the outside, dumbfounded by the sheer amount of mana being used. They began to feel useless for just watching, knowing they couldn't face Minato like this. They decided to act and get his recognition. Shizu still held a grudge against Minato. He thought that now, with Krona distracted and seemingly weak, was a good chance to capture him. He knew reinforcements would soon arrive to capture Tsuru and Kuroi, so he decided not to miss this opportunity. He turned to Sonata, who was nearby, and urged her to help him take down Krona. Sonata hesitated and asked again for his reason. Shizu insisted that since Krona was an illegal magician fighting alone, they had to capture him right now. At first she refused, but Shizu kept pleading. Unable to refuse his pleas, Sonata looked straight ahead. Shizu thought she had agreed with him, but instead of attacking Krona, she suddenly cast holy magic on him. Seeing this, Kuroi thought the police had betrayed their only ally Krona and laughed at them. But just as he was about to resume his attack, he realized Sonata had used the level 5 holy magic Salvation on Krona. At this point, Kuroi complained that the police were helping Krona, an illegal magician. But Krona could heal his wounds with his passive magic. He ignored him and wondered why Sonata had used magic even though she knew he didn't need it. After looking into it, Krona guessed that Sonata was trying to convey her feelings through her magic, accepted the healing effect and continued to fight Kuroi. Meanwhile, Shizu was a real idiot. He asked Sonata why she had healed a criminal, and Sonata answered irritably that it was because Krona was fighting for them. When the fool asked how that could be, she told him to think about why they, who couldn't even move, were still alive, or why Krona hadn't moved an inch from his spot. Seeing Shizu's silence, she said it was because Krona was trying to protect them all. While the poor Krona was constantly being hit by Kuroi's bullets, Sanada told Shizu that if it weren't for Krona they would have been Kuroi's targets, and that was why Krona wasn't running away from them even after hearing all this. Shizu, like an idiot, still tried to frame Krona as the villain, because an illegal magician would never save the police. Seeing the doubt in his eyes, Sanada reminded Shizu that Krona was there alone, saving people and fighting for others. At this point Shizu finally started to use his head, and seeing Krona not moving much from his position and covered in wounds, Shizu began to doubt the feelings he had held for him until now. Soon he began to realize the truth before his eyes when the girls said they would fight with Krona whether he was an illegal magician or not. But to their disappointment, Kuroi reminded them that weaklings like them couldn't change anything, as they had almost no magical power left. As the SMT members attacked him with all their might, Yuka said that even with little mana there were still things they could do. After finishing their words, they changed their target to Suru, who was floating on a water droplet, and dragged him down to their level. As soon as he landed, Kronos attacked with demon fire, and Suru quickly countered with a great tsunami, recognizing their cooperation. Suru realized he wouldn't have many chances to attack Kronos as he knew the SMT would get in his way. With that thought, the SMT poured all their energy into stopping Suru. Sanada was happy to be able to help Minato. While the girls attacked their father, Shizu also hardened his resolve and joined them in stopping Suru. This angered Kuroi. Meanwhile, Krona praised the SMT for making the fight easier by stopping Suru and continued to provoke Kuroi, making him shoot at Krona more as he threatened to kill them all with all his might. This time Krona dodged perfectly, which annoyed Kuroi, who wondered how on earth Krona had dodged all the bullets. When he accused him of using magic, Krona assured Kuroi he hadn't used any magic and had simply dodged. At this point Kuroi lost his reason and said this wasn't a movie and told him not to mess with him. Then Krona said that it had been a long time since he'd encountered long-range anti-magic equipment again, but he still couldn't fight well. Hearing that, he started shooting wildly. But Krona said that he had already analyzed his attack patterns and dodged every single bullet without missing a beat as he got closer to him. Realizing the bullets were no longer effective, Kuroi pulled out an anti-magic grenade launcher and prepared to blow everyone away. Unfortunately for him, before he could pull the trigger, Krona used Night Raid to approach him. To a shocked Kuroi, Krona used a special dark magic unlike ordinary magic. It would trap the villain in a world of suffering for 3 days and 3 nights, a fitting punishment for a villain like him. After dealing with Kuroi, Krona turned to Suru to attack him despite his comrades being too exhausted to move. Realizing how well they had held back Suru, Krona smiled at them and urged them to leave the rest to him. With that, he focused all his attention on Suru. However, before he could fight Suru, Suru surrendered, and Krona demanded an explanation. Just then, Leona reported over the radio that the police and magic nobles were in trouble, having surrounded all of Kokuren's hideouts in Tokyo. She added that this was clearly planned timing. She reported that she was sure this information had been leaked by Mizua Suru. This information led Krona to ask Suru if he was a spy who had infiltrated Kokuren, to which Suru replied yes. Before their conversation could continue, Kuroi got up and told everyone to stop the farce. Assessing his condition, Krona guessed that he had dispelled his magic with anti-magic equipment. With him on his back, Kuroi held a detonator and threatened to destroy all the bombs he had planted nearby. Seeing this, the other SMT members complained that they couldn't move fast enough to get away from the bombs in time, but Krona and Suru, who had been standing firm until then, activated Fire Wall and Jade Wall together. Both were level 7 magic spells intended to protect the SMT members from Kuroi's bombs. But after pressing the detonator several times, nothing happened. Kuroi just stood there dumbfounded. With a stupid look on his face, he blabbered that he had already planted all the bombs. While he was confused and out of his mind, Leona, who had just arrived, had to remind him once again, "Your bombs have already been dismantled by us," even though the bombs were planted right nearby. As soon as he realized Leona was a member of Shadowbringer, he once again ran his mouth spouting contemptuous words, calling her a slave and telling her to kneel and obey. Enraged, Leona punched him in the face. Finally satisfied, she declared, "Now we're even." Nevertheless, this fool stubbornly said he was just a pawn in the organization called Kokuren. This meant the big shots were still out there, freely continuing their evil deeds. As soon as he finished speaking, Kuroi collapsed to the ground. Krona couldn't help but wonder who the real final boss behind Kokuren was. Realizing he needed more data to confirm their identity, Krona put the thought aside for a moment. He planned to pick up Leona and run before the police swooped in. Just then, Yuka called from behind to confirm something, but Krona ignored her and soared into the night sky, determined not to be caught by the SMT again. Shortly after he disappeared quietly, Ruka, Yuka, and Ryuji, still confused, wondered what kind of person the leader of Shadowbringer was. Anyway, Sanada, who knew Krona was actually Kusanagi, was filled with gratitude for the hero who had saved so many people that night. The next morning, the national news reported that Kuroi, a former magic noble and the head of Kokuren, had been arrested on several charges, including conspiracy to commit urban terrorism. In addition, the police were praised to the skies for defusing the bombs with lightning speed and demonstrating top-tier counter-terrorism capabilities. Hanada and Riku were watching the news somewhere in the city. They despised the media's farce of trying to steal the credit. Meanwhile, Minato returned to his ordinary life as the captain of the SMT. That morning he walked with his colleagues to the Mizua mansion to visit Tsuru. On the way, the others demanded an explanation for his absence from last night's operation to arrest Kuroi. Minato had to make up an excuse that he had an urgent matter at home, and fortunately, they completely believed him but urged him to let them know next time. Upon arriving at the Mizua mansion, they were warmly welcomed and guided to the meeting room. Once inside, the daughters told their father to explain everything in detail. Tsuru began a lengthy explanation that he had pretended to cooperate with Kuroi to infiltrate Kokurin, hoping to clear the name of the magic nobles and prevent illegal magicians from running rampant. Next, he revealed that Kuroi was not only a former magic noble, but was also involved in numerous crimes and had expanded his power to the point where no one could control him, so he could no longer be ignored. Tsuru had no choice but to step in. When Yuka asked why he had infiltrated Kokurin now, Tsuru explained that he had received an order from the police. Since Kuroi had previously colluded with Fuka, he judged that it would be easier to infiltrate now with his status as the head of the family and a magic noble. With a few psychological tricks, Tsuru easily gained Kuroi's trust, although he was not officially a member of the police. He explained that he was considered a special undercover investigator and would not be held responsible for any crimes committed, thus concluding his story. Hearing the story, the daughters let out a sigh of relief and then blamed the police for treating their father that way. Meanwhile, Minato was pondering the various organizations involved in this farce. The SMT, the police, people who seemed to be paying respects to the magic nobles, and Mizuha Tsuru, who had suddenly gone all out to achieve this goal. He also wondered why the police had decided to act at this point when they could have acted earlier. To him, the reasons they gave seemed unconvincing and suspicious. In a flashback to the night of Kuroi's takedown, Krona and Leona were discussing how the police had figured out that more than half of the planted bombs were fake, despite having inferior intelligence-gathering capabilities. When Krona asked if the criminals had simply not prepared enough real bombs, Leona admitted that it was possible but too careless for such a serious threat. In any case, the police had acted unusually fast, as if they knew in advance. She felt that something was suspicious about this incident, but for now she had no evidence. Back in the present, Tsuru admitted his fault, asked for forgiveness, and announced that he would publicly cooperate with the SMT and retract the disownment of his daughters. Hearing this, the daughters were overjoyed, knowing they could now be proud to be members of the Mizuha family again. On the way home after the meeting with the Mizuha family, Ryuji said that good things had happened and felt relieved that everything was finally resolved. On the other hand, Sonata called Minato and Krona her heroes and wished she could do something to thank them. Shazu knew Krona was an illegal magician, but he couldn't ignore the fact that he had saved them that night. If Krona turned out to be Kusanagi, Shazu wasn't sure if arresting him was the right thing to do. Meanwhile, Yuka recalled Krona's eyes that night and grew increasingly anxious, realizing they were identical to Minato's. Unable to distinguish between the two, she began to suspect they might be the same person. Minato was fully aware of what was happening and realized that if this continued, everything could fall apart. That night, disguised as Krona, he visited Kai in the hospital and continued to treat him with holy magic. When there was no response this time, Krona urged Kai to wake up, reminding him that his sister was waiting for him. Just then, Leona entered, and Krona had to hide outside the window. She gently told her brother that she had finally defeated the villains with Krona, so he no longer had to worry. She promised that no one would ever hurt him again. A few seconds later, hearing his sister's voice, Kai called her name, and Leona immediately reassured him that she was right here by his side. Now fully conscious, Kai welcomed his sister's return and said he had tried his best to be strong while she was gone. Without a moment's hesitation, Leona hugged Kai tightly and burst into tears. Seeing this scene, Krona realized his work was done, smiled, and quietly flew into the night sky. The next day, during lunch on the school rooftop, Ryuji, who was with everyone, pleaded with Minato and the girls to look after his younger siblings the next day. When asked what was wrong, he explained that his shift would last all day, and he would be returning home very late. Usually he participated in SMT activities and worked whenever his mother wasn't working, but unfortunately this time neither of them had time. He couldn't leave his younger siblings alone late at night. Ryuji had no choice but to ask everyone for help. Hearing Ryuji's plea, Minato, who also liked children, offered to help without hesitation, and Ryuji thanked him repeatedly. Meanwhile, Ruka explained that she had family matters and apologized for not being able to help. Realizing she was no longer disowned, Ryuji asked if she was finally returning to her father's house, but Yuka said they would be moving to a larger place. Just then, Yuka imitated her father, saying that as long as Kusanagi Minato was by their side, they should continue to cultivate their independence and explore the outside world. Shortly after, Ryuji talked about his father's and Yuka's actions, saying he was glad at least his father gave them money. In any case, Minato felt it was reasonable for the sisters to live together since Tsuru was encouraging their independence. On the other hand, he understood why Tsuru wanted him to be by his daughter's side more than ever. Anyway, Ryuji joked about Minato and Ruka helping Yuka move, but realizing they were too indecisive and ignorant of the world, he concluded that Yuka would be fine. After laughing his fill at the joke, he asked Ruka if she had time to go with Minato. Ruka stuttered before finally offering to help Minato take care of the children. And so it was decided. Ryuji thanked them both and promised to repay the favor. The next day, Minato and Ruka took Ryuji's 3 younger siblings to an amusement park, because none of them had been there in a long time. The children were excited and chattered about wanting to ride the merry-go-round, the roller coaster, and the Ferris wheel all at the same time. To calm them down, Minato assured them he would let them ride everything. Just as they were about to get on the rides, he saw Ruka holding back and urged her to join them. At this point, Ruka's expression looked so scary that the children felt threatened, and Minato asked her why she wasn't smiling. Not wanting to be seen as a mood killer, Ruka apologized and then smiled awkwardly, asking, "Is this better?" making the situation worse. Unfortunately, the children found her even scarier. To stop them from crying, Minato patted the children on the head and briefly ignored the sulking Ruka. After that, the 5 of them rode the roller coaster, the Ferris wheel, and the merry-go-round, finally stopping late in the day. While taking care of the excited children, he sensed sadness in Ruka's expression and decided to talk to her. Fortunately, the children asked for permission to go to the restroom, and after Minato told them not to bump into anyone, the 2 of them had a moment alone. After a few words of small talk about the children's excitement, Ruka said it was amazing that Minato was respected even by children. Despite knowing this, Minato stubbornly said it was just a normal thing, but Ruka countered, admitting that she wasn't good with children, and while she didn't dislike them, she had trouble communicating with them. Minato acknowledged this and she apologized for being too arrogant. Continuing, she recalled once telling Yuka she would never surpass her, but now she felt she was behind in every way. She couldn't cook, she wasn't good with people, and she wasn't as thoughtful as Yuka. She was even falling behind in the field of magic where she used to excel. She knew she wasn't perfect and was just a clumsy woman who couldn't do anything on her own. Seeing Minato's silence, Ruka apologized for being a crybaby and urged him to forget everything she had said as the children were returning from the restroom. As the children walked through the crowd, the oldest one accidentally bumped into one of 3 bullies who were harassing other kids and threatening to film them. Knowing what would happen, Minato prepared to intervene. But before he could act, he saw Ruka step forward to protect the children first and decided to watch. She quickly pulled the boy out of danger and asked if he was okay. When the boy started to cry, she was relieved he wasn't hurt. At this point, the bully leader and his gang demanded an apology from the boy just for being a kid. Ruka refused, retorting that the boy had done nothing wrong and that the bully leader was the one who should apologize. The bully leader, being a typical blockhead, tried to hit Ruka for daring to challenge him, but before his fist could go far, Minato grabbed it tightly. He called him a piece of trash who only caused a commotion. He reminded the bully leader that this was a public place and not to ruin everyone's fun for his own amusement. When the bully leader screamed in pain and begged to be let go, Minato finally released his hand and complained that there were troublemakers like this everywhere. As the bullies left, he immediately checked to see if the children were hurt. Seeing Ruka throw herself to protect them, the 3 children automatically hugged her and cried, repeatedly thanking her for saving them. At first, Ruka was stiff as a board, but when Minato gave her an encouraging wink, she hugged the children tightly and comforted them, saying it was okay and that she was here. After the commotion was resolved, everyone enjoyed the rest of the day peacefully. It was late at night when Ryuji returned home and repeatedly apologized, worried his younger siblings had caused trouble. Unexpectedly, when he opened the door, all 5 of them were sound asleep like a happy family. Time passed, while Minato, the captain of the SMT, and Krona, the leader of Shadowbringer, the 2 twin magicians of Japan, drew all the attention. The prestige of the police hit rock bottom. Their swift response in the Kokurin explosion incident was praised, but the SMT's achievements further overshadowed the police's performance, causing their already low reputation to fall even further. In a formal meeting, officials from the Tokyo Metropolitan Police Department argued loudly that Shadowbringer could no longer be allowed to run wild. They were tarnishing the honor of the police. Thinking it was a valid point, the Superintendent General immediately ordered the capture of the criminals posing as heroes and to bring them to justice. Meanwhile, in the dojo of the Kaichi family, Minato and Riku were sparring with wooden swords to gauge each other's swordsmanship. For almost 10 minutes, neither of them spoke a word. They charged at each other fiercely, slashing, thrusting, and dodging only when necessary. Finally, when both of them aimed for each other's vitals, a situation where either could have finished the other, Riku declared a draw. After admiring Minato's swordsmanship, Riku was very surprised that he had fought on par with him. Although he knew he was the captain of the SMT, Minato still humbly said his skills were no match for Riku's. Riku realized this young man was humble and capable, and came to respect him even more. After practice, the 2 put their wooden swords back in place. Riku suddenly started complaining, "Why are there so many difficult things in my life?" Minato asked with a puzzled expression, "What just happened? You were fine until a moment ago." Riku said that when he held a sword he was filled with the will to work. But now that he had let go of the sword, he felt like a useless piece of wood and wanted to disappear or become a decorative plant immediately. Hearing this, Minato sincerely advised Riku not to rush and that it was okay to just live and rest if it was enjoyable. Feeling that Minato was thoughtful, Riku praised him as an interesting person and then sat up straight. frankly confessing that he had always felt like an outsider and had become even more lonely as he became famous for his swordsmanship. It was more annoying than anything else in the world. Hearing this, Minato reassured him that it wasn't alien syndrome but just his uniqueness being revealed to the world. Riku was startled and stammered, saying that no one had ever called his talent uniqueness. Probably not. Minato recalled his past life as Ichikami Minato and spoke of a time when he was trapped in a terrible nightmare where death loomed right before his eyes. At that time, Minato said firmly that he stood up, fought, and awakened his power. But ironically, or perhaps luckily, Riku maintained a poker face. Inside, he thought Minato was talking about the traffic accident story he had mentioned before. In Minato's mind, scenes of learning magic, imitating monsters' skills, and finally creating his own magic from that time flashed by. Although he was the only survivor, at that time Minato told Riku that he remembered being unable to save anyone and was often treated as an oddball by those around him. But it was different now. He assured him that his power would help everyone. After finishing his words, he asked Riku if there was anything he wanted to protect. Coming to his senses, Riku replied that there was something he wanted to protect. Hearing this, Minato cheerfully advised him to use his power for that goal. Since he already had that uniqueness inside him, Riku decided to follow Minato's words and thanked him for his help. Afterward, the two shook hands and promised to cooperate next time. As he left Riku's dojo, Minato thought about Kaichi Riku's personality. He thought that for the head of a magic noble family he was a bit eccentric but quite a decent person. Overall, Minato thought he was much better than those arrogant, incomprehensible villains. Lost in thought, Minato bumped hard into someone on the street and quickly apologized. But to his surprise, that person was Homurai Hinata, that troublemaker. Hinata also recognized the person who had bumped into her as Minato, and demanded a proper explanation. When there was no answer, she confessed that she had just met an annoying jerk and was in a bad mood. Minato asked why she wasn't wearing her fancy outfit today. Hinata shot back, "Who wears clothes like that every day?" Besides, she said it was demon monster equipment that could only be worn when performing official duties. At this point, Minato blurted out if she was also interested in this sort of thing, and after a moment of silence he realized it was true. Soon the two noticed that everyone on the street was staring at them. To avoid being disturbed, Hinata arrogantly told Minato to follow her to a regular spot around the corner. Minato was fed up with her queen-like attitude, but he still followed her quietly. Upon arriving, they quickly found an empty table and sat down to avoid the attention of other customers. But it was already too late. People started whispering, glancing, and even assuming they were on a date. But when Hinata glared at them with fiery eyes, the chatterboxes were frightened and went back to their business. Minato maintained a poker face, thinking of Hinata as a mad dog inside but kept quiet like a mouse to avoid trouble. After dealing with the chatterboxes, Hinata asked Minato about his meeting with Riku earlier. Feeling that she was jealous of his and Riku's closeness, Minato apologized for not inviting her to the dojo. Understanding his meaning, Hinata flared up and snapped that she wasn't sulking because she wasn't invited. In her mind, they were just temporary allies, not friends. As soon as she finished speaking, she looked at a family celebrating a child's first birthday. Minato, not caring about what she had just said, reassured her that as long as they cooperated well, it would be fine, annoyed by his confidence. Hinata pressed him, asking how he had become so strong. When Minato bluffed that he had gained his power from a traffic accident, Hinata snapped at him to get a grip, saying it was impossible to become strong just from an accident. She knew Minato had extraordinary magical power and that magic didn't work that way. In Minato's mind, he was actually suppressing his magical power much more than before. Besides, Hinata thought that if they could increase their magical power just by risking their lives, they wouldn't have had to struggle so much. Fed up with being deceived, Hinata stood up and in a rage demanded Minato tell her the truth about his power. Minato realized she was craving power, but telling her, who came from the modern era, that he was the reincarnation of Ichikami would be meaningless and wouldn't satisfy her. So he told her to train in the ordinary way if she wanted to become stronger. Disappointed, Hinata sighed and said Minato was truly an unpredictable person, then sat back down. Soon the waitress brought their food, apologized for being late, and then handed Hinata a giant parfait. Startled by its size, Minato thought, "What on earth is this parfait?" But Hinata, her face now filled with joy, told Minato she had been waiting for this moment for a long time. As soon as she finished speaking, she pretended to grumble to the waitress that she had brought the wrong food. Minato stared blankly as she ate each bite as if the whole world was watching, savoring the sweet taste and chewy texture. After finishing, Hinata took a deep breath and confessed that she had always wanted to try the parfait from this shop but was too embarrassed to come alone. In other words, this outing with Minato was simply perfect. Noticing her love for sweets, Minato observed her energy pouring out like a waterfall. Realizing she had let her guard down, she hastily ended the meeting, saying she had nothing more to say, and she dashed out of the shop. After she disappeared, Minato realized that he had detected a part of the magical power she had been suppressing. Nevertheless, he knew it was much stronger than when they had fought last time. It was impossible for her to have raised it so much in such a short time just through training. Wondering what she had done to increase her power, Minato concluded that Hinata Homarai was hiding something. Meanwhile, Shazu was still struggling at his company, beginning to suspect that Minato might be Krona. He had noticed that every time Krona appeared, Kusanagi disappeared. It was hard not to believe they were the same person. The police investigation was currently intensifying, and Shazu thought it was only a matter of time before Krona was arrested. Feeling conflicted, he looked at a family photo, hoping his father's spirit would guide him. That night, Leona reported to Krona on the rooftop that the police were cracking down hard on Shadowbringer. Operations were underway everywhere, and some members had been arrested for questioning. Analyzing the information, Krona realized that the SMT had also been ordered to arrest them. He briefly considered frankly telling Leona that he was Kusanagi of the SMT, but he quickly decided against it. If she were arrested, knowing the truth would only make it harder for her. He knew she would never betray him. Besides, revealing his identity at this point would be of no benefit. He could leak internal police information without revealing everything, so now was not the right time to confess. Just then, Leona said they needed a plan, because if this situation continued, the police would soon catch them. To ease her worries, Krona reassured her to leave it to him. He already had a plan. The next day, Minato visited Takagami's house to get help with his plan, and Takagami agreed. A few days later, the Superintendent General of the Tokyo Metropolitan Police Department asked his subordinate about the progress of the Shadowbringer investigation. When he learned that Krona had not yet been caught, he flew into a rage and demanded a proper explanation. One of the police officers reported that they were continuing to interrogate the arrested Shadowbringer members, but so far all of them had consistently claimed to know nothing. The Superintendent General asked why they hadn't obtained a confession yet, but the officer explained that these small fry really seemed to know nothing, so they lacked solid evidence. Annoyed, the Superintendent General ordered them to use force if necessary to arrest Krona. The honor of the police was at stake. As the situation grew tense, the police officers hurried to take action. Meanwhile, Shazu summoned all SMT members to the meeting room to inform them of some urgent news. An order had come from above to arrest Krona and his gang at all costs. Since Krona's whereabouts were still unknown, Shazu decided to publicly reveal his identity so the world could easily recognize and catch him. Besides, foolish rumors were tarnishing the police's image, so Shazu instructed the SMT to suppress the commotion and find Krona at the same time. The SMT members began to complain. They lamented that they had to take on additional work when they already had a mountain of it just dealing with commotions and monsters. They muttered that the higher-ups didn't know anything. This wasn't their job. On the other hand, Minato thought this was a sign that the police were cornered and acting recklessly. If they came on strong, it would be difficult for his team to get out of it. Concluding the meeting, Shazu reminded the team to prioritize dealing with commotions and monsters, but to continue searching for those phantom-like guys. As the meeting ended, Sanada asked Shazu sharply, "Do we really have to do this?" Shazu replied firmly, "Of course, this is an order from above." Ryuji lamented that he had to take on almost all of the commotion handling work. The Mizua sisters joined in and complained. Shazu sympathized but explained that the higher-ups were anxious because those phantom-like guys were gaining immense popularity and public support. Worried about the consequences of illegal magicians gaining more fans, Shazu turned to Minato and exposed him to his face. "Stop it. Don't act anymore." Like a bucket of cold water, Minato immediately demanded a proper explanation. Without beating around the bush, Shazu accused him of being Krona and told him to turn himself in now and end this. The entire team froze. The girls desperately defended Minato. "There's no way, he can't be Krona," seeing them trying to protect him. Shazu began to suspect that Yuka and Sanada were in league with Krona. When they tried to object, Shazu cut them off. He said that although Krona had saved many people, if he turned himself in now, he could receive leniency in court, but if he was caught by the police, it would be over. To provide evidence, Shazu pointed out that the timing of Krona and Minato's appearances kept overlapping. Their appearances and abilities were similar, and every time Krona appeared, Minato disappeared. He challenged the entire team if they could be sure that all of this was just a coincidence. The room was dead silent. Shazu forced Minato to answer, hoping he would frankly reveal his identity. Just as Minato was about to open his mouth, Sanada intervened. She held up her phone and showed everyone a live stream. The phantom-like guys had hacked the broadcast again. The video began with a scene of Minato still in the room and another man calling himself Krona. The fake Krona apologized for causing a commotion, then explained about the public's excitement over the Battle of the Titans between himself and Minato. To resolve this issue, he challenged Minato to a one-on-one duel in broad daylight, completely stunning the entire world. With the entire team still in shock, Shazu shouted, "If the two are the same person, what on earth is Krona Minato doing?" Sanada and Yuka also began to doubt themselves. This situation was really confusing. Meanwhile, Ryuji and Ruka still hadn't grasped the situation. They asked Minato what he was going to do. Minato reassured them, "Then I'll have to accept the challenge." A few hours later, the entire country flocked to Shabuya, where the most anticipated battle of the year between Kusanagi and Krona would take place. Media helicopters circled overhead and reporters described the crowd that had gathered like a festival. Aware of the potential danger, the government deployed police forces, probably to arrest Krona immediately. While waiting, their respective fans cheered loudly. Ryuji said, "This fight has become a media blockbuster." His colleagues showed him the live streaming viewership statistics on social media to prove the event's popularity. Shizu was dead silent, trying to guess what Minato was up to. He just hoped Minato would show a weakness so he could catch him. It was too late to turn back now. Near the stadium, Hinata and Riku ran into Tsuru. They were surprised to see that he had also come out of curiosity. When they asked why he had come, Tsuru answered concisely, "I have to see this fight with my own eyes." As soon as he finished speaking, a dazzling beam of light appeared in the stadium sky. While people were bewildered, a pillar of blue energy suddenly shot down, almost hitting a helicopter. It caused a terrible explosion that blew away a few spectators standing nearby. As the smoke cleared, the fake boss of the Phantom-like guys, Krona, revealed himself. The media immediately broadcasted the scene of his appearance live. Shizu was shocked that Krona had really appeared, and began to doubt his previous theory. Sanada and Yuka also changed their stance, now thinking that Minato and Krona might really be different people. Facing Ji-hour, Minato sighed and frankly said that he didn't like this kind of showboating, but it seemed he couldn't avoid it this time. When the fake Krona remained silent, Minato decided to skip the trash talk. To get things over with quickly, with thousands of spectators watching, Minato activated the level 6 nullification magic organic magic cannon to open the show. In response, Krona deployed the dark magic Chaos Crow. The two techniques collided, creating a terrible shockwave, and the helicopter pilot had to back the aircraft away, ignoring the reporters' shouts that they would be slammed into the ground if they didn't fly closer. As the smoke cleared, the two rushed at each other, fiercely exchanging blows and officially opening the battle. After a fierce battle of sparks, the two briefly stopped and decided to use magic. When it was his turn to show off his magic skills, the fake Krona activated the level 9 lightning attribute magic piercing thunderclap. He attacked Minato. It was nothing. After being attacked, Minato lamented that the fake Krona wasn't holding back at all and that his clothes were dirty. Without a word, the fake Krona continued his attack, this time using the level 7 Earth attribute magic meteor to eliminate Minato. To protect himself from the meteor, Minato, with the help of a magic fairy, activated the level 9 magic anchor barrier, placed it between himself and the meteor, and watched as the barrier pulverized the meteor. After the meteor disappeared, Minato praised the magic fairy who had just helped him create the barrier. He even petted it for using the magic anchor so coolly. At this moment, the audience exploded with joy upon seeing Minato receive help from a strange magic fairy. Some even said Minato was in another dimension and to get rid of the magic nobles. At the same time, some of Minato's female fans fainted here and there from the dazzling aura he exuded. On the other hand, Hinata was sarcastic as usual. Alluding to Minato, she said that those who use nullification magic always like to show off flashy and loud techniques. Hearing this, Riku reminded her that both Krona and Minato were capable of using level 9 magic. But Hinata added a sarcastic remark, saying their mana pools were also unnaturally like an infinite warehouse of magic. It was incredible that both of them could use high-level magic and still have mana left for other techniques. However, Tsuru stated that Minato's magic was far superior, as it had persistence and seemed to have a will of its own. Hinata agreed that only a few magicians could use continuous magic, let alone automatic magic. But considering Minato's immense physical abilities, Tsuru explained that Minato was likely using his magical power to enhance his body, attack power, and defense all at once. Just then, Hinata pressed Tsuru, asking if he meant Minato was like a wall of magical power. When Tsuru mumbled that it was probably the case, she grew annoyed. When asked why he wasn't sure about Minato and Krona's power, Tsuru replied that it was because their magic was too bizarre. In short, Minato and Krona were true monsters who surpassed them, the magic nobles, in every way. After a long analysis, the battle between Krona and Minato reached its climax as Minato grabbed the fake Krona in midair and kicked him violently to the ground. As soon as the fake Krona hit the ground, he got up and counterattacked, leaving the SMT team and the entire world in awe. As the battle progressed, Yuka, Ryuji, and Haruka all admitted that while they initially thought the two were very strong, they now saw they had been holding back. So it was no wonder people were so excited. Looking at internet statistics, Sonata reported that the battle's popularity was increasing exponentially across all live streaming platforms and social media. Shizu also checked the stats, saying that its popularity had reached its peak and the whole world was watching this fight. At the same time, scenes from various places around the world were shown. New York, Korea, and several other major cities, people were glued to their smartphones, watching the live stream of the battle between the world's two strongest magicians, Krona and Kusanagi Minato. After showcasing an intense fight to the world, Minato finally praised the fake Krona for fighting quite well. Then he said it was now over. Just as Minato was about to end it, the fake Krona used the level 9 dark magic, Scythe of Darkness, to attack Minato. Determined to end the fight, Minato for the first time used the level 10 nullification magic, Giganti, not only neutralizing Krona's Scythe of Darkness but also smashing and crushing him into a nearby building. Witnessing this technique, the entire SMT team went wild as Minato displayed immense magical power using level 10 magic. Yuka's eyes widened, unable to gauge just how strong Minato was. Just then, Minato ran towards the half-dead Krona, and the helicopter's camera crew, suspecting this would be the finishing blow, followed his every move. Despite their best efforts, the pilot reported to the reporter that they couldn't keep up with Minato's speed. When the camera director announced that the signal was lost, the reporter harshly scolded him for cutting the broadcast at the most exciting moment of the fight. When Minato arrived where the fake Krona was, he stopped and lowered his guard slightly. The moment he was off guard, Krona reached out his hand towards Minato and activated a dark magic. But as the fake Krona was about to use the technique, Minato told him to stop the act, and the fake Krona immediately disappeared. After he vanished, Minato quietly muttered his thanks for successfully deceiving the entire world. Regarding the anti-monster equipment Takagami had made, Minato thought it had reached its limit, as it could only withstand level 9 magic for a short time. He also thought about the usefulness and difficulties of replication magic, noting that the clone he had created was much weaker than himself and could barely speak. While Minato was analyzing the results, Takagami, who was nearby, quietly thanked the heavens that everything had gone smoothly. When she had previously discovered that Minato was secretly Krona, she had been very shocked. She hadn't known he would go to such lengths. Since he couldn't cast 2 spells at once, she guessed that Minato would have had almost no time to cast replication magic, which has a short casting time. He had to keep using continuous magic, so he didn't have time for other spells. That was why she had prepared anti-monster equipment, embedded with automatic magic, using equipment that casts spells automatically. Even if he lost consciousness, it was at least theoretically possible to use multiple types of magic simultaneously. Despite knowing this, Takagami realized that for Minato to control both at the same time, he still needed immense magical power and control. Otherwise, it could go out of control and attack the audience. In short, while using a massive amount of magic and maintaining control, Minato staged a realistic fake battle with himself. Only Ichikami Minato could be that brilliant, she said. When the match was over, Minato called Leona, imitated Krona's voice, and told her to stop jamming the broadcast signals. Leona asked if it was over. Minato nodded. Then she called Krona by his real name, Minato, and said nonchalantly, "Now that this clumsy play of yours is over, no one will chase Krona anymore." "Oh, you knew," Minato blurted out. Leona said she had known for a long time but thought there was no need to bring it up. When Minato asked why she was telling him now, Leona calmly replied that it was because today would probably be the last day she would see Krona. Minato realized she was right and muttered that she was amazing. After a moment of silence, Leona suddenly said to Krona, "No. Minato, thank you for saving me, for saving the world, and for even saving my comrades," adding that she was truly glad to have him. Minato said that since illegal magician crime had hit rock bottom, Shadowbringer would temporarily suspend its activities until things calmed down. Before hanging up, Leona added one more thing. "Call me if anything happens. We're like family." Minato said he would ask when he needed to, and that was it. They each returned home to live their normal lives. As soon as he hung up the phone, the SMT members rushed to him. Yuka asked where Krona was and Haruka asked if he was hurt. Minato said that Krona had escaped but needed treatment and wouldn't be able to show himself for a while. Shizu approached awkwardly embarrassed and said, "I'm sorry for suspecting you were Krona." Hearing that, Sanada and Yuka also hurried to apologize for doubting him and asked for his forgiveness. Minato felt sorry for deceiving them but told them not to blame themselves, saying that everyone makes mistakes. Just as they were about to leave the stadium, Hanada shouted, asking why Minato and Krona were so strong. Realizing she was a long way off, she lamented that she had to get stronger or else how could she ever catch up. While Hanada was shouting, Suru was amazed that Minato still had so much strength left. Just how much magical power did he have? Inwardly, Minato thought he was glad to have proven that he and Krona were different people. He breathed a sigh of relief that the play had been a success. Now that Kokurin was finished, he thought Shadowbringer would also have nothing to do. But Kuroi's final words that he was just a pawn kept echoing in his ears. In any case, he decided to be happy for now, having solved the most pressing problem. A few days after the battle, Minato began to shoot paid advertisements, do live streams of his training with the SMT, and collaborate with creators. He also appeared on TV and talked about his awakening process and his harsh training methods. One day when he went to school, Minato was surrounded by female students who pestered him for handshakes, hugs, and even marriage proposals. Seeing this, Ryuji, Haruka, and Yuka worried if their now famous captain would be okay. They didn't know that Minato was on the verge of going crazy from this popularity. Thinking the female students were really annoying, he, exhausted, jumped out of a window and fled the school. As he ran, he cursed Shizu for goading him to appear in public. Just when he thought it had quieted down, a group of crazed fans found him and gave chase. That day he could only run and beg for them to spare his life. When he returned home at night, Haruka and Yuka asked him if he was okay. Minato said he was fine and asked about the move. They said it was all done. They had finished everything while he was busy running away. Minato thanked them and listened as Yuka told him about the new house. It was a 3-bedroom apartment, meaning they would each have their own room. Hearing that, the two realized they would no longer be able to see Minato's sleeping face. Their faces turned beet red and they looked away, leaving Minato bewildered as to what was wrong. His phone rang, and he went out to the balcony to take the call. It was Takagami. She asked if he had time and if he was okay after the recent commotion. Minato said everything had been resolved well, all thanks to her. But he was still a little anxious. Takagami laughed and said that popularity was truly tiring. Minato told her to call him anytime because not only was she a good friend, but she was also the only person who knew his identity. Hearing that, Takagami thanked him and hung up. As soon as she hung up, she picked up a photo taken with two girls and muttered, "What should I do about my situation?" Unfortunately, there was no additional information to explain what happened after that. A few days later, dozens of new SMT recruits gathered at the Tokyo Metropolitan Police Department's training grounds. Everyone hoped to be on the same team as the Mizua sisters or to be trained under the ever-victorious Captain Minato. Upon arriving, Yuka's jaw dropped at the larger-than-expected crowd. Haruka said that everyone was here because of Minato. Ryuji nonchalantly commented that while they had the passion, it was questionable whether they could withstand Minato's hellish training. A moment later, when Minato appeared majestically on the training grounds, the new recruits melted with admiration just from seeing him. While they showered him with praise, Minato, sick of the flattery, unleashed a chilling magical pressure. Everyone immediately stiffened up like flagpoles. Waiting for them to quiet down, Minato praised them for being quite persistent. Though he had thought they were weaklings, he then said that he had initially planned to go easy on them, but now he saw no need to hold back. The SMT members knew well that their captain was annoyed, but unfortunately the recruits were still bewildered. So when Minato put them through his usual harsh magical, physical and mental training, they all quickly broke down and began to complain, even accusing him of bullying them until they gave up. When they were on the verge of collapsing from exhaustion, Yuka and her colleagues continuously fired magic at Minato's barrier. Seeing that, the new recruits' jaws dropped once again, and they realized that this was beyond the limits of normal training. Finally, Minato gave everyone a break, announcing that they would measure their magical power shortly, including the new recruits. After a 5-minute break, they headed to the examination room. Seeing him walk straight as if he had just been on a stroll, the recruits all said in unison that the man was truly a monster. Meanwhile, Ryuji and the Mizua sisters were sitting down, reflecting on their mistakes and planning improvements for the next training session. Seeing that, the new recruits also said in unison that they too were monsters. One even sobbed that his angelic image of the Mizua sisters had been shattered. A moment later, each SMT member's magical power was carefully measured. Yuka recorded 20,000, Haruka 18,000, Ryuji 105,000, Sonata 100,000 and Shazu 12,000. These numbers made the new recruits' faces turn pale, and they wondered if the SMT was as strong as the magic nobles. Minato explained that Yuka's magical power was only 2,000 at first, but thanks to her perseverance and effort, she had reached this level. Hearing that, one of them mustered the courage to ask if they could become that strong too. Minato said it was possible if they were serious about it, and the new recruits' fighting spirit ignited. They vowed to be reborn. After the speech, Minato analyzed each of their magical powers and concluded that they were skilled enough to take on a boss monster alone or defeat an archdemon by joining forces. There was progress, but Minato knew they were still not enough to face a demon lord or a demon god. While he was lost in thought, Shazu approached. He looked like he wanted to say something. Seeing his face, Minato felt a sense of foreboding. A few hours later, Minato was dressed in a suit attending the cooperation event between the magic nobles and the SMT, muttering that he was incredibly nervous. Just as he was about to explode, Shazu, also dressed smartly in a suit, ran up and thanked him for coming. Minato said that while cooperation was important, he questioned if they had to hold such a grand party. Shazu quickly apologized, saying that the magic nobles were probably using this opportunity to celebrate regaining their power. This event also saved face for the police. Realizing it was unavoidable, Minato just stood in one place and pretended to enjoy himself. After a moment of silence, Minato suddenly complimented Shazu on his nice suit. Ryuji, standing nearby, muttered that he didn't look good at all in these kinds of clothes. Unwilling to let Ryuji lose his confidence, Minato immediately showered him with compliments about his height and physique. Just then, Shazu announced that the young ladies had arrived. Yuka appeared first in a gorgeous flared dress. She quickly apologized for making everyone wait. Next was the elegant Haruka in a slim long navy dress, and she too quickly apologized for keeping them waiting. Then came Sonata in a light green flared dress, and she marveled at why so many people had come to congratulate them. Yuka turned to Minato and asked, "Don't I look weird dressed like this?" Minato knew what to say. "You look even more lovely than usual." And he showered all three of them with heart-capturing compliments. They blushed at his splendid and flowery words. Ryuji, watching from the outside, remarked that their captain was never stingy with compliments. Not long after, Hinata also approached Minato imperiously. She had her usual scowl, but this time she was wearing a gorgeous red dress. At her sides were Tsuru and Riku, the bigwigs of the noble families. Unable to hold back, Minato used the same trick again and showered her with compliments, and Hinata, enraged, shouted at him to shut up. Annoyed, she turned on her heel and left with Riku. Minato, bewildered, asked Tsuru why he was there. Tsuru reminded him that he had promised to cooperate and that this event was part of that cooperation. Wanting to avoid small talk, Tsuru left, and Minato was frozen by his rudeness. His two daughters quickly apologized for their father's blunt personality, saying he wasn't good with words. Minato said it was fine. Suddenly, he felt a strange aura pass by him, and when he turned, there was a girl in a long black dress. Before he could speak to her, the MC took the stage. He thanked everyone for coming and introduced the stars of the night, the SMT members, the Magic Nobles, and finally, the founder of the Magic Nobles and director of the Magic Association, Mamiya Hifumi, and his beloved daughter Chloe Mamiya. Minato immediately recognized Hifumi as the man he had met in Dotonbori, but more importantly, he now knew that the mysterious girl was Chloe. He didn't know what to do now, but for the time being he decided to watch quietly. Mamiya Hifumi took the podium in front of all the distinguished guests gathered at the party. As soon as he was on the podium, Mamiya politely introduced himself and began his speech by acknowledging that the country was still in the midst of a monster crisis. He then emphasized that the alliance between the Magic Nobles and the SMT was the true solution to this threat, and would restore public trust in the world of Magic Nobles. Hifumi vowed to protect world peace and promote the prosperity of all magicians. As soon as his speech ended, thunderous applause erupted. Hearing Hifumi's speech, Minato praised him for delivering a clear and consistent message, but he soon noticed Hifumi's precious daughter Chloe smiling shyly at him. He wondered what this girl was up to but decided to ignore it for now. Hifumi approached the SMT side and assured them that the world of Magic Nobles would work closely with them to protect the country. Then, with a bright smile, he turned to Minato and said he looked forward to working with him. Shaking the old man's hand, Minato replied politely, while secretly analyzing Hifumi's magical power. From what Minato could tell, this man still seemed to train consistently. His power was still formidable. Minato could even swear that Hifumi hadn't changed at all from when they first met 50 years ago. Lost in reminiscence, Minato recalled the day he met Takagami and Hifumi at the Magician Training Center in his youth. In those days, the Magic Association was welcoming new trainees and the great sage Ichikami Minato was tasked with training them. In the first class, Ichikami boldly told the trainees to attack him all at once. But a young trainee named Mamiya Hifumi shouted defiantly, calling him a bastard and warning him not to underestimate them. Hearing that, a young Takagami Shizuku told Hifumi it was rude to speak that way to a living legend. But Hifumi insisted he didn't care who Ichikami was. He said he would grind his arrogant face into the dirt. With Takagami, who used water attribute magic, Hifumi, who used dark magic, launched an attack. But Ichikami was completely unimpressed and blocked it with a basic level 1 magic, angering Hifumi even more. Ignoring his rage, Ichikami used wooden spears summoned with earth attribute magic to defeat all the trainees after the dust settled. Many of them gave up on their dreams, shocked to see him neutralize a level 4 magic so easily. Ichikami, who knew the true power of the attack well, admitted that he had controlled his power, expecting that many would give up as usual. But he was surprised to see Hifumi get up and declare that the fight wasn't over and had only just begun. Takagami also joined him with firm resolve. The two prepared once more and Ichikami was pleased to see their true potential and allow them to attack again. Despite their all-out efforts, they were ultimately defeated and realized just how formidable Ichikami was. When most of the trainees had left, Ichikami was even more impressed with the two who remained. He ended the class and urged them to rest, but as he turned around, Hifumi attacked with dark magic, declared their fight wasn't over, vowed to defeat him one day and then collapsed. Seeing the determination in the boy's eyes, Ichikami was convinced he would become a great magician. When Takagami tried to launch a surprise attack once more, he realized that the Magic Association had two interesting new members. As Hifumi lost consciousness, he muttered that he would surpass Ichikami Minato. Ichikami just said he would wait for that day. And so the flashback ended. Returning to the present, Minato, the reincarnation of Ichikami, pondered how that passionate boy had become a powerful man of wealth and influence. For a moment he considered revealing his identity to Hifumi, but he remembered Takagami's warning and decided not to. A moment later, the SMT was officially introduced, after which the guests were encouraged to mingle freely. Just when he thought he could finally get some rest, Chloe approached him, introduced herself and said she had wanted to meet him for a long time. He praised her as an excellent magician and said he was glad to talk to her. Chloe giggled at the compliment but humbly admitted that she was far from his level. Minato agreed. She didn't seem to have great magical power or outstanding elemental control, but he felt something strange about her. And he couldn't pinpoint exactly what it was. For now, Chloe said she wanted to get along well with him. Trusting his instincts, Minato chose his answer carefully. Nearby, Yuka and Haruka felt uneasy watching Chloe and Minato talk. Thinking it was just a social introduction, they tried not to think too deeply about it. Around this time, Chloe told Minato she looked forward to working with him, and he said he felt the same. As they shook hands, Chloe felt his magic and thought it was a relief that he was a good person. With nothing more to say, she assured him they would meet again soon and left. The next day at school, Minato was enduring the usual assault from the female students. Just as he was about to explode, the teacher came in and told everyone to be quiet and welcome a new transfer student. A moment later, Mamiya Chloe entered. After introducing herself as a student from Kamui Magic Academy, she found a seat and Minato was surprised, having never expected her to transfer to their school. As soon as the other students saw her, they immediately recognized the beautiful girl as Chloe Mamiya from the previous day's event. Some said it was the first time they had seen someone from the Mamiya group appear in public. That in itself was a rare occurrence. As soon as she finished her introduction, the teacher guided her to an empty seat near Minato, and Chloe followed. As the class continued, Minato quietly told Chloe that he didn't expect her to transfer here. But Chloe reminded him, "Didn't I say we would meet again soon?" Now she was here. Throughout the class, Minato watched the strange Chloe sitting next to him until the class ended. After school, all the boys and girls in the classroom focused their attention on Chloe, looking at her with admiring eyes. Around this time, Yuka commented on Chloe's instant popularity. She noticed that the boys who used to bother them were now flocking around her. As Haruka and Ryuji entered the classroom, both wondered what Chloe was thinking. They hadn't expected her to actually transfer. With the transfer happening so quickly after the event, Yuka thought more deeply, saying that this timing was too perfect to be a coincidence. After muttering more about the tensions with the magic nobles, Ryuji hoped her presence wasn't one of their schemes. For now, Minato and his colleagues decided to keep a close eye on Chloe. About an hour later, Minato and the others were shocked when Shazu announced that Chloe Mamiya would be joining the SMT. When one of the surprised members asked what she was doing there, Shazu explained that to strengthen the alliance with the magic nobles, the higher-ups had decided to have Chloe act as a bridge between the two sides. He added that by having her join the SMT, they hoped to build trust between the groups. When Chloe got a chance to speak, she introduced herself as Mamiya's daughter and said she looked forward to working with them. Hearing her warm voice, Yuka's heart softened, and she welcomed her with a handshake. While the girls talked, Shazu turned to Minato and apologized for the sudden news. He said it was a direct order. Minato reassured him it was fine, admitting that he had vaguely expected something like this since the cooperation between the two sides was announced. Shazu nodded with a sigh of relief but still watched Minato for a moment. Knowing he had to assess her, Minato had Chloe participate in their usual harsh training regimen along with the others. Although he pushed everything to a new level, making the new recruits exhausted and complain, Chloe not only kept up but also surpassed Yuka and the others without showing any signs of fatigue. All of Yuka's efforts to keep up ended in failure. Chloe was clearly on another level. In the next training course as well, she passed easily without breaking a sweat. During a break while the others were recovering and praising themselves, Chloe asked if it was really a break, saying she was still full of energy. Yuka was shocked, wondering how Chloe was completely unfazed by the harsh training regimen they had only recently managed to endure. Without waiting for an answer, Chloe approached Minato and commented on how strict his training methods were. Minato asked if it felt old-fashioned, but Chloe disagreed. She said this training was very logical. Strengthening physical abilities improves combat skills, and using magic while the body is under physical stress enhances technique and potential. Thanks to Minato's iron-fisted style of encouraging them, she felt everything worked perfectly. Realizing she was right, Minato praised her deep understanding, and Chloe proudly reminded him that she was one of them too. Soon, Yuka, Haruka, and Ryuji acknowledged Chloe's strength and asked if they could learn from her. Chloe responded by praising their efforts, saying she had always believed the SMT members would be dependable. When they finished their conversation, Chloe went back to Minato and continued talking with him. Meanwhile, Yuka began to feel insecure about Chloe's charm. She noticed that she was popular with both men and women and perhaps even with Minato. Knowing that Chloe might be stronger than them, Yuka feared she might become Minato's supporter instead of them. Wrestling with that thought, she and her sister shook their heads, trying to convince themselves that Minato wouldn't betray them, but they still couldn't help but glance at Chloe, who was talking happily with Minato. They wished she would be a little more cautious about this new alliance between the SMT and the magic nobles. Minato noticed that despite the frequent occurrences of calamities, the nobles were now responding more quickly than before. Also, as the SMT expanded into new areas, the number of casualties had noticeably decreased. But as the calamities continued to increase, Minato knew he always had to stay on his guard. Next, Minato, the magic nobles, and other SMT members responded to a sudden calamity that had occurred in town. As the team gathered, Hinata took the lead, quickly and efficiently eliminating the monsters. After the cleanup, she taunted the defeated monsters. This drew the admiration of her subordinates. When Yuka bragged that Hinata had handled almost all the monsters by herself, Minato was surprised at how impressive she was and casually said, "You've gotten stronger than before." Hearing that, Hinata's face scrunched up as if she had eaten a hot pepper, and she strained her neck, yelling that she would surpass him one way or another. But Riku, who knew well that this was a bit unrealistic, had to quickly smooth things over. "She says that, but she's just embarrassed," Minato said. "Nah, it's fine. I don't mind at all." Riku thanked him repeatedly and began to discuss the next operational plan. While they were talking, Minato suddenly asked if those magic nobles were close with Chloe. Riku answered nonchalantly, "They've always kept their distance from the Mamiya family." Before he could say more, he saw Chloe approaching. So he quietly took his leave. As soon as he left, Chloe brazenly walked straight up to Minato. She flirted with him openly in front of everyone. "Will you go on a date with me?" Naturally, Minato nodded immediately and then returned to his normal routine. A few days later, on the day of the date, Minato, as expected, arrived early. He waited for Chloe in Ginjuku. While standing there, he happened to hear two young men talking about a pretty girl who had just passed by. One excitedly told the other to go talk to her, while the other, lacking confidence, told him to give up. He said she was on a different level from them and it wouldn't work. As they left, he heard another couple recognize the pretty girl as the Mamiya family's daughter. Finally, he realized she had arrived when he saw numerous lechers surrounding and fawning over her. So he made his way through the crowd, approached her, and greeted her with a smile. The other men, realizing that the beautiful Chloe's boyfriend was Kusanagi Minato of the SMT, all automatically backed away. They knew well that there was no point in fighting the final boss. As the crowd dispersed, Minato, who knew well that Chloe had no real intention of dating, asked directly, "Why did you call me out?" Chloe, a little surprised that he had guessed correctly, confessed frankly, "I just transferred here so I don't know anything about this area. So I was hoping you could be my tour guide." But Minato asked sharply, "Why didn't you ask someone else?" Chloe replied shyly, "Because I wanted to talk to you, just the two of us." Hearing this, Minato thought to himself, "How then, why didn't you just say so from the start instead of getting my hopes up with this whole date thing?" But he held back. Then Chloe politely stated her title and name and confessed, "Wherever I go, I've always felt like an outsider. Everyone just pretended to respect me and treated me special." But she added, "You're different. I knew right away when we first met that you didn't care about me at all," Minato explained. "To me, titles and status are just fleeting things. What's important is the person's true self." Hearing this, Chloe giggled and said, "You're a really interesting person." And so the two young people walked leisurely, completely unaware that a jealous person was secretly following them. Muttering complaints, she grumbled, "I'm really hopeless. Why am I following them again?" Although she tried to stop this foolish act, the girl was too curious to sleep without seeing the conclusion. Just as she was about to continue following them, she saw a fight break out nearby. When she turned, she saw her younger sister Haruka doing the exact same thing. At first, she didn't believe that Haruka was also following them, but when she saw the red bean bun in Haruka's hand, she was somewhat convinced. Whatever. Yuka pushed Haruka aside and continued her surveillance again, not taking her eyes off them for a single moment. When they had to move from their hiding spot, Yuka and Haruka popped out at the same time, saw each other, and with wide eyes stammered and asked, "What are you doing here?" At this moment, Minato heard the noise and turned to see what was going on. Chloe asked, "Is something wrong?" Minato scratched his head and said, "Oh no, it's nothing. Oh, Yuka and Haruka are hiding behind a giant teddy bear." Yuka let out a sigh of relief, realizing they had almost been caught. Meanwhile, Haruka was crestfallen, thinking, "Even though I suppressed my magic as much as possible, Minato's senses are really sharp." After a fierce psychological battle, Yuka said, "It seems our purpose is the same." Haruka nodded in agreement. After a fiery staring contest, the two sisters once again tailed Minato and Chloe, eavesdropping on their entire conversation. Especially the part where Chloe asked Minato to go on a date like real high school students, and Minato immediately nodded. All day long, Yuka and Haruka followed them to every corner, making sure no romantic situation would arise. While Minato and Chloe were drinking at a cafe, Chloe suddenly asked, "After a date is over, what do people usually do next?" Minato said it depends on the situation, but people usually chat, walk around, grab a bite, and then go home. At this point, Yuka and Haruka started yawning constantly. They had hidden themselves so well that they couldn't hear anything properly. Chloe confessed frankly once more, "I think I'm finally starting to understand what a date is, but I still don't quite get the point of these activities. Walking around, looking at things, and eating don't feel particularly special. Am I missing something?" Minato explained. "The actions themselves might not have much meaning. What's important is who you're with. You're with someone you connect with. Even just walking becomes special. That's why time spent with a precious person is valuable, even if it seems meaningless." Chloe asked again, "So that's a date?" Minato confirmed that's how he saw it. He then asked if the time they spent together today had been meaningful to Chloe. Chloe replied that it seemed to have been. While Minato was inwardly pleased, Chloe added, "I know I sometimes surprise people with my words or actions, but you didn't seem fazed at all," touched by his acceptance. She blushed and said he was a truly wonderful person. Unfortunately, Yuka and Haruka heard every word of this and began to panic, wondering if Chloe also liked Minato. Minato, clearly moved, told Chloe he was honored. Just then, customers inside the shop started to recognize them, so he suggested they leave, and Chloe agreed. After walking a few more meters, the two officially ended their date. Chloe thanked Minato for making an ordinary day feel valuable. She asked if they could hang out again sometime, and Minato said that would be fine. "Because I want to get to know you better too." Hearing this, the two spies outside let out a deep breath, their hearts feeling like they were being torn apart. Meanwhile, Chloe praised him for being bold and said she felt the same way, and so the two young people said their goodbyes and went their separate ways. Watching them leave, Yuka and Haruka still stood as if the sky had fallen. They couldn't believe Minato would say such sweet things to a girl. Minato probably wouldn't even care. The Mizua sisters, still keeping their eyes on Chloe, hoped they would soon find out what she was hiding. The next day in the SMT meeting room, Ryuji, while waiting for Shazu and the others, suddenly became curious and asked Minato how his date with Chloe went. After confirming Ryuji had no ill intentions, Minato said he didn't think it was a date, as they had just walked around, looked at a few shops, and had some tea. Ryuji knew that was exactly what people do on dates, but he stayed quiet to let his captain keep talking. A moment later, the men noticed a certain tension flowing between Chloe and the Mizua sisters and Sonata, who were chatting. Ryuji just hoped Minato's outing wouldn't cause any drama. He advised his friend not to get involved recklessly, but Minato, whose social skills were on par with a cockroach's, remained as clueless as a duck in a hat. Just then, Shizu appeared and everyone took their seats. To explain the current situation, Shizu informed the team that the number of monster-related deaths had noticeably decreased recently. In addition, illegal magician incidents had similarly dropped since the fall of Kokurin, and Shadowbringer and Krona had been out of sight for a long time. Sonata checked the platforms and informed the team that public interest had waned even though it had been a huge topic before. Hearing Sonata's data report, Minato guessed that Shadowbringer was likely still in hiding as the police could now handle most illegal magician cases. Despite all the good news, Minato warned the team not to let their guard down, saying they would train even harder from now on. That night, while lying in bed and pondering how to improve the cooperation between the SMT and the Magic Nobles, Minato received a call from Leona. She was making dinner at home but with Minato's permission, wanted to share the information she had found on Chloe Mamiya and Takagami Shizuku. Leona started with Chloe. She revealed that Chloe was not Hifumi's biological daughter but his wife's daughter, meaning she was his stepdaughter. Although she had only become his stepdaughter a few years ago, her biological parents were said to have died in a tragic car accident. This coincided with when Hifumi adopted her. Minato asked if Chloe had transferred from another magic academy, and Leona confirmed she had. The timing matched when she joined the SMT. Chloe's abilities were officially known to be above average, but having seen her easily handle his training, Minato knew well that she was much stronger. He commented that she seemed like a calm girl with a strange aura and a striking appearance. Before answering, Leona put the phone down and called for Kai to help set the table, reminding him not to run as he was still recovering. Minato smiled as he listened to the two siblings bicker. Getting back to the point, Leona apologized for the brief interruption and moved on to the topic of Takagami. She revealed that Takagami had a daughter and a granddaughter, though no one had seen them recently. Minato asked for confirmation and Leona said there was a rumor that they had moved abroad. Just then, Minato heard the Mizua sisters returning home, so he quickly ended the call and went back to his room to greet them. Continuing the story, Leona said the rumor about moving abroad was unconfirmed and that something was strange about it. Minato asked if she suspected the rumor was false. Leona said she wasn't sure and that she could be wrong. In any case, she promised to investigate further, and Minato thanked her for her help. After a few words of small talk, they hung up. Just then, Kai asked Leona if she had just been talking to Krona, and Leona, bewildered, asked him why he thought that. When Kai said it was because she looked very happy, she patted his head and continued eating dinner. The next day, Superintendent General of the Tokyo Metropolitan Police Department summoned Takagami to a secret meeting and tasked her with digging up more information on Kusanagi Minato. He warned that if they couldn't figure out the source of Minato's power, the police would become useless. Surprisingly, Takagami agreed. The old man hinted that Minato always let his guard down when she was near and asked why. Knowing she couldn't tell the truth, Takagami had no choice but to lie, saying it was probably because she was old and he was kind. The Superintendent General didn't care but accepted the explanation, and he reminded her that the ship had already sailed. If she backed out now, it would be a big problem. With no other choice, Takagami could only nod and begin her new mission. Meanwhile, Minato gathered the SMT members at the training grounds for their daily training. Just as they were about to start, Shizu came and apologized for the interruption, then announced that the U.S. Army's Magic Division was in Japan for a meeting and wanted to observe the SMT's training. Yuka, Haruka, and the other members' jaws dropped. They couldn't understand why the U.S. military, famous for its outstanding magicians, would be interested in them. Minato, unfazed, thought that the U.S. military's level wasn't this high when he was Ichikami, but seeing his team's reaction, he could tell they had improved tremendously. It turned out that thanks to the battle with Krona, the SMT's reputation had spread overseas. Chloe guessed that the U.S. military probably wanted to see Minato's skills firsthand. A few seconds later, the main building's doors swung open and the U.S. soldiers headed towards the training grounds. Shizu whispered to Minato that they were likely here to jointly respond to the recurring global calamities, just like in the past. When the U.S. team arrived, their commander, a muscular giant, stepped forward with his equally brawny subordinates looking like he was on drugs. Without beating around the bush, he bluntly asked the SMT why they were just standing around chatting. When no one answered, the steroid-crazed lunatics released their magical pressure, terrifying the SMT members. As they continued to approach, the giant commander came face to face with the so-called Captain Kusanagi Minato, trying his best to look as intimidating as possible, both physically and magically. Likewise, Minato, who wouldn't bow to any musclehead, released his own magical pressure to confront the commander. Unfortunately, the clash was too much for the other SMT members who could barely remain standing. Finally, after finishing their staring contest, the giant commander grabbed Minato and hugged him with a smile, saying he was happy to finally meet the famous Kusanagi. But feeling Minato's slender body, the commander paused to look around and asked if he could really fight with such a thin frame. Annoyed by the commander's sudden fanboying, Minato politely asked to be let go. The commander apologized for his rudeness. To begin, the commander introduced himself as Major Aaron Anderson of the U.S. Army's 1st Magic Division and the research team leader at the Army's Magic Research Institute. Despite his primitive appearance, Minato guessed that such a place would research monsters, calamities, and magic in general. He then introduced himself as the captain of the SMT, but before he could introduce the others, Aaron cut him off, saying he already knew all their names and commenting that they were all very skilled. While the entire team felt warmed by the compliment, Minato thought about how far behind Japan's magic research was. Recalling the magic nobles, he saw this meeting as a learning opportunity, especially since his own knowledge was outdated. Acknowledging Aaron's status as a researcher, Minato said he wanted to ask him about monsters and calamities, but before Aaron could open his mouth, his subordinates scowled and released a threatening magical pressure at Minato. As if they could beat him in a fight, Yuka and the others nearly fainted from the excessive killing intent. But Aaron shouted at his men to stand down and then apologized for their behavior, calling them capable but overly cautious hounds. To intimidate them, Minato nonchalantly said that their magical pressure was nothing more than a cool breeze. Seeing this, Aaron chuckled, clapped him on the shoulder, and called him a funny guy. Getting back to the main topic, Minato apologized for his ignorance, and asked what monsters and calamities were, and what Aaron's latest research findings were. Aaron explained that everything was still in the theoretical stage, but they believed that monsters were magical lifeforms and calamities were the phenomena that brought them to Earth. They had discovered that calamity zones were saturated with a magic different from human magic. Previously, they had used the red sky as a sign, but evidence had only recently emerged. They confirmed that monsters were likely made of magic because the magic in the sky matched the monsters' magic. The fact that they disintegrated into particles after death further proved this. They acted like animals but did not excrete or reproduce. They were mimicking life. Minato then asked why monsters attacked humans. Aaron said there was no clear reason, but some believed they were reacting to humanity's magic. In fact, thanks to better measurement tools, it was discovered that many calamities were related to people awakening their magical powers. Recently, they learned that the calamity's magic remained in the atmosphere even after the event ended. The same principle applied to the death of monsters. Both released magic into the world. So the particles seen when a monster dies were basically their bodies breaking down into pure magic. Hearing this, Yuka realized that it was the exact same thing Minato had told her before. At that time, she had wondered how he knew. Minato mentioned that he had seen a monster trying to cause a calamity. Aaron said he had heard about that incident but countered that the first known calamity had occurred without any monsters. He thought Minato had misjudged the situation, but Minato, trusting his instincts, disagreed. Aaron added that archdemons could become strong enough to cause calamities. When Minato asked if he was serious, Aaron explained that they had once tested this theory by leaving a calamity's boss alive. The monsters continued to reproduce until they reached a certain number, then stopped. If any monster died, others would reproduce to match the same number. Even then, the amount of calamity magic in the vicinity did not increase. From this, they suspected that the frequency of calamities might be related to the monster's strength, but leaving them uncontrolled was very dangerous. But if the theory was proven, the boss had to be eliminated in the end. Minato concluded that nothing had been confirmed yet. Following this, Aaron changed the subject and praised Minato's impressive magic, pleading to have his body examined. Naturally, Minato refused such a foolish request and Aaron sulked, calling him stingy. After exchanging a few jokes, Minato asked if Aaron knew about the magic nobles. Aaron said he knew as much about them as Minato did. 50 years ago, when American magicians were still weak, Japan suddenly stopped sharing information or providing support. Minato guessed this was a result of the magic nobles monopolizing knowledge. Minato thanked Aaron for giving him so much information, but Aaron insisted this was the least he could do, as America was forever indebted to Ichikami Minato and Japan for their help during the global calamity. Realizing Aaron was still hiding something, Minato pressed him, and Aaron finally admitted that he had come to Japan solely to experience Minato's power firsthand. Shazu, bewildered, asked why Aaron had claimed it was for an important meeting. Aaron said he had no interest in a useless meeting with only stupid big shots. Before Shazu could nag, Minato reassured them that everything was fine as long as no one opened their mouths. Seeing that, Aaron declared himself a huge fan of Minato and urged him to go all out. After a long argument, Minato saw this as an opportunity to assess America's current magic level. He told the muscular major to show him his skills. First, Aaron told Minato to face his subordinates. At this, Yuka flared up at Aaron's arrogance, saying that if he was going to have his subordinates fight the SMT, they would have to fight too. Hearing that, Aaron politely reminded them to know their place. When asked why, he told Yuka that they were only interested in the strong. Therefore, unless they were all on the same level as Minato, the other SMT members would be better off just watching. At this point, Yuka began to sulk. But to boost their morale, Minato told his team to watch the match carefully. He mentioned that since they mostly fought monsters, this would be a good lesson on fighting fellow magicians. Delighted to hear such words from their captain, the SMT members stood straight and watched the match with intense focus. Assessing the SMT members' behavior, Aaron, who had initially thought they were just a bunch of grunts, realized that they were very disciplined. With the stage set, Minato and Aaron's subordinates prepared for the greatest friendly match of their lives. At Aaron's command, the training began. The US military magicians all rushed towards Minato, dodging his attacks and surrounding him in less than a second. Seeing the US military magicians' movements, Yuka was greatly surprised, realizing they had approached Minato instantly without using any magic. Meanwhile, Minato praised their movements and immediately dodged an attack from one of the US military magicians. Realizing he couldn't catch Minato, the magician quickly chanted a spell and attacked with close-range wind magic. Minato dodged again, but before he could counter, the other magicians fiercely attacked him with fire, water, and lightning magic. Minato skillfully dodged all the attacks, trying to maintain a safe distance from Aaron's subordinates. Just as he thought he had escaped, another soldier rushed in and kicked him with his knee. Surprised by the speed, Minato blocked the attack with his elbow. Surviving that attack, the other soldiers bombarded him with all sorts of elemental magic. Minato blocked everything with a level 4 nullification magic, the advanced magic barrier. As the battle continued, Yuka and the other members couldn't help but be surprised that the US military magicians were putting Minato on the defensive. Yuka noted that while the soldiers' magic wasn't particularly advanced, the firepower of each spell was substantial, and Minato's barrier wouldn't last long. Moreover, their magic activation speed was extremely fast, and Yuka and the other members finally grasped the true power of the US military's magic division. Taking a brief moment during the battle, Minato first praised the US military's excellent training and then began to teach the SMT. He explained that in a battle between magicians, large-scale magic is rarely used unless both sides have considerable skill. In most cases, they fight in close combat because it takes time to cast magic. Even between two high-level magicians, close combat is common due to such constraints. As soon as his lecture ended, 3 soldiers ambushed him with a fire, electricity, and water combo, but Minato dodged it lightly. Aaron was greatly disappointed, thinking Minato was putting on a show by lecturing his students. To end this ridiculous charade, Aaron signaled his subordinates to finish it quickly. But a moment later, Aaron was bewildered to see that his subordinates had still not landed a single attack. Minato continued to dodge every attack. Aaron felt something was strange as Minato was completely unscathed despite being hit with numerous attacks. The US soldiers were shocked, realizing not only that they couldn't touch him, but that they had never faced an opponent like Kusanagi Minato. As the soldiers began to get discouraged, Minato praised their diligent training and strong mentality, saying their combat skills were excellent. As a reward for showing him such a wonderful technique, Minato decided to get a little more serious. He raised his magical power just enough to be on par with them. As the soldiers' fighting spirit faltered, Minato rushed in and gave each of them a taste of their own medicine. After taking them all down in an instant, Aaron and the SMT members couldn't help but be impressed. Seeing Minato crush his men, Aaron humbly admitted that he had never thought a student from a once peaceful country could be so strong. Minato said that Aaron's men had fought really well. While the compliment was nice, Aaron knew his men had been completely defeated. Curious, Aaron asked Minato where he had learned such hand-to-hand combat skills. Minato said he was mostly self-taught. Hearing that, Aaron laughed out loud, patted Minato on the shoulder and called him an interesting friend. After dealing with the grunts, Aaron started taking off his shirt and urged Minato to test his strength next. Showing off his bulging muscles, Aaron said that despite his appearance he loved to fight. Minato nonchalantly thought to himself, "He looks like he loves to fight." After a few light words, Aaron began his duel with Minato, immediately gathering his mana to power up. As Aaron gathered his energy, Minato noted the flow of mana in his body. But just as he was about to figure it out, Aaron had already charged. Seeing the lightning-fast Aaron, Minato reacted just as quickly, dodging every punch Aaron threw. Realizing that bare fists wouldn't work, Aaron activated the level 5 lightning magic particle charge and shot it at Minato. Minato had to do a few somersaults to dodge. As soon as he landed, Aaron rushed in to embrace Minato's slender body. Unfortunately, Minato was faster and slipped out of his arms, causing Aaron to pause. He thought he had caught him. The battle stopped for a moment. Minato asked Aaron if he had enhanced his physical abilities with magic. Aaron immediately confirmed it. He was proud that Minato had noticed. He boasted that he had created this technique himself. He said that thanks to recent advancements in magic measurement and recognition technology, the US was developing free magic control methods, and his technique was one of them. Just as Aaron was about to reveal the technique's name, Minato cut in and revealed its real name was mana. He then activated his own version and overwhelmed Aaron. Aaron immediately recognized that this was the technique Minato had used against Krona. It was now clear that Minato's magical power was stronger. Aaron thought he was lucky to have met someone like him. It had taken years to develop this technique, but Minato used it as if it were child's play. But Aaron was not intimidated. He just wanted to fight. As the fight continued, Minato thought to himself that he was quite surprised to see Aaron use mana. He never thought someone would be able to replicate this technique. But what's done is done. Minato prepared to go all out. Round 2 began, and Minato rushed towards Aaron at incredible speed. The two simultaneously punched each other in the stomach. Minato threw a series of punches, but Aaron blocked most of them. Meanwhile, Yuka and the SMT members' jaws dropped. Horrified by the intense battle, even the usually calm Ryuji wondered how deep Minato's power was. Even though he was a student like them, Minato not only had vast knowledge of magic and outstanding skills, but he also defeated strong enemies without breaking a sweat. Recalling the battle with Krona, Ryuji pointed out that Minato was now crushing the US Major not only with magic but also with hand-to-hand combat. Then he asked the question of a lifetime, how on earth is this guy so good at this point? Yuka, who had been pretending not to notice until now, finally admitted that Minato was too strong. She had believed she could catch up to him if she trained hard, but after seeing him easily defeat high-level magicians, she could no longer see a future where she could stand shoulder to shoulder with him. Silently, Ruka watched her captain Minato continue to throw punches. Even when Eren tried to counter, Minato blocked them all. At one point, Minato delivered a powerful blow that sent Eren flying. Gasping for breath, Eren sat down to recover as Minato approached. Eren finally admitted defeat. He confessed that their fight had not been a match at all, and that he had rarely seen anyone so strong. He urged Minato to visit the United States, saying he would always be welcome. Minato agreed, saying he would go if he had the chance as they shook hands. After that, Eren picked up his jacket and said goodbye to Minato and the SMT. As soon as he disappeared, the SMT members swarmed in, celebrating their captain's victory against the US military's magic division. But Ryuji, Yuka, and Ruka were still silent and dejected. They vowed to become stronger themselves. That night, the three of them began to train in secret. They decided to stand shoulder to shoulder with Minato instead of chasing him from behind. A few days later, Minato was bewildered to hear that souvenirs of the SMT and the magic nobles were being sold. He asked Shizu for the reason. Shizu explained that thanks to Minato's increased media exposure, their budget was improving and more people wanted to join or support the SMT. They were moving on to the next stage. Minato suspected Shizu was embezzling. Shizu flinched and lied that it was the funds needed for their activities. Though he wasn't very keen on it, Minato admitted they needed the support. In the end, he reviewed the sales proposal and saw a mock-up of a plush doll modeled after himself. It reminded him of the doll Takagami had made for him in his past life, and he agreed on one condition. Hearing Minato's secret condition, Shizu was flustered and asked if it was possible with their tight budget. Minato reassured him that everything was included in the plan. Shortly after, the SMT members received a notice for joint training with the magic nobles during their break. The reactions were mixed, but orders were orders. A few days later, the SMT and the magic nobles moved to a specific area in Tokyo. There, they would be trained for the next 2 weeks. When they arrived, the SMT members were still hopeful about what was to come. On the other hand, the magicians, especially Hinata, complained that things had gotten really tough with the appearance of the magic nobles' founder, Hifumi Mamiya. Yuka and the other members were surprised and began to wonder if the training would be ordinary or more difficult. Shizu informed them that Chairman Mamiya had pushed for the training camp, suggesting that this might be a way to make up for the magic nobles' past mistakes. Observing the nobles more closely, Minato asked Chloe why the Fuka family hadn't come. Chloe said that the family had effectively disbanded after the head and his successors were arrested. As far as she knew, it was almost impossible for the Fuka family to regain their former status since most of the family members were now gone. Curious, Minato asked about the Fuka family members who were not involved in the conspiracy. Chloe said they had probably been released to clear their names and start a new life. According to the information Leona had provided, the butler who had helped expose the family was still safe. But Minato was more concerned about the tension between the magic nobles and the SMT members, noticing the lack of unity between them, while the magic nobles were giving them side glances. Yuka and the other members wondered why they were being looked down upon, especially since the nobles had not tried to interact at all during the disaster response missions. Minato became cautious, unsure of what would happen in this negative atmosphere. After unpacking, the magic nobles and SMT members gathered at the training grounds to listen to the founder's speech before starting the actual training. Hifumi took the podium and thanked them for attending, saying a few words. Meanwhile, Minato thought about the situation back home. The police and local SMT units were holding out while they were away, but he was still worried about any emergencies that might arise. Hifumi continued to emphasize the importance of joint training to overcome the great calamity, and urged both groups to train hard and improve their cooperation. After that, Hifumi introduced the leader and instructor of the camp, SMT Captain Kusanagi Minato. The magic nobles immediately objected, refusing to be ordered around by someone from the SMT. Annoyed, Hifumi challenged anyone who thought they could beat Minato to step forward. As expected, they were as quiet as mice. With that issue resolved, Hifumi handed the stage over to Minato. Before opening his mouth, Minato pondered Hifumi's motives. Even if the knowledgeable magic nobles couldn't beat him, Hifumi's words were still in his favor. Minato realized that Hifumi, who hated losing, was using him, but he decided not to care. He told everyone that he had only one request during the 2 weeks of training. That was to absolutely follow his words as if their lives depended on it. The first training was push-ups with a tire on their back. When asked why, Minato explained and urged them to do their best. Riku, Suru, and Hinata, the heads of the 3 famous families, accepted the challenge with numerous tires on their backs. Next was a short distance run. Minato warned them not to cheat and to run with all their might. On the final lap, the heads of the three families maintained their competitive spirit and pushed themselves. Yuka's jaw dropped when she saw the nobles actually listening to Minato. After the run, Minato gave them a 5-minute break. The magic nobles began to complain that this kind of training served no purpose. A few SMT members heard them and defended their captain, but the nobles dismissed Minato as nothing more than an unskilled student, and so a conflict arose between the two sides. But Minato quickly intervened. He told the noble who had started the argument to follow orders and advised the SMT members to be patient, if they truly believed in him, and so the situation calmed down again, and Minato could glimpse the deep animosity between the two sides. Knowing they still had the energy to bicker, he decided to completely exhaust them. For the next training, he ordered them to continuously cast magic until their mana was depleted. The lazy nobles were horrified, but Minato warned them that if they didn't fight with all their might, they would really die. Mocked by some SMT members, the magic nobles refused to be made fun of and accepted the challenge. As their competitive spirit flared, both sides entered into a friendly battle. Minato smiled, realizing he had achieved his goal of awakening their determination. After hours of training, Minato ended the day's training and told them to rest for tomorrow. As he was leaving, Hinata called him and asked if this was his way of training them. When he asked if she had a complaint, she said it was just a suggestion. Minato explained that the other training method of stimulating magic flow with electric shocks using a high-level magician was only effective for beginners and would not work on the magic nobles. Hearing that, Hinata listed everything that made Minato abnormal: his magical power, his high-level magic, and his ability to use them without chanting, and asked how he had become so strong. Minato recalled the harsh training methods he had gone through and said he didn't know any other way. Hearing that, Hinata told him to forget it and left, and Riku apologized on her behalf. Watching them leave, Minato began to wonder how he had become so strong himself. The first calamity had triggered his awakening, but since then he had never met anyone on the same level as himself. The more he thought about it, the more he wondered why he was so strong. Unable to answer that question right now, Minato gave up trying to figure out the source of his power and continued with his work. After enduring the same training methods for the next few days, the magic nobles finally got fed up and wondered what the point of training like dogs every day was. When no one answered, one of them compared this tough training to the military, and another said that it had been a few days since they started training, but they hadn't seen any progress yet. Putting all this together, they concluded together that the so-called Captain Kusanagi was all talk after all. To show them how wrong they were, Minato took them all to the magic room to measure their magical power. On the way, the nobles scoffed that there was no way their magical power could have changed after just a few days of training, and that Minato was wasting their time. Finally, when one of them had their magical power measured, they were shocked to see it had increased by 33 in just a few days. Seeing the surprise on the magic nobles' faces, Minato reassured them that if they just took it seriously, they would become much stronger in the next 2 weeks. From that moment on, the magic nobles began to take Minato's training methods seriously, and Minato noticed it. They figured that if they could achieve such tremendous results in just a few days, they would become much stronger if they gave it their all for the next 2 weeks. Delighted to finally see the nobles making an effort, Minato increased the intensity of the training, pushing everyone. Both the magic nobles and the SMT members trained hard until they couldn't cast any more magic. During the training, the SMT members reached their limit and complained about being exhausted. Just then, the magic nobles, who were still full of energy, called the SMT members weaklings and said they were no match for them. Enraged by the insult, the exhausted SMT members regained their strength and rejoined the training, determined not to lose. Seeing both sides enthusiastically building a friendly rivalry, Ruka and her sister were truly delighted. While they were smiling and talking during training, Minato surprised them with a flame-type magic and then promised to increase the training intensity just for the two of them since they had time to talk. A few hours later, it was lunchtime. During the meal, some magic nobles talked about how well their magic had been working lately. Their magic intensity, magical ability, and even casting speed had greatly improved in just a few days. One of them even admitted that he could now shorten his incantations thanks to Minato's training. They realized they had been wrong. Kusanagi's power was real. If he could produce these results for them, there was no telling how much stronger the SMT members would become by the time they admitted this. 2 SMT members overheard them and spoke triumphantly about how amazing Minato was. Faced with the truth, the magic nobles had no choice but to admit defeat, although some still insisted their own leaders were better than Minato. In any case, the SMT members and the magic nobles began to open up to each other, and Minato was also very pleased that everything was going well. Finally, the break was over, and Minato sent everyone back to training. Judging by their performance, he thought everyone was doing well and their magic had improved. As for his beloved Chloe, watching her train like a champion, Minato recalled Leona saying her abilities were above average, but he realized her magical power was much higher than that. Around that time, Chloe noticed him looking at her strangely, but Minato knew that behind her smile, she was hiding her true power. This made it even harder for him to read her. For now he decided to ignore her and focus on Hinata, who seemed unmotivated to train with Tsuru and Riku. Although he understood why, he still couldn't figure out why she got angry whenever he was around. Whatever the reason, he knew nothing good would come from leaving things as they were. After training, Minato asked the departing Riku and Hinata to stay. When Hinata nodded, Minato stated that the training didn't seem to be effective for her and asked for the reason. Hinata firmly replied that it was because his training methods were pointless. She knew she couldn't get any stronger that way. When Minato asked why she still showed up, she said it was because she had no other choice. It was an order from above. Hearing that, Minato was surprised she listened to anyone, and was pleased to learn that Hifumi was the one magic noble they all obeyed unconditionally. As Hinata left, she assured Minato she would not change her attitude. After she disappeared, Riku apologized again. But Minato said he didn't mind. Curious, Minato asked Riku about his relationship with Hinata, since he was always by her side. Riku said he considered them friends but admitted he could be wrong. To clarify, Riku stated there was no special relationship between them, and Minato apologized for asking a personal question. Feeling responsible for Hinata's behavior again, Riku explained that while people might misunderstand her due to her rude personality, she wasn't a bad person. Minato admitted that he liked honest and straightforward people like her, and Riku thanked him for his understanding. As they parted ways, Minato decided to keep a close eye on Hinata Homarai. So the next day he observed her throughout the training. Even during lunch he noticed her subordinates struggled to talk to her and guessed that Riku was likely her only friend. Wondering if she liked being alone, Minato quickly dismissed the thought. It didn't seem that way. After putting the thought aside, he decided to help her the next chance he got. With this in mind, Minato followed Hinata everywhere, checking on her during training the next morning and even at lunch when she seemed to be in a bad mood. Finally fed up with him hovering around her all day, Hinata lost her temper. After blowing up, she demanded to know why he kept bothering her. Minato innocently said he just wanted to talk to her, and a shocked Hinata asked if that was really why he had been following her. Minato said it was, mentioning that he had noticed she was always alone and looked quite lonely. Hinata refused to admit it, insisting she liked being by herself. But when Minato said it didn't look that way, she became defensive, trying to act as if he couldn't possibly understand what loneliness felt like. Minato replied that people who truly like being alone wouldn't put themselves in situations where they have to interact with others or endure people showing interest in them. Since she did both, he figured she was just lonely and needed a friend. Hinata told him not to speak as if he understood her struggles, but tired of the back and forth, Minato directly asked to be her friend. Hinata's face turned beet red as she shouted in disbelief, asking what on earth he was saying, but Minato insisted. He told her he liked her a lot. Hinata's face grew even redder as she said that people don't normally ask someone to be their friend. When Minato backed down, she told him to forget about trying to get to know her, saying she was annoying and a nuisance. Minato immediately retorted that he didn't dislike her and in fact liked the way she was honest about herself. He explained that he was uncomfortable with people who flattered him for no reason, so he valued her straightforwardness. After hearing all this, Hinata's face lit up, and then she shyly called him an idiot. After a moment of silence, she regained her composure and ran off in embarrassment. She shouted that she would never be his friend. After she left, Minato realized he had been rejected and simply shrugged it off. Chloe was eavesdropping from around the corner. In the next scene, everyone was still training hard. While Tsuru was training, Minato noticed he seemed hesitant to use magic, so he gave him a break. Gathering everyone, he praised their efforts, saying that each of them was starting to polish their own strengths. He then took note of the Mizua sisters gathered around their father, Tsuru, as the two daughters approached him. Yuka and her sister, wanting to talk after so long, asked their father to have dinner with them after training. Unfortunately, their blunt father firmly refused, saying he had work to do. After he left, Minato appeared and commented that Tsuru hadn't changed even after retracting the disownment order. When Yuka said her father wasn't always like this, Minato asked what had happened. She explained that he used to be kinder and more affectionate, but he grew distant after their mother died. He stopped talking to them and was always working. Yuka added that she understood her father's feelings. When their mother died, she felt she had to become stronger to protect Yuka, but in doing so, she became stricter and lost herself. Yuka reassured her that she was still a kind sister. Ruka thanked her sister for the compliment. However, they both agreed it was difficult to guess what their father was thinking since he never told them anything. As the sisters began to wonder if their father still loved them, Minato said that if Tsuru didn't love them, he wouldn't have treated him like an enemy when they first met. That was the typical reaction of a father seeing a man targeting his daughters. Nevertheless, Minato was still curious as to why Tsuru's magical power had been unstable earlier, as if he were hesitating about something. Before Minato could think further, Chloe pulled him aside to talk. He was slightly worried she would ask him on another date. Chloe began by saying that over the past few days she had grown to want to know him more deeply, to the very corners of his soul. She moved closer and whispered sweet compliments into his ear, pretending to be fatally charming. To the shower of compliments, Minato said he was honored. Chloe then cupped his face, calling him a strange man and going on about his charm, purity, honesty, and other incomprehensible qualities she found endearing. She then directly asked if he wanted to date her, adding that she believed they would have a wonderful relationship. Claiming to be the devoted type, she said she would willingly do or give anything he wanted just to be with him. After finishing her speech, she leaned in charmingly and asked if he wanted to spend this lifetime with her. In response, Minato apologized for hurting her feelings and said he had no intention of dating anyone for the time being. Although disappointed, Chloe took the rejection gracefully, smiled and said it was a shame they couldn't be together. She then concluded her business with Minato, leaving him to recover from the conversation on his own. Shortly after, Minato returned to the training grounds and saw Riku and Ryuji chatting like old friends. He asked the Mizua sisters how they had become friends so quickly. Yuka explained that the two hit it off during training. As they talked, they decided to make a bet on who could do 1,000 push-ups. After finishing and sprawling on the floor gasping for air, the two got back up and became friends. Understanding everything, Minato continued to train the entire team for the remaining time. After that, life at the training camp continued as usual. The relationship between the Magic Nobles and the SMT grew steadily stronger. At the end of the 2-week training, Minato gathered everyone to praise their efforts. He said that although the training course was over, this was just the beginning. Everyone knew the world-ending calamity would strike in a few weeks, and many lives could be lost. But for now, he reassured them that if everyone did their part, they could defeat the calamity and the demons. He then inspired the entire team, insisting that if they kept up their strength, no calamity would be a match for them. Finally, he told everyone to rest and prepare until the mission began. He ended his speech with a few familiar words of encouragement. Still in his Kusanagi-style sports SPRT tone, the SMT and Magic Nobles shook hands, encouraging each other amidst the crowd. Hinata realized that Minato was truly amazing. For having trained both groups, she knew everyone had become stronger thanks to him. Not only had he made everyone open up to each other, but he had also been kind to her. In a moment of weakness, Hinata considered accepting Minato's offer of friendship but quickly pushed the thought away, telling herself, "What good are friends?" After the speech, Hifumi met with Minato and praised the results. Minato thanked him. Hifumi mused that the two groups, once at odds due to a misunderstanding, had now come to trust each other. It was all thanks to Captain Minato. If this continued, he believed the world would find peace. Minato hoped he was right. And so the training course came to an end. As a result, both the SMT and the Magic Nobles greatly improved their skills and coordination. Consequently, the damage from calamities in Tokyo decreased significantly, even though their frequency remained high. In fact, reports indicated that the recorded damage was the lowest it had been in the last 50 years. As time went on, the people of Tokyo spoke of the lasting peace they enjoyed thanks to the cooperation between the SMT and the Magic Nobles. They no longer feared calamities, believing the SMT would handle everything. In short, this cooperation brought true peace to Japan. Except for the SMT members, that is. While others rested, Minato and his colleagues trained hard for the upcoming world-ending calamity. Minato continued to shout his sports SPRT alerts to remind them of their duty to protect Japan and its people. During training, Shizu interrupted to inform them that the higher-ups had decided to mobilize magicians from all over Japan, including civilians, to support the mission. Minato thanked Shizu for the update and listened as Sanada discussed the locations of the areas most damaged by the calamity 50 years ago. She stated that they had deployed personnel to all areas except for the greatest threat near Tokyo Tower. Minato told them not to worry, as he had a plan for it. Shizu then secretly confirmed that he had handled the secret mission they had discussed. Minato thanked him again for securing the insurance they needed. To help everyone understand better, Minato referred to the world-ending calamity as the greatest disaster in history. A calamity that would affect not only Japan but the entire world. He explained that this calamity was not a single event but a series of calamities that occurred simultaneously 50 years ago. Humanity had been unable to cope with such a threat, but this time, he said, things would be different, as he was leading and prepared for any situation. Looking at his colleagues, Minato reminded them that the world-ending calamity was only a few days away. Until then, he ordered them to rest and spend time with their families. Seeing the worry on their faces, he reassured them that they had become as strong as they possibly could and that they would be victorious. Nevertheless, the team was still anxious. Realizing this, Minato urged them to trust him if they had nothing else to believe in. He then continued with words of encouragement, promising that he would protect the world and its people. Whatever happened, fortunately, the speech boosted their morale. The SMT members cheered, shouting Kusanagi's name, and then returned to their daily duties. After a few more weeks of peace, the day of the world-ending calamity finally arrived. The media warned citizens to stay indoors. While everyone prepared, the government, police, SMT, and military were all in position. When the time came, Minato informed his colleagues that the calamity was approaching and the sky was beginning to turn red. It was the very same world-ending calamity that had once claimed Ichikami Minato's life. It was an army of thousands of demons. Captain Kusanagi Minato held the key to victory this time. As the demons swarmed, Minato rallied his forces and led them forward to save the world. To help everyone understand better, it was once again revealed that the world-ending calamity is considered the greatest disaster in human history. At that moment, the calamity that had taken Ichikami Minato's life began in Tokyo. Just before the battle began, Japan's politicians and heads of state, including the Prime Minister, gathered in a bunker relying on and hoping that the SMT would save Japan. Meanwhile, Minato, the Mizua sisters and Ryuji were counting the number of demons in old Shabuya from the sky. Minato realized that the demons involved in this calamity were much larger and more numerous than the ones he had fought in his past life. The overwhelming magical power in the area proved it. But he swore that this time he would not let anyone die. As the greatest battle in the world was about to begin, people all over Japan fell into despair as the sky turned red. Although they were afraid, they held on to a faint glimmer of hope. As the great calamity officially began, a helicopter team updated the situation across Japan. They reported that the red sky was expanding and that demons were continuously appearing from spatial gates. Although the government had tried to evacuate citizens in advance, the reporter expressed concern about the overwhelming number of demons. The demons filled the empty streets of Shabuya and caused a series of explosions, turning the old city into a pile of rubble. When Minato appeared to stop the destruction, the reporter announced his presence to the nation, broadcasting live footage of Minato using void magic to destroy as many demons as possible. The battle grew more and more intense. The Mizua sisters and the SMT members also joined the battle. Seeing his comrades, Minato ordered the entire team to annihilate all the demons and hold their ground until the final boss of the calamity appeared. He also warned that multiple calamities were occurring across Japan and urged them to save their mana for stronger bosses. Understanding his intent, the SMT members faithfully followed. Ryuji attacked the demons with earth attribute magic, and the Mizua sisters unleashed more powerful water attribute magic. But the more fiercely they fought, the team realized that the demons were not only reproducing faster but also becoming stronger. At this point, the team desperately wanted the support of the magic nobles. No matter how hard they looked, they were nowhere to be seen. Shazu tried to contact them, but no one answered their phones. When Ruka reported that she had also lost contact with her father, Minato questioned Chloe about the situation. As expected, she pretended to know nothing. Sonata tried to contact other team members but confirmed that the communication system was down. Minato, who had been confident in his preparations, now realized something was wrong. Two police officers ran up and reported that the police and the self-defense forces were also facing communication problems, making cooperation impossible. They asked Minato for instructions. Knowing it would be difficult to handle this calamity without the magic nobles, fear spread throughout the team. Shazu emphasized that they urgently needed to restore communication with other areas. Sensing the growing fear in his subordinates, Minato ordered the entire team to remain calm and reminded them of their duty. He reassured them that even without the magic nobles, victory was still within reach if they fought together. He reminded them that this was why they had trained for so long. His speech reignited hope in the entire team and inspired them to move forward. With new resolve, the SMT members overwhelmed the demons. The reporter continued to broadcast live, reassuring citizens that Minato and his team were fighting with all their might. She urged viewers not to lose faith, promising that as long as Minato was on the battlefield, the demons could not win. Minato was continuously aware that this battle was particularly difficult without the magician's support. But he believed that thanks to his thorough preparations, the current situation was still controllable. As the demons continued to reproduce, he instructed the entire team to always be on guard and move forward. To annihilate the countless demon hordes, Minato activated his mana technique to enhance his body before unleashing a series of punches. Despite being outnumbered, he remained unscathed and destroyed a massive demon horde with his level 9 void magic, Ethereal Glow. Afterward, he observed the approaching demons and decided it was time to execute his secret plan. A short while later, the SMT members had successfully subdued most of the demons, allowing them a brief rest. Meanwhile, Minato thought that the demons seemed much stronger and more numerous than 50 years ago. He realized that what was about to happen next would not be easy. Just then, the Mizua sisters and the rest of the team sensed something ominous approaching, and in just a few seconds a massive demonic entity appeared from the gate. When the SMT members saw the monstrous figure, they immediately recognized it as a demon lord and realized how large and terrifying it was. But as soon as it appeared, the demon lord activated the level 10 fire attribute magic, Great Explosion, and bombarded the battlefield into ashes. Fortunately, thanks to Minato's quick thinking, the SMT members survived the attack without a single scratch. It was thanks to Minato's level 9 fairy shield. Now they had to deal with a bigger target, and Minato headed towards the demon lord. The demon lord, thinking its previous attack had defeated them, asked where he thought he was going when the battle had just begun. As the demon lord prepared its answer, Minato released the level 10 Aegis shield he had used to protect the nearby team and told the worried Mizua sisters not to worry about reacting too slowly as long as they were safe. After reminding them that their opponent was a demon lord, Minato urged them to be on guard so they wouldn't be caught off guard. Meanwhile, Chloe, who was unscathed, expressed her surprise to Shazu about Minato using 2 spells simultaneously. But Shazu explained that the fairy-like magic was automatic and the magic that protected them was likely one Minato had cast himself. Just then, a bewildered Sonata asked Chloe if it was possible to use 2 spells at once, and Chloe explained that automatic magic was a very advanced technique that allowed the user to control magic unconsciously. In this case, everything needed for normal magic could be effectively omitted, making it much faster and more efficient. To help Sonata understand better, Chloe compared this technique to muscle memory, mentioning that Minato had mastered both conscious and unconscious magic control simultaneously. Hearing this, Ryuji commented on Minato's greatness, but he suddenly stopped talking as the Demon Lord charged to attack them all. While they dodged the Demon Lord's first attack, the Mizua sisters combined their magical power to create a level 8 water attribute magic more powerful than a tsunami. At the same time, Chloe, Ryuji and Sonata also fired magic at the Demon Lord simultaneously, overwhelming it with a series of magical attacks. Unfortunately, before their attacks could deal any substantial damage, the Demon Lord roared loudly and somehow shook off all the magical attacks directed at it. After seeing the Demon Lord create another massive explosion, Minato finally intervened and ordered his subordinates to go to the other calamities, so that he could deal with this clown who thought himself all-powerful. While Yuka objected to this decision, Minato reminded her that there was more than one calamity, and that without the support of the magic nobles their countermeasures against the other calamities would likely reach their limit. Therefore, the only rational thing they could do now was to support the other groups and let him fight the Demon Lord seriously. Around this time, Ruka and Yuka both agreed that if they stayed there, they would only get in Minato's way, so they ordered the other subordinates to leave this place and move to the other calamities. As the two sisters flew out of the battle zone, they encouraged each other to keep believing in Minato until the very last moment, because they knew he would never lose, no matter what opponent he faced. Once the other team members had left, Minato focused all his attention on the Demon Lord, muttered a few words and then charged at it. While the Demon Lord tried to defend itself, Minato kept reminding himself that he had to use as little magic as possible. Defeating the Demon Lord was simple, but his magical power was not infinite, and he had to conserve as much as possible for his secret plan. With that in mind, he rose as high as he could into the air and with all his might delivered a devastating surprise punch to the Demon Lord's head. Immediately after landing the punch, Minato activated the level 11 Holy Magic, Sacred Ray, and directed the ray's destructive power at the Demon Lord. Unfortunately, the Demon Lord dodged most of the ray, and before Minato could continue his previous attack, the Demon Lord was already preparing a counter-magic spell. The moment it was about to cast the spell, Minato reacted as quickly as possible by raising his magic output a level and activating the level 12 Fire-Earth Composite Magic, Ground Zero. It was a magic that literally heated the ground, turning it into lava. As the magic activated, the Demon Lord quickly burned to death, leaving Minato worried about the amount of magical power he had used, because he thought this Demon Lord was much stronger than the ones he had fought before. Realizing the Demon Lord was dead, Minato reminded himself that he had to conserve more magical power, at least until the demon god arrived. Around that time, the reporter in the helicopter hovering above informed the entire public who were still indoors that Captain Kusanagi Minato had finally defeated the Demon Lord and didn't look worried at all. But she added that the police, the SMT, and the self-defense forces were struggling with the other calamities, and because the magic nobles were nowhere to be seen, the demons were overwhelming them. As she finished her broadcast, the reporter noticed something strange happening at the broken communication tower and drew everyone's attention to it. When Minato finally noticed this, he realized it was something he had seen before, but seeing a giant hole open in the red sky and more demons filling the streets of old Shabuya, he wondered if the demons were summoning the calamity. But as time passed, Minato remembered that this event was the final stage of the world calamity, where the demon god appears. It was the very same final calamity that had taken his previous life as Ichikami Minato. Meanwhile, Yuka was seen instructing some SMT members not to rush into the final calamity but to focus on destroying as many demons as possible instead. While managing the operation, she thought about the powerful magical presence she had felt earlier. Smiling, she realized it was gone. As expected, it was thanks to Minato defeating the Demon Lord. Noticing her people growing tired, Yuka quietly prayed for her sister's safety at the other calamity site. Suddenly, she heard a garbled message through her communicator. Unsure if communications had been restored, she quickly responded. After fiddling with her headset, she finally heard the person speak clearly. The voice informed Yuka and others on the channel that a large-scale calamity had occurred near Tokyo Tower and ordered all personnel to report to the scene immediately. A squad member asked Yuka what to do, pointing out that they couldn't even handle a small-scale calamity without the support of the magic nobles. After thinking, Yuka instructed everyone to stay and handle the local threats, while she would depart to join Minato and the others. Saying that, she left them and flew to Minato's location. Meanwhile, Minato was fighting a new wave of demons with his void magic, weapon cannon. Realizing the number of enemies was too great, he considered using a higher-level magic despite needing to conserve his magic. Just then, the Mizua sisters and the other four finally arrived to provide support. They apologized for being late. When Minato asked about the others they had left behind, Yuka and Ruka explained it was the only way to make up for the absence of the magic nobles. Understanding their reasoning, Minato told everyone to get ready. This was where they would stop the demons and end the battle. Saying that, the captain launched a new attack. The the reporter, still hovering in the helicopter, described the ongoing chaos as the new and final stage of the great calamity that had claimed Ichikami Minato's life. As the live broadcast continued across Japan, people began to doubt whether the SMT could stop the calamity. The helicopter pilot suggested leaving due to the danger, but the reporter firmly refused, insisting that everyone had to see the SMT fight. As she began to explain how their anti-monster equipment would keep them safe, a monster suddenly attacked, nearly causing them to crash into the street below. Minato quickly set up a void magic barrier to protect them, but one demon broke through. Realizing the barrier had failed, he shot the creature with holy magic and flew over to check on the reporter and crew. Arriving there, Minato addressed the people of Japan, acknowledging their fear and reassuring them that he would not let anyone die. After finishing his vow, he jumped back into the battle. Completely smitten by his boldness, the reporter instructed the camera director to get a close-up of the other SMT members bravely fighting the demons. During the intense battle, a demon threw a level 6 Windfire Fusion Magic Blazing Vortex at the SMT. Minato countered with the level 7 Void Magic Banishment, crushing the demon with immense mana. His colleagues were astonished by his magical power, but Minato reminded Ryuji and Ruka that Void Magic was not all-powerful. Its efficiency was poor, and it could only neutralize magic of a certain level. Without a moment's rest, Yuka reported that more demons were swarming in. Minato quickly reminded everyone not to let their guard down, realizing the danger of delaying. The entire SMT charged forward, unleashing every spell at their disposal. Minato pushed his power to the maximum, activating the level 11 light magic, Sacred Light, and blasting away the entire enemy line. Afterward, Ryuji contacted his colleagues in other combat zones to check on the situation. Unfortunately, the news was that the number of demons had increased exponentially, and they needed urgent support. Minato quietly memorized the endangered areas. In one combat zone, the SMT members were cornered and at a loss, but they let out a sigh of relief when they saw the magic nobles appear. They shouted at their training comrades not to fool around and to help them. But their joy was short-lived as terror struck when a noble approached a member and unleashed a fatal magic spell to his face in his final moments. The SMT member sent a distress message over the radio, informing them that the magic nobles had betrayed them. Minato was able to hear a part of the information before the signal was cut off. As the entire team struggled to process the information, Hifumi and other high-ranking magic nobles approached and arrogantly berated them for being noisy. Still bewildered, Yuka noticed that one of them was the conspiracy chairman, and wondered why her father was standing behind him. After a moment of silence, Shazu stepped forward and asked Hifumi if it was true that the magic nobles had betrayed the SMT. Hifumi sneered and replied, "We didn't betray you, because we never intended to cooperate with the SMT in the first place." Hearing that, all the SMT members were horrified. Ruka reminded Hifumi that they were supposed to be comrades, not enemies. To show off her power, Hanada attacked Ruka and coldly told her not to misunderstand. She added that they had never considered the SMT as comrades. Despite being shocked by the cruel truth, Minato turned to Riku and asked if he felt the same. Unfortunately, even the one known to be the laziest was on Hifumi's side. Gripping his sword tightly, Riku declared that the magic nobles had turned their backs on the SMT, the police, the self-defense forces, and the entire nation of Japan. Meanwhile, Chloe acted as if she were crying crocodile tears, but no one believed her. With no more obstacles in his path to absolute power, Hifumi began to laugh. He rejoiced that the time had finally come to witness the results of his numerous experiments. He flew up into the red sky, summoned a giant magic circle, and began to cast a spell. The other SMT members were frozen, not knowing what Hifumi was trying to do. Just then, Chloe appeared and declared she would stop the spell before it was activated. She cast a level 4 dark magic, Dark Slash, and sent it straight at her father. Unexpectedly, a demon nonchalantly blocked the attack and then joined other demons, surrounding Hifumi to protect him. Seeing this, Shazu thought it was just a coincidence, believing a demon would never protect Hifumi. Meanwhile, the reporter finally understood everything, and broadcast lived to the entire nation that it seemed the magic nobles had joined forces with the demons. The SMT members were still trying to understand what was happening. One member lamented that he thought they had become very close since the joint training camp. Just then, Hifumi explained that thanks to calamity control magic, all the demons in Japan would soon become their allies. Minato began to wonder where Hifumi had learned the kind of magic that controls calamities and demons. As Hifumi started absorbing red energy from the sky, he added that calamity magic had more special effects and continued to absorb the energy. Chloe asked if the calamity's magical energy was being infused into her father. Yuka, equally confused, said she had never seen the terrible kind of magic he was absorbing. In contrast, Minato immediately recognized it. He remembered it was quite similar to what he had experienced in the first calamity. When he had awakened his magic to help his comrades, he explained that calamities not only bring magic to the land but also grant it to those with potential. He warned about the danger of absorbing such a huge energy source. Hifumi praised the young man's quick wit and explained that calamity magic could indeed amplify a person's magic, but only if they could withstand the burden. Minato asked Hinata and Riku if they had also used calamity magic to enhance their power. Hinata frankly admitted it, saying they had been absorbing magic from all calamities until now. She revealed that the magic nobles had pretended to cooperate with the SMT to ensure the calamities proceeded smoothly. That way they would be less suspicious, even when they were secretly promoting calamities or siphoning magic for themselves. While Minato was processing the idea of monopolizing power, Hinata said that they had initially planned to eliminate him, but he proved to be more useful than expected, so they decided to use him instead. She also added that the magic nobles would be criticized if they neglected the calamities, and they didn't want to get caught up in that. To activate the world-ending great calamity, they had to follow the natural flow of history. Minato asked why they had to follow history. Hinata explained that calamities usually occur in set locations, places where magical power flows most easily. The next calamity would not trigger until the previous one was resolved. They used Minato to resolve each calamity to maintain their own timetable. Now, the conspiracy chairman was absorbing the power of the great calamity. Once finished, he would become the most powerful magician in history. Shocked, Minato asked if this betrayal had been planned from the beginning. Hinata confirmed it without a shred of remorse. When Minato asked if there was truly no bond between them, Hinata, fed up with his naivety, told him not to cling to such ridiculous thoughts, declaring there was no such thing as a bond and that she had no need for comrades like him. Ryuji turned to Riku and asked if he really intended to go through with this. After a moment of silence, Riku replied that Japan's downfall was inevitable. Now both the magic nobles and the demons were against Japan. He told Minato that even someone like him couldn't protect the entire country. As the demons' attacks intensified, the SMT was overwhelmed, and even civilian magicians had to join the fight to survive. Shizu reported that the situation was deteriorating rapidly, and Sanada informed them there were no more reserve forces. If this continued, everything could collapse. Just then, two familiar figures appeared nearby, saying everything was going according to plan. As they walked into the light, Shizu was stunned. It was Kuroi and Fuka. A few seconds later, Takagami also appeared, further confusing Shizu. While Minato struggled to understand why Takagami was here, Kuroi nonchalantly greeted him and promised to kill him personally this time. When Shizu asked Kuroi why he wasn't in prison, Kuroi told him that the magic nobles have many collaborators in the police and all over Japan. Then Yuka asked Kuroi why the magic nobles had betrayed humanity, and the useless fool said they did it simply because they were magic nobles. Mentioning the title of nobility, Kuroi declared that they were beings on a completely different higher level than the talentless commoners. Having finished his speech, the idiot activated the level 8 dark magic, chaotic black sphere, and showing off his crappy magic skills told the SMT that with their magic they could not only easily destroy half the city, with their full power they could destroy the entire city, all with just one magician. But for some reason, Kuroi thought the magic nobles were being controlled by useless and incompetent fools. Gritting his teeth, he told the SMT it was very strange that the magic nobles who should be at the pinnacle were still being controlled by insects. Useless trash full of conceit, Fuka continued Kuroi's speech, telling the SMT that at first their family became magic nobles to monopolize knowledge and technology and to rule over the incompetent. But no matter how cunning they were, the useless ones ended up using the magic nobles. After heaping praise on Hifumi for making the magic nobles stronger through the calamities, Kuroi assured the SMT that with the power they now possessed, they had no more enemies charging their magic. The two fools told the SMT that it was now time for the magic nobles to rule over the incompetent. As they finished speaking, they raised their magic pressure so high that the Mizua sisters exclaimed they seemed to have transformed into different people. On the other hand, Minato remained calm. This enraged Kuroi. Ignoring Kuroi's anger, Fuka said he was greatly looking forward to seeing Minato's despairing face when he finally lost all hope. But just then, Minato turned to Takagami and asked if she had always been lying to him, even when she said she had told him everything. Realizing Minato was ignoring him, Kuroi was furious. He shouted at Minato, shook Takagami's shoulders frantically, and called her a lying piece of trash who used others. As the other magic noble clan heads began to grow tired of this play, Kuroi ended the conversation and with Fuka began the real calamity. Almost immediately, a horde of demons flew over the SMT. Seeing them with the others, Shizu said that the demons should stay away from the areas affected by the calamity. Unfortunately for the SMT, that was not the case. The demons somehow escaped old Shabuya and headed for the residential areas of Tokyo. In an instant, the demons burst into apartment buildings, threatening to take as many lives as possible. The clan heads did their best to protect their loved ones. At the same time, other SMT members updated Minato on the situation, saying that demons were pouring into the streets. They asked him what to do. Kuroi mocked him with the same question. Fuka coldly added that no matter how skilled Minato was, he couldn't save all of Japan from his current location. Chloe and Shizu turned pale and fidgeted, not knowing what to do. While no one answered, Kuroi, with his ADHD, coldly declared to the SMT that they would die, crushed by their own powerlessness. Fuka agreed, but Minato cut their comedy short by reminding them that there are 3 types of anti-magic equipment. First, Minato called it the standard type, commonly used by magicians. the kind that could only be used by infusing magical power. Second, he described the disruption type, specialized for interfering with magic or spells. He said that the uniforms of both the SMT and the magic nobles belonged to this type and were designed to suppress magic. At this point, Fuka asked if he was out of his mind, but Minato continued to rant about the third type, which has a short lifespan, activates under specific conditions, and can be used by non-magicians. At this point, the magic nobles began to get a little anxious. All across Japan, the anti-magic plush dolls that Shazu had secretly infused with magic, mass-produced and distributed, all activated at once. These plush dolls were creating magic nullification barriers in private homes and shelters across the country. As the magic burst forth, Minato explained that he had used the SMT's popularity to mass-produce souvenirs with built-in defensive anti-magic equipment. These items were sold all over Japan as a form of insurance. When Shazu first heard this plan, he couldn't believe his ears. Now he was very grateful for following Minato's orders. That absurd plan was saving Japan. Realizing how frighteningly meticulous Minato was, Fuka shouted that defense alone was meaningless, and he reminded everyone that offensive anti-magic equipment has a very short lifespan. Minato agreed, saying that since his magic was infused into the equipment, it was now spread all over Japan. Thanks to this, he could simultaneously sense and use his magic anywhere in the country. Having said that, Minato released the offensive magic stored inside the plush dolls and activated the level 13 nullification magic, infinite magic bullet. With this technique, he crushed thousands of demons that were attacking civilians across the nation. Meanwhile, a reporter informed the public that a wave of magic from the sky had just wiped out a tremendous number of demons. They still didn't fully understand what was happening, but reports from the communication network indicated that most citizens were safe. Witnessing the scale of Minato's power, Yuka was at a loss for words. She and her sister realized just how superhuman he truly was. Annoyed, Kuroi was consumed with rage. He couldn't believe Minato had activated magic across all of Japan. Fuka advised him to calm down, reminding him that not all the demons had been destroyed. Deciding to believe his words, Kuroi told Minato that the magic nobles were still standing strong, and if the anti-magic equipment couldn't be reused, the magic in the souvenirs would also be useless. Just then, Minato said it seemed Kuroi was forgetting something. When Kuroi asked what he meant, Minato said the SMT still had other people to rely on. After he finished speaking, familiar figures walked out of the darkness. Soon they revealed their identities. It was Shadowbringer. Realizing the visitors were Shadowbringer, both SMT and police officials asked why they were here and if they were willing to help. Before answering, the dark group showed off their magical power, killing a few demons that were attacking the group. Then they declared that they were cooperating with the SMT to destroy monsters and protect people. Realizing that civilian safety was the top priority, the SMT decided to cooperate with Shadowbringer. At the same time, the reporter in the helicopter hovering above informed the public who were watching the entire battle that the SMT had joined forces with Shadowbringer. A few seconds after hearing the news, Shadowbringer's fanboys and fangirls cheered. Numerous social media platforms exploded with praise for Shadowbringer's appearance and their cooperation with the SMT to defeat the monsters. Since Minato couldn't be the captain of the SMT and Krona at the same time, he had asked Leona to disguise herself as Krona to increase the bottle's credibility. Now, in the midst of the battle, Leona was still wondering how she had ended up in this role, complaining about the insanely tough training she had to go through. She also muttered about having to memorize how to use numerous anti-magic equipment, and awkwardly work with familiar faces. Even though she had bid farewell to the dark group after the battle between Krona and Minato, it was now too late to back out. Leona crushed a few demons with a level 7 anti-magic equipment. Using geothermal wave, she received praise from her comrades dressed in dark uniforms. Noticing how passionate their leader was, the other Shadowbringer members also did their best to wipe out the enemies before the SMT could. Not wanting to be left behind, the SMT members, along with the police and the self-defense forces, quickly provided support right after Shadowbringer's attack, fulfilling their mission to protect the country. Leona, still playing the role of Krona, vowed to make the real Krona treat her to a proper meal when this was all over. Meanwhile, Kuroi had no idea what was going on. Enraged by reports from his noble colleagues that Shadowbringer had appeared all over the country, he turned to Minato and asked if he had prepared so thoroughly because he had long suspected the magic nobles. When Minato loudly answered yes, both Fuka and Kuroi gathered their mana in a rage, vowing to kill him this time. Before engaging in the final battle with Minato, Kuroi turned to Takagami, who was still hesitant to betray Minato, and told her to fight. In this situation, Takagami gathered her mana and prepared to fight. At the same time, feeling they had no other choice, Riku and Hinata did the same, preparing to fight. At this point, Minato could no longer hold back. He told the Mizua sisters and the others that it was time to end everything here. The stage was set, and the battle between the SMT Special Forces led by Minato and the Magic Nobles led by Kuroi Akuto began. For the first move, Kuroi activated the level 5 Dark Magic Night Raid, using his invisibility to sneak up behind Yuka, intending to take out the small fry first. Just as Minato was about to jump in to protect her, Hinata suddenly appeared and threw a powerful punch at his face. Fortunately, just as Kuroi was about to finish off the off-guard Yuka, her older sister Ruka blasted him away with the level 6 water attribute magic wave eruption. Yuka thanked her sister, but Ruka urged her not to let her guard down, as it wasn't over yet. Meanwhile, Minato activated a small nullification barrier where Hinata had struck, blocking her punch. Before he could breathe a sigh of relief, Riku rushed in and tried to slash Minato's stomach with an enchanted katana. Dodging easily, Minato angrily kicked both attackers in the stomach simultaneously to free himself. He tried to approach his subordinates, but Takagami blocked his path with the level 7 water attribute magic Emerald Wave. She said she would not let him pass. Hinata told Minato that they knew how strong he was, but they would do their best to prevent him from helping his comrades. Realizing their tactic was to split their formation, Minato knew how annoying it was. Since he had already used a lot of magic and wanted to take down the mastermind first, he knew that going all out was a gamble he was not yet ready to take. As if reading his mind, Hinata said she wouldn't let him interfere with the chairman's work. Riku added that Minato would have to get through them first. Knowing they were stalling for time, Minato got more serious and quickly took down a few magic nobles before casting high-level magic. Seeing his speed, Hinata told Riku not to mess around and to match his pace. Elsewhere, Kuroi and Fuka were struggling against the SMT members, complaining about how annoying they were. Meanwhile, Yuka and Shizu began to be overwhelmed by the number of enemies and considered giving up. Surprisingly, Chloe opened her mouth and urged them not to give up, reminding them how strong and important they were to the country. Realizing they couldn't lose hope, Ruka and Yuka regained their spirits and for the first time changed their opinion of Chloe, acknowledging her fiery fighting spirit. Hearing that, Chloe giggled and admitted that she was probably inspired by them. There was no time to waste. The three girls confronted the enemy head-on. Kuroi activated the level 8 dark magic Chaos Crow and, warning them not to be arrogant, launched the spell. In response, the girls cast the level 8 water attribute magic Great Tsunami. Barely neutralizing Kuroi's magic, Fuka acknowledged their power, but Kuroi turned his attention to the trembling Takagami and mocked her. While Minato watched quietly, Kuroi called out to Takagami and demanded an explanation. He reminded her what would happen if she didn't cooperate. Obediently, Takagami activated the level 8 wind attribute magic Raging Storm and shot it at Minato, hoping he would forgive her. As the attack approached, Minato lowered his guard. To his subordinate's horror, he quietly waited for the wind magic to envelop him without lifting a finger. In the end, Takagami deliberately shot the wind magic off target. Realizing she couldn't bring herself to harm Minato, witnessing her hesitation, Kuroi became enraged, berating Takagami for daring to defy him and reminding her what would happen to her family if she suddenly grew a conscience. Fed up with this threat, Takagami pleaded with him not to touch her daughter and grandchild, who were all she had left. Kuroi coldly reminded her that she was the one who had broken the deal. One phone call from him and they would be finished. After presenting a few gruesome options for what Takagami's family could suffer, he blamed any pain they would endure on her, saying she had brought it upon herself. At the same time, Minato made a strange phone call, surprising both Kuroi and Takagami. He told the person on the other end that he was grateful they had arrived on time. As soon as he hung up, Kuroi shouted at Minato for making a call in such a critical situation and threatened to kill Takagami's family immediately. But Minato calmly replied that it was too late. He had already saved them. When Kuroi saw a video on Minato's phone of several disguised Shadowbringer members protecting Takagami's family, he was horrified and protested that there was no way Minato could have known their location, especially since only a few knew, and even the police had been bribed. In response, Minato praised Kuroi's men for covering their tracks very well, but the disaster evacuation had been their weakness, making it possible to track and infiltrate their ranks. In his mind, Minato silently thanked Shadowbringer for keeping their identities secret until the end. Finally, Kuroi asked Minato when he had figured everything out. Minato explained that she had a family photo but never said a word about her relatives. The way she was always wary of the magic nobles made him suspicious. So he had her background investigated and discovered the truth. Turning to Takagami, Minato said coldly, "Did you think you could hide it from me all this time?" Overwhelmed with emotion, Takagami asked, "Is it really true?" With tears in her eyes, she dared to believe that her family, who had been held hostage for so long, was finally safe. Just as she let her guard down and was about to thank Minato, Kuroi, enraged, tried to kidnap her. With no reason to obey him anymore, Takagami attacked him with the Raging Storm wind magic, calling him trash and warning him not to touch her. Then she bowed her head and sincerely apologized for deceiving him from the start. Minato replied, "It's okay. Helping friends is my hobby." Touched by his words, Takagami gave a warm smile. Just then, Kuroi, annoyed by this sentimental scene, interrupted. He ordered Fuka and the others to show no mercy and kill them all. With no other choice, Hinata and Riku prepared to fight. Minato approached them, expressing his disappointment that they had resorted to taking hostages despite his warnings. Hinata bluntly shot back that she didn't need a lecture and told him to shut up. Fortunately, by that time, the SMT members had dealt with the nearby monsters and subdued all the magic nobles except for the leaders. Seeing this, Fuka admitted that the SMT was stronger than he thought, but Takagami, now fed up with the magic nobles and their dirty tricks, gathered her mana and joined Minato's group to prepare for the upcoming battle. The situation worsened when Tsuru appeared to support the magic nobles. His two daughters immediately called out to their father, hoping he would stand on their side. Kuroi welcomed Tsuru as an ally. The two daughters reproached their father for associating with such people. Kuroi, amused by their passion, urged Tsuru to show them which side his true love lay. While Ruka and Yuka quietly prayed that their father was on an undercover mission again, Tsuru revealed a disappointing twist, declaring, "I am on the side of the magic nobles." Completely shocked, the two daughters could not accept that their beloved father would betray them like this. Kuroi explained that while he had once believed Tsuru had betrayed them during the bomb incident, in reality, their relationship had never been broken. Even after being expelled from the magic nobles, Tsuru had kept in touch. While the magic nobles sought to control the surface world, the BR organization now sought to dominate the underworld. Together, they could take over the world, but when Shadowbringer intervened, BR was shattered and information about its branches began to leak, according to Kuroi. Not only the magic nobles but also the government, financial world, police and numerous other organizations were involved with BR. When information leaked, they all abandoned BR to save face, and the police were able to restore their reputation while hiding their connections. Then the magic nobles and the SMT formed an alliance. The entire nation of Japan was deceived, and the magic nobles were proud of it. Following this, Fuka told the SMT members that the magic nobles had not changed in 50 years. They still believed in absolute rule through pure magic. While many had misunderstood their goals over the years, Fuka now said their return was certain. Despite everything, the two daughters still pleaded with their father to tell them he was on an undercover mission just like before. But Tsuru coldly replied, "I haven't changed. I am a pure-blood magic noble and have no intention of betraying my comrades." Hearing this, the two girls were disillusioned. Their father had always been one of their enemies. Confused and unsettled, Minato asked Tsuru why he protected these deceitful nobles who oppressed others for selfish reasons. Tsuru couldn't answer, and just told Minato to shut up and ignore him. Minato reminded Tsuru how much he loved his daughters and revealed that he had tested him before to be sure, but Tsuru insisted that wasn't true. Disgusted, Minato said he was deceiving everyone including himself and asked what had made him such a spineless coward. This enraged Tsuru. He cut off the conversation and once again threatening to kill them all and restore the magic nobles said it was time for a real fight. Minato called him a stubborn old man and prepared to fight. Immediately after charging their mana, Minato and his colleagues stood facing the magic nobles, ready to fight. The battle began when Hinata first launched the level 10 fire attribute magic Big Bang, causing a terrible explosion that destroyed everything in its path. Fortunately, all the SMT members got out of the blast in time. Realizing he had been separated from his colleagues by the explosion, Minato briefly worried if they were okay. With no time to worry, he was left alone with Riku and Hinata, who wanted to continue the second round of their previous battle before engaging. Minato warned that he would no longer hold back, but at this point, they didn't care. On the other side of the explosion, Fuka and Kuroi expressed their disappointment at having to deal with the weak supporting characters, emphasizing that the weak should die quickly. Annoyed by their arrogant attitude, Ryuji, standing with Takagami, Shizu and Sanada, retorted that they were the real supporting characters. Takagami also joined in, threatening that if they looked down on others again she wouldn't let them get away with it. After a few taunts from the SMT, Fuka scoffed at their confidence and cast the level 8 wind attribute magic Raging Storm. But he was too slow. Ryuji quickly countered with the level 7 earth attribute magic Meteor, instantly neutralizing Fuka's attack. Afterward, Kuroi scolded the defeated Fuka, but Fuka shot back to shut up, pointing out that earth magic is strong against wind magic. Wanting to show who was boss, Kuroi pulled out an anti-magic pistol that had no elemental weakness and could dismantle magic. He complained about wasting bullets on them but swore they would die, saying he had no other choice. But before he could pull the trigger, Takagami attacked him with wind magic, knocking the pistol from his hand and turning it to dust. She calmly stated that anti-magic equipment is just a tool and useless if dropped. Enraged at being outmaneuvered, Kuroi charged his mana and vowed to kill them all with his full power. Refusing to let them gain the upper hand, Ryuji, Sanada and Shizu powered up together, and Ryuji finally declared it was his time to shine. Sensing their growing power, Takagami decided to support them from behind. She used a homemade anti-magic device to amplify their magic and threw them magic stones to greatly increase their mana output. In addition, Sanada cast the level 10 holy magic God's Breath, imbuing Shizu and Ryuji with the holy attribute and helping them recover from their wounds faster. Thanks to all these buffs, Shizu and Ryuji gained new confidence that they could defeat the nobles. Fuka countered with the level 10 special atmospheric magic Absolute Atom. Meanwhile, Kuroi cast the level 10 deadly dark magic Death March, summoning ghosts with scythes from hell. In response, Ryuji activated the level 10 special gravity magic Infinite Magic, and Shizu activated the level 10 holy lightning composite magic Uranus. Both sides clashed. Ryuji's magic collided with Fuka's and Shizu's lightning struck Kuroi's dark magic. For a few tense seconds the spells faced off against each other, but in the end Ryuji and Shizu's magic overwhelmed the enemy, inflicting massive damage on both Fuka and Kuroi. After unleashing such a destructive attack, Ryuji and Shizu were exhausted and had almost no mana left. Meanwhile, Kuroi and Fuka, who had never expected to be cornered like this, somehow got back up. The two girls couldn't believe they were still standing after being hit with such powerful magic. Though still standing, Kuroi knew he was almost out of mana and had no more anti-magic equipment left. Injured and exhausted, he decided to wait and see what the SMT would do next. Takagami was equally exhausted and blamed herself for her lack of strength, having neglected her training. Sonata had some mana left but preferred to save it in case she or someone else needed healing. Besides, she wasn't skilled in direct combat, so she thought it was wiser to provide support from the side for now. As a result, the fight fell into a stalemate. Elsewhere, the Mizua sisters were fighting their father Tsuru. They used the level 7 water attribute magic Wave Eruption, but Tsuru easily neutralized it with the same magic. Next, he cast the level 4 water attribute magic Waterfall at Yuka, who had no time to react. Just then, Chloe pushed her out of the way, taking the attack for her and collapsing. Breathing a sigh of relief to see that Chloe was only unconscious, Yuka thanked her for saving her. With one of them down, Tsuru prepared to continue his attack. It was then that Yuka realized her father was truly intent on defeating them, just like any other enemy. At the same time, Tsuru hardened his resolve, making it clear there was no room for sentiment. Seeing this, the two sisters decided they would hold back no longer. Declaring they would surpass their foolish father, they poured all their remaining magical power into creating a brand new level 11 ice attribute grand magic, Diamond Dust, and unleashed it upon him. In response, Tsuru summoned his own level 11 water attribute magic, Water Vortex, to neutralize the powerful spell his daughters had cast.